And hello, Farrell. Farrell's been nice to me lately.
Feral.
And
She's a little feral. You got to tame her.
KDHX St. Louis. This is Maddie's Midweek Mixtape Meltdown. Feral housewife, my friend. I asked her, what are you in the mood for this week? She said, more country, so.
Oh, I see. Feral housewife. Hi.
Speaking of dropping bombs.
Good morning.
Oh, Feral housewife. How are you?
Okay, Feral, let's go to your islands. The beautiful Feral Islands, which are named Faroe Islands. But someone really wants to make fun of my accent. These are Farrell's Islands. Happy now, Farrell? I didn't used to have so many gray hairs until I met some of them.
Farrell! What's happening?
What's up, humans? I do, Jess. Thanks for coming by. I need like 100 hours still, so that's pretty awesome of you. Oh, look, he's getting it ready. I gotta embiggenate this. Oh, it might. You're probably not wrong. Hi, Iris. I love how your name looks like H is just your last name. Where's that one I wanted to pull up? This, exactly this end. So we're totally sniping David, so we're just waiting for Court to go live. Hi, Jamie. That's okay. You can leave me muted. I probably won't have much to say today anyway, unless somebody wants to hop on. I posted a link for the streamer crew if they want to hop on. Not gonna lie, I'm kind of surprised David didn't just decide not to stream this because he knew I was gonna snipe it. Because that would be a David thing to do. That's a good place to be, Whiskey. I super appreciate it though, guys. MG let me come on Saturday, so I was able to hit my subs. Now I just need, I think, 112 hours, so it's right around the corner. I'm pretty excited. What do you want to talk about while we wait for Court? I'm not like Baker. I can't talk to myself. The man is good. Good morning, Sue. It must be because he lives alone. He's very good at just talking to thin air. Girl's not so good at that. Is it really? Happy birthday, Iris. I will not be singing to you. Maybe later Baker can hop on and sing to you. Jamie! Rude. No, don't encourage her. Don't you have a stream to do with Baker right now? Oh my. You're not wrong. You're not wrong at all. Jamie, no. Listen, I need watch hours. That is not the way to get something like that. Everyone would go watch David not stream. Are they going to start this thing or what? I was at work all night and it was super boring because we ran out of things to do. So then I just pretended to do computer learning because I didn't actually have any. Whiskey and Wisdom. That would be a great stream name, Whiskey. You should start one. I would watch that. Are you talking about me? Did you seriously tell people to tag me if they needed help in Discord? You're not wrong. That is why I will not. Well, tell them to come over, Becca. Hey, Sal. Want to come hang out, Sal? What court thing? James Crumbley's trial is starting today. And so it should be opening statements, I think. Maybe some jury instruction. I kind of hope not, but probably. Okay. Good, Eris. I don't want to be tagged in Discord for anything. I get enough Discord tags. If you have problems on Discord, tag David. Hi, Katie. Awesome. Hmm. I have a cat coughing. That's fantastic. Well, it wouldn't be the first time. Because that is one of Jung and David's favorite things to do. So it's all right. I'll just ignore all of the ads. Oh, I have. I just don't care. So I don't know how long we're gonna do this today. It'll depend on how it's going, I guess, because I also have to work tonight. So at some point today, I would like to get some kind of sleep. We'll see.
Good morning, everybody. I just thought I'd pop in and let you know that the court still has not started yet. The stream went live, and so I went live. As soon as the court starts, the cameras will turn on, and you should be able to hear as
It's
well.
seated.
If when you start seeing people running around and you can't hear anything, please let me know. But I believe everything is shared properly like I did last time. So,
scared
but
me
good morning,
too.
everybody. I just thought I'd pop in and say
I
hi
even
while
said
I'm
hi to him, and he can't hear
sitting
me.
here working on my other computer, just listening for things to start. So, how's everybody doing? Are we excited for this trial?
I sent him a link if he wants to jump on this stream too. He should jump on my stream on his cell phone while he's on the
Good
computer
morning,
on his,
JL.
on his
Let's
stream.
say good morning, everybody.
Yes, David is
Good
aware that I'm
morning,
stream
Aaron,
sniping
Olivia.
him.
You woke up early to watch? That's good. Hey, John Gary. I don't think. Yeah, see, a lot of people think like James is
He
automatically
asked
going to get
yesterday
convicted
on
because
his
Jennifer
update
was.
stream
But the facts are different.
if he
I do say that
should
this is going to be
just show this
primarily
on
a
his
cut and
channel,
paste case
and I asked,
because
should Farrell stream snipe
for the
David?
most part, probably 80%
And
of it,
he said
the
yes
facts
too.
are the same, right? There was a gun purchased. James purchased the gun as opposed to Jennifer, but there was a gun purchased.
Oh, a shizzy raid.
The
Hi,
fact that
shizzy
James
people.
took Ethan shooting to the Rangers, that was already
Listen,
established. The
I'm
fact
not
that
Jamie.
Jennifer took
Go
James
away, Lefty.
or took Ethan shooting, that was already established. The fact that Ethan did all these things and sent all these messages and wrote all
Hi,
these
John. A
notes
cool gamer.
and drew all these pictures and all of that stuff is all going to be the same.
Okay.
Morning, all. Morning.
Listen, Jamie.
Hello, Fox. And Josie is in the chat. Welcome, welcome, welcome all. Okay, I'm gonna pop back in the background because I do have work to do. But I did quit. Think of me as more of a producer. I'm a producer role today. So,
He's Lon Cuck. That's who he is.
y'all enjoy.
That was weird. I can't believe I said hi to him when he came on his own stream. Hi, Wolfie. Hi, Christine. I think you probably do. I don't know that anything fun is going to happen. She has a link. It's on X. Good morning, Zach. She's in there, I think. Hold on, let me look at this. Yes, she's in that. No. Boo. It is. Oh. Jeez. Oh, I hear noises. Dun, dun, dun. Aw, how sweet. Baker finds beef all over this place. Lefty, who said I was wearing any? I'll have a new clip coming out later today, too. It's a flex clip and a Valhalla clip, and it was so much fun. Hi, David. Fancy meeting you here. Can I do a recap? So the state's going after some parents for some crap their kid did. Recap. Yes. Thank you, guys. All women. I think it was, what, 6 and whatever was left. I don't remember how many he said they had. I wasn't super listening to him last night. What's the bathtub case? 112. What's the Mexican case? Salvador. I seem to remember that Baker drew you pictures. You should know the answer to that by now. Hi, Aaron. I haven't seen you in a minute. I think so. I agree. At least he's entertaining. I'm not pulling that up, but exactly, Lefty. I kind of agree, Jess. I'm not sure. I don't know that they...
Recording in progress.
Your Honor, calling People versus James Crumbley, case number 22279-989-FH.
Thank you. Good morning, Mark Keys on behalf of People.
Good morning. Karen McDonald on behalf of the People.
Good morning, Your Honor. David Williams on behalf of People.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mario Lehman on behalf of James Crumbley, who is standing to my left.
Good morning, Mr. Crumbley.
Let me know if I need to make it louder.
I was here last night, and I have a few rulings for you. The first would be about, I believe, about exhibit 45, 52, and 62. And those all have to do with texts from the shooter, Jennifer Crumbley, during time periods when the defendant and his wife were also taking photos of themselves at a police farm together. At least that's what the metadata and the GPS shows. So I reviewed 62, 52, and
I'm not sure.
And
it'd probably be similar to her trial, I would think.
Would not be admissible because they are between the shooter and his mother. There's no information whatsoever, with the exception of the fact that Dad is with his wife, as demonstrated by pictures and texts and GPS and metadata and all those things, all those tools that are being used by the prosecutor's office to track people's movements in this case. So they are together, but there's no evidence whatsoever that Dad was on the receiving end of that text. And in fact, I know that in both 52 and 62, the statement from Jennifer Crumbley appears, "Where's your dad?" So I don't find that there's support to believe that Mr. Crumbley was aware of these texts. He could have been aware of these texts. We just don't know. And because of that, those texts will not be admitted. And that also makes, I think, some of the information at the horse barn inadmissible. Clearly, if Mr. Crumbley were to testify, or if it became relevant, I can see the prosecutor saying, well, do you raise horses? Did you spend a lot of time with your wife horseback riding, whatever it might be? So the pictures of the defendant and his co-defendant at the horse farm might be relevant and might come in for other reasons. But the texts between the shooter and his mother will not be admitted because there's no evidence that the defendant knew about those. So that's that. I think you then asked me about Exhibit 78 Exhibit 78 is in conversation. I don't recall if it's Instagram or text. And it's between the shooter and his friend. And it's a text that says, "Hey man, times have gotten rough ever since you left. I don't know if you're dead or you moved away, but I hope you're doing well. I'm about to do something really bad and there's no turning back. So I'll probably never be able to see you again. I hope the best for you and I'm sorry for anything I've ever done." And that's dated November 30th, 2021 at 8:21 in the morning, the date of the shooting. And it's to the shooter's friend, who's been previously not identified by name, but identified in this case. So I read a series of cases, including the case submitted by
I don't think
the
she's
prosecutor
been
in this
yeah.
matter, who indicate that there is an exception in this matter. Exact site. That there's not, that this is not hearsay evidence. But I read a series of cases interpreting that issue. And one of those is People versus Stubble. I think it's 149 Michigan at 42. In that case, hearsay testimony was given by a prosecuting witness who testified that the defendant had approached her several times to discuss prostitution. And in that matter, the challenge to the evidence concerned the witness's testimony that one of the older men propositioned her friend. So this text in Exhibit 78 is offered by the prosecution under 8033. 8033 applies as an exception to the hearsay rule if the declarant's state of mind is at issue in the case. That's also stated in People versus Lucas 360 Northwest 2nd 162. Also a Michigan case. This one's from 1984. People versus Lucas. That also says the court's ruling that the testimony was admissible under the state of mind exception to the hearsay rule pursuant to MRE 8033 was also error. Only when the declarant's state of mind is an issue in the case is evidence of his state of mind admissible. In Lucas, they asked about the state of mind of the deputy in the case. And in that case, they determined that the state of mind of the deputy, who was one of the officers in the case, is not at issue. Then there's People versus Fisher, 449 Michigan 441. I believe that's a case that the prosecutor relied on. That case also says talks about statements and marital discord. In that case was the issue. I believe it was a murder, husband and wife. And in that case, Fisher says, in the case at hand, marital discord, motive, and premeditation are all at issue. Thus, the statements of the victim wife are admissible to show the effect they had on the defendant husband. They were found admissible under a state of mind exception to the hearsay rule. I'm not going to admit People 78 because the defendant's, although the defendant's state of mind in this case might be admissible, the shooter's state of mind is not at issue. We all know the shooter's state of mind on November 30th of 2021. Additionally, there were requests for Facebook messages. I believe those are 160. 161 was ruled on. Am I correct?
Yes, sir. I think it was 118 and 153.
Was it 133? Was
Oh, sorry, 118, 133, and 153.
And 153. All right. So I'm not going to rule on 133 right now. There's something else I want to look into, but I find that 118 prosecutor notes 801C. I believe that entire chain is hearsay and does not fall under any hearsay exception, so I will not be admitting number 118. Sorry, Mr. Keys, did you say 153?
Yes, yes, 153.
Right, I have 133, but I'm gonna pass on that. All right,
Why
I'm
do
gonna
they
have to
keep
look at
showing the witness
153
chair?
again.
It's the last text in the 118 and 153. They're the same text conversation. It's just a different portion of it. It's the last text. It's the text from Jennifer Crumbley that says, Ethan, don't do it.
Okay, all right. I can get back to you on that, right? You don't need to know before opening. Okay, so with regard to 133 and 153, I will continue my homework assignment later.
Thank you, Judge. Just want to recap, make sure the record's clear. The court's ruled on exhibits 45, 52, 62 today.
Correct.
78 today as well.
Correct.
Yesterday, 308, 321.
I mean,
Those are two different photographs ruled inadmissible yesterday. We
that
redacted
doesn't fit
photographs
the agenda.
258,
Uriah.
259, 260. They were an issue. We gave a copy to the defense counsel this morning.
Okay.
We
No.
agreed to limit exhibit 80 yesterday.
Her
That's the
former
DoorDash text message conversation.
associate.
26th
They had to
of November.
split when
And,
the cases
The
split.
rest were ruled to be admissible yesterday.
Is that your understanding as well?
Yes, Your Honor.
And the court's reserve on 133 and 153.
133 and 153, and you don't need a ruling before openings for those.
I
right?
do not, Your Honor. And I'm sorry, Mr. Keys, did you indicate 118 was also not admissible?
Not
Ruled on
admissible.
I
today?
should have, yes.
Okay.
133 and 153. I also wanted to ask you, there was some discussion yesterday that members of the media have
Not
requested
as Jamie.
a copy of the questionnaire that was provided to the jurors. I don't have a feeling about it either way, but if you agree to release it, I will. If you don't, I won't. So I don't.
I really don't have an opinion. Now that the jury's in panel, I don't see an issue on that.
The defense also does not have an opinion on it, Your Honor.
All right, so anybody who wants one can email the chambers and we'll give it to you. All right.
This is kind of my first time.
So,
Like, I didn't get to see a whole lot of Jennifer's
bring the jury in.
trial.
One more issue. When we approach
Sidebar already.
Can I ask you to turn the mic off too? I think there's been some issue with it being picked up. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, David. Yeah, what was the quote? I didn't even get to see. It was opening statements when they did that, wasn't it? I didn't watch opening statement. So this is like almost all going to be brand new for me. I mean, I understand what's going on. I just didn't get to see much of her trial, so I do like that she opened up with saying no because James we don't know if he saw those checks. They're not coming in. I do like that. I didn't see a whole lot of that kind of thing happening in the last trial, so but I did watch of it.
All right, so can I bring the jury in?
Oh, good.
Just gonna swear them in, all those things. Ready?
I'm sorry, can we one more?
Sure.
Just briefly, I'm sorry, related issue.
Okay, can you guys turn off the microphone again?
Didn't they just do this? What are they doing? Whole day of sidebars. So yeah. Hi, Mike.
All right. Can I bring the jury in?
Hi, Steve.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm gonna give them some instructions.
I don't understand why they keep showing the witness chair. Are they just gonna cycle through all the cameras all day like that? Yeah, that's. I guess I'm kind of glad I didn't get to see a whole lot of hers, so it's not so deja vu for me. Hi, Jess. Thanks. I don't want to see the members only section of this trial. Thanks. David is working. So. I mean, he did post my link in his pinned comment, so maybe I should be nice to him today. And he's letting me stream snipe him. You think he'll copyright strike me later? I know. Lucky for me, it's a public trial.
Good morning. I guess I'm going to ask you to remain standing because I'm going to swear you in. All right. Can you all raise your right hand? Members of the jury, you've been chosen to decide a criminal charge made by the state of Michigan against one of your fellow citizens. I'm going to ask you to swear to perform your duty to try the case justly and to reach a true verdict. If your religious beliefs do not permit you to take an oath, you may instead affirm to try the case justly and reach a true verdict. Here is your oath. Do each of you solemnly swear or affirm that in this action now before the court, you will justly decide the questions submitted to you, that unless you're discharged by the court and from further deliberation, you will render a true verdict, and that you will render your verdict only on the evidence introduced and in accordance with the instructions of the court, so help you God. Thank you. You may be seated. I appreciate you being on time. I do. I have to give you some initial instructions, and then you're going to hear opinions today, all right? And don't try to write down what I say because I speak way too quickly, and because you're going to get a full copy of these instructions when you go to the jury room, all right? I'm going to explain to you some of the legal principles you'll need to follow during the trial. I want to tell you the elements of the charge. The defendant is charged with 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter. The prosecutor has alleged 2 separate theories of defendant's guilt, which may be established under either or both of the two theories. The first theory of involuntary manslaughter is doing a grossly negligent act causing death. To prove this charge under the first theory, the prosecutor must prove each of the following elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, in count 1, that the defendant caused the death of Madison Baldwin. In count 2, the defendant caused the death of Tate Muir. In count 3, the defendant caused the death of Hannah St. Juliana. And in count 4, the defendant caused the death of Justin Schilling. That is, that Madison Baldwin, Tate Muir, Hannah St. Juliana, and Justin Schilling died as a result of storing a firearm and its ammunition so as to allow
You tell
access
the-
to the firearm
tell them
and
you need it.
ammunition by his minor
Break.
child. There may be more than one cause of death. It's not enough that the defendant's act made it possible for the death to occur. In order to find that the deaths of Madison Baldwin, Tate Muir, Hannah St. Juliana, and Justin Schilling were caused by the defendant, you must find beyond a reasonable doubt that the deaths were the natural or necessary result of the defendant's act. Second, in doing the act that caused Madison Baldwin, Tate Muir, Hannah St. Juliana, and Justin Schilling's death, the defendant acted in a grossly negligent manner. Gross negligence means more than carelessness. It means willfully disregarding the results to others that might follow from an act or failure to act. In order to find that the defendant was grossly negligent, we must find each of the following three things beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant knew of the danger to another. That is, he knew there was a situation that required him to take ordinary care to avoid injuring another. Second, that the defendant could have avoided injuring another by using ordinary care. Third, that the defendant failed to use ordinary care to prevent injuring another when, to a reasonable person, it must have been apparent that the result was likely to be serious injury. As previously noted, the prosecutor has alleged two separate theories of defendant's guilt. The second theory is gross negligence in failing to perform a legal duty. In the second theory, the prosecutor must prove each of the following elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant had a legal duty to Madison Baldwin, Tate Muir, Hannah St. Juliana, and Justin Schilling. The legal duty charged here is one imposed by law. In Michigan, a parent has a legal duty to exercise reasonable care to prevent their minor child from intentionally harming others or prevent the minor child from so conducting themselves in a way that creates an unreasonable risk of harm to others if the parent knows that they have the ability to control their minor child and knows of the necessity and opportunity for exercising such control. Second, that the defendant knew of the facts that gave rise to the duty. Third, that the defendant willfully neglected or refused to perform that duty, and his failure to perform it was grossly negligent to human life. Fourth, that the death of Madison Baldwin as to count 1, Tate Muir as to count 2, Hannah St. Juliana as to count 3, and Justin Schilling as to count 4 were directly caused by defendant's failure to perform this duty. That is, that Madison Baldwin, Tate Muir, Hannah St. Juliana, and Justin Schilling died as a result of defendant's failure to exercise reasonable care to control his minor child so as to prevent him from intentionally harming others or from so conducting himself so as to create an unreasonable risk of bodily harm to others, knowing that he has the ability to control his child, knowing of the necessity and opportunity to do so. There may be more than one cause of death. It is not enough that the defendant's act made it possible for the death to occur. In order to find that the deaths of Madison Baldwin, Tate Muir, Hannah St. Juliana, and Justin Schilling were caused by the defendant, you must find beyond a reasonable doubt that the deaths were the natural or necessary result of the defendant's act or failure to act. With respect to the alternate theories, it's not necessary that you all agree on which theory has been proven, as long as you all agree that the prosecutor has proved at least one of those theories beyond a reasonable doubt. A person accused of a crime is presumed to be innocent. This means that you must start with the presumption that the defendant is innocent. This presumption continues throughout the trial and entitles the defendant to a verdict of not guilty unless you're satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that he is guilty. Every crime is made up of parts called elements. I've just described some of those to you, and you'll hear them over and over again. And they'll also be in your jury instructions, the written set that you get at the end. Every crime is made up of parts called elements, and the prosecutor must prove each element of the crime beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant is not required to prove his innocence or to do anything. If you find that the prosecutor has not proven every element beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant not guilty. A reasonable doubt is a fair, honest doubt growing out of the evidence or lack of evidence. It is not merely an imaginary or possible doubt, but a doubt based on reason and common sense. A reasonable doubt is just that, a doubt that's reasonable after a careful and considered examination of the facts and circumstances of this case. I want to mention that you see cameras in the courtroom. I don't want you to be concerned about those. The video cameras and the still cameras will not be taking your picture at any time. So I want to make sure you know that. A trial follows this procedure. First, the prosecutor makes an opening statement. The prosecutor gives their theories about the case. The defendant's lawyer does not have to make an opening statement, but she may make an opening statement after the prosecutor makes theirs, or she may wait until later. These statements are not evidence. They're only meant to help you understand how each side views the case. Next, the prosecutor presents their evidence. The prosecutor may call witnesses to testify and may show you exhibits
somebody
like
said about
documents or
10
objects.
days.
The defendant's lawyer has the right to cross-examine the prosecutor's witnesses. After the prosecutor has presented all of their evidence, the defendant's attorney may also offer evidence, but does not have to. By law, the defendant does not have to prove his innocence or produce any evidence. If the defense does call any witnesses, the prosecutor has the right to cross-examine them. The prosecutor may also call witnesses
Well, go clip
to
it for
contradict
me.
the testimony of the defense witnesses. After all the evidence has been presented, the prosecutor and the defendant's lawyer will make their closing arguments. Like the opening statements, they are not evidence. They're only meant to help you understand the evidence and the way each side sees the case. You must base your verdict only on the evidence. My responsibilities as the judge in this trial are to make sure that the trial is run fairly and efficiently, to make decisions about evidence, and to instruct you about the law that applies to this case. You must take the law as I give it to you. Nothing I say is meant to reflect my own opinions about the facts of the case. As jurors, you are the ones who will decide this case. Your responsibility as jurors is to decide what the facts of the case are. This is your job and no one else's. You must think about all the evidence and all the testimony and then decide what each piece of evidence means and how important you think it is. This includes how much you believe what each of the witnesses said. What you decide about any fact in this case is final. Part of your job in deciding what the facts of this case are is to decide which witness you believe and how important you think their testimony is. You do not have to accept or reject everything a witness says. You're free to believe all, none, or part of any person's testimony. In deciding which testimony you believe, you should rely on your own common sense and everyday experience. However, in deciding whether you believe a person's testimony, you must set aside any bias or prejudice you may have based on the witness's disability, race, national origin or ethnicity, gender, gender identity or sexual orientation, or religion, age, or socioeconomic status. There's no fixed set of rules for judging whether you believe a witness, but it may help you to think about these questions. Was the witness able to see or hear clearly? How long was the witness watching or listening? Was anything else going on that might have distracted the witness? Does the witness seem to have a good memory? How does the witness look and act while testifying? Does the witness seem to be making an honest effort to tell the truth? Or does the witness seem to evade the questions or argue with the lawyers? Does the witness's age or maturity affect how you judge his or her testimony? Does the witness have any bias or prejudice or any personal interest in how this case is decided? Have there been any promises, threats, suggestions, or other influences that affect how the witness testifies? In general, does the witness have any special reason to tell the truth or any special reason to lie? All in all, how reasonable does the witness's testimony seem when you think about all of the other evidence in the case? When it's time for you to decide the case, you're only allowed to consider the evidence that was admitted in this case. Evidence includes only the sworn testimony of witnesses, the exhibits admitted into evidence, and anything else I tell you to consider as evidence. The questions the lawyers ask the witnesses are not evidence. Only the answers are evidence. You should not think that something is true just because one of the lawyers asks questions that assume or suggest that it is. I may ask some of the witnesses questions myself. Sometimes I assume if I'm confused about something, someone else on the jury might be. These questions are not meant to reflect my opinion about the evidence. If I ask questions, my only reason would be to ask about things that may not have been fully explored. If you can't hear something that is said or presented, or if you cannot see a witness or evidence, please raise your hand immediately. During the trial, the lawyers may object to certain questions or statements made by the other lawyers or witnesses. I'll rule on these objections according to the law. My rulings for or against one side or the other are not meant to reflect my opinion about the facts of the case. The lawyers and I will definitely have discussions out of your hearing. Also, while you're in the jury room, I may have to take care of other matters that have nothing to do with this case. Pay no attention to these interruptions. You must not discuss the case with anyone, including your family or friends. You must not even discuss it with the other jurors until the time comes for you to decide the case. When it's time for you to decide the case, I'll send you to the jury room for that purpose. Then you should discuss the case amongst yourselves, but only in the jury room and only when all the jurors are here. You must not talk to the defendant, the lawyers, the witnesses, or anyone who may be connected to this case. This means that you may not speak to these individuals, even if it has nothing to do with this case. You should be very cautious about speaking to people because you may inadvertently speak to someone connected to this case. This restriction is necessary to avoid even the appearance of any improper conduct on any person's part. If anyone tries to discuss the case with you or in your presence, tell them to stop. Explain that you're a juror and that you're not allowed to discuss the case. If they continue, leave. Report the incident to court staff as soon as you return to court. When the trial is over, these restrictions no longer apply. When the trial is over, you may, if you wish, discuss the case with anyone. I mentioned before that it's helpful. I guess I'm hopeful and it's helpful that you wear your badge, because that sort of alerts people in the courthouse that they shouldn't be chatting you up, okay? All right. During the trial, do not read, listen to, or watch any news reports about the case. Under the law, the evidence you must consider to decide the case must meet certain standards. For example, witnesses must swear to tell the truth. The lawyers must be able to cross-examine them. Because news reports do not have to meet these standards, they could give you incorrect or misleading information that might unfairly favor one side. So to be fair to both sides, you must follow this instructions. The restrictions I'm about to describe are meant to ensure that the parties get a fair trial. In our judicial system, it's crucial that jurors are not influenced by anything or anyone outside the courtroom. Under the law, the evidence you must consider has to meet certain standards. For example, witnesses must swear to tell the truth, and the lawyers must be able to cross-examine them. Because information obtained outside the courtroom does not have these safeguards, it could give you incorrect or misleading information that might unfairly favor one side. These restrictions start now, well, really yesterday, and continue until I discharge you from jury service. It's your duty as a juror to decide this case based solely on the evidence that you see and hear in the courtroom. You must not consider information that comes from anywhere else. This means that until you deliver your verdict, you must not read, watch, listen to, or receive any information, including opinions or commentary about the case, whether in newspapers, on television, the radio, the internet, or on social media platforms. You also must not research any aspect of the case during the trial. This means research using a cellular phone, computer, or other electronic device to search the internet, as well as research with traditional sources like dictionaries, reference manuals, newspapers, or magazines. You must not investigate the case on your own or conduct any experiments concerning the case, including investigation or experiments using the internet, cellular phones, computers, or other electronic devices. You must not visit the scene of any event in this trial. If it's necessary for you to view or visit the scene, court staff will take you there as a group under court supervision. You must not consider as evidence any personal knowledge you have of the scene. You must not share any information
jury
about
views
the case
during
meetings,
Jennifer's,
including cellular phones or social media. This means that even if you're not discussing the case with someone else, you may not post any information about the case on social media, websites, or in any other matter. If you discover that a fellow juror has violated my instructions, please report it to my court staff. You may take notes during the trial if you wish, but of course you don't have to. If you do take notes, you should be careful that it does not distract you from paying attention to all the evidence. When you go to the jury room to decide your verdict, you may use your notes to help you remember what happened in the courtroom. If you take notes, do not let anyone except the other jurors see them during deliberations. You must give them to my clerk when you leave each evening, Your notes will not be examined by anyone, and when your jury service concludes,
Good to
your
know,
notes
B.
will be
Thanks.
collected and destroyed. It is possible to replay a witness's testimony upon your request. I think I mentioned this to you yesterday.
Yikes.
However,
Didn't
you
it-
would be required to hear the entire
Did you
witness's
tear this one down?
testimony. You can't fast forward to a certain part and all yell, aha, okay? It's not fair to both sides. You would have to hear that entire witness, all right? There's more than one defendant involved in this matter. You should consider only the evidence presented in this defendant's trial. Each is entitled to have his or her case decided on the evidence and the law that applies to him or her. You can see that there are 15 of you. We have you in 2 different jury rooms just for comfort. After you've heard all the evidence in my instructions, we will draw lots to decide which of you will be dismissed to form a jury of 12. Possible penalty should not influence your decision. If you find the defendant guilty, it is my duty to fix the penalty within the limits provided by law. I'll definitely be giving you more instructions throughout the trial. After all the evidence has been presented, you will hear the lawyer's closing arguments. Following the closing arguments, I'll give you additional instructions about the rules of law to apply to this case.
mean,
You should
everybody
consider all of
already
my
knows
instructions
it's
as a
in
connected series.
everywhere.
Taken all together, they are the law you must follow. After my final instructions, you'll go to the jury room to decide on your verdict. The verdict must be unanimous. That means that every juror must agree on it, and it must reflect the individual decision of each juror. It's important for you to maintain an open mind and not make a decision about anything in the case until you go to the jury room to decide the case. You must not let bias, prejudice, or public opinion influence your decision. Each of us may have biases or perceptions about other people based on stereotypes. We may be aware of some of our biases, though we do not express them. We may not be fully aware of some of our other biases. Take the time you need to test what might be automatic or instinctive judgments and to reflect carefully about the evidence. I caution you again to avoid reaching conclusions that may have been unintentionally influenced by stereotypes. You must reach your own conclusions about this case individually, but you should do so only after listening to and considering the opinions of the other jurors who may have different backgrounds and perspectives from yours. All right, so we're going to hear openings. Prosecutor.
Well, thanks for changing that banner, David. You're super helpful.
November the 30th, 2021, James Crumbley's 15-year-old son walked out of the boys' bathroom in Oxford High School holding a 9mm handgun. James Crumbley's son walked out, he pointed, he aimed that 9mm, he fired it 32 times over the course of the next 9 minutes. He fired that weapon at teachers and students. He killed 4, wounded 7, and terrorized the entire community. James Crumbley bought that gun that his son used to kill as a gift for his son 4 days before the attack. James Crumbley failed to secure that gun in a way to prevent his son from accessing it. Autumn was 14 years old. Madison Baldwin.
Yep, it's all
She was
about your
17.
fees.
Tate Muir, he was 16. Justin Schilling, 17 years old. These are the 4 students who never made it home that day. What happened inside that school was truly a nightmare come to life, but it didn't have to. That nightmare was preventable. There are 3 people in this world who are criminally responsible for the deaths of Hannah, Madison, Tate, and Justin. The shooter who committed murder, no doubt he's responsible, but so are his parents, but not for murder. They're responsible for their gross negligence, for involuntary manslaughter, because that nightmare was preventable and it was foreseeable. The shooter's case is done. The shooter's mother, Jennifer Crumbley, her case is done. You're here to decide the level of gross negligence of James Crumbley. And you will learn throughout this trial that he was the adult out of anyone in the world in the best position to prevent these kids' deaths. You're going to learn that those kids would still be alive today had James Crumbley seized any one of the tragically small and easy opportunities given to him to prevent his son from committing murder. Any one of them. These were opportunities that were literally given to him, yet he disregarded. During this trial, you're going to hear about events from the spring of 2021 through December of 2021. November of 21 is the critical time period, especially November the 30th. But that earlier evidence is going to give you some context into the family life in the Crumbley household. It's going to give you some context to learn that the shooting didn't just happen out of the blue. The shooter didn't snap. What happened was foreseeable, especially to his father. I'm going to talk to you about some of the evidence that you're going to see through this trial. And we'll start with this. This is a 6-hour 9mm handgun. This was a firearm purchased by James Crumbley as a gift for his son on November the 26th, 2021. This is a picture taken by the shooter, found on his phone, the day that gun was brought home. This is a Instagram post from the defendant's son. The next day, November the 27th, 2021. That's after his mom took their son to the shooting range to practice with that gun. Took my new SIG out to the range today. Definitely need to get used to new sights, LOL. This is a post from Jennifer Crumbley, the shooter's mother, the defendant's wife. That same day, November the 27th of 2021. Mom and son day testing out his new Christmas present. My first time shooting a 9mm. I hit the bullseye. You're going to learn that it wasn't just those 2 extra magazines for the handgun in the plastic case that came with it when James Crumbley made that purchase. You see, he was given the tools to make that firearm safe. He was provided a cable lock. It was provided by the manufacturer, by Sig Sauer. It went to the firearm dealer who sold it to James Crumbley. It was for that gun. This is what it looked like the day the gun was purchased, November the 26th, 2021. This is what it looks like now. Still in its original packaging, still with both keys in the lock. It was never used. The decision that James Crumbley made to buy that gun as a gift for his son was made even though he knew that his son was in the midst of total and complete social isolation and had been in a downward spiral of distress that had been going on for some time. You'll see evidence that as early as spring of 2021, the shooter had expressed to his one and only friend that he had asked his father for help. He told him to suck it up. That was in April 2021. You learn that instead of receiving help or intervention of any kind, James Crumbley instead began to take his son to the shooting range, even buying himself a .22 caliber Kel-Tec semi-automatic pistol, and his son a different gun, .22 caliber 2-shot Derringer. That was June of 2021. They would go to the range together on a consistent basis over the next few months. We have evidence of a number of trips, and you'll see some of that. Some of this background is going to shed light on what happened in November of 2021. This is a pivotal month in the Crumbley home. As I said, the shooter had one and only one friend. That was no secret. James knew about that. You're going to see evidence that the shooter and this friend would communicate with each other throughout the day and throughout the night. The level of data on that text message conversation alone dwarfs everything else on the shooter's phone. You'll hear evidence that there were over 22,000 text messages in just 1 year between the shooter and his friend. Those two shared quite a bit with each other. This is the friend that the shooter confided in when he asked his father for help. That friend was taken from the shooter at the end of October.
You're good.
He didn't just move schools and go to another town. He was taken out of state without warning, without notice, and without a way to communicate. The impact on the defendant's son was severe. His entire social connection was severed, and James was there to know about it. You see, he wasn't working at that time. From November the 1st to November 9th, he didn't have a job. And when he did work before that, it was from home. When he did get a job on November the 10th, it was for DoorDash, where he could set his own schedule and decide when he did work and when he didn't work. It was also during this month of November that the defendant's son began to write in a journal. Some of that is going to be permitted to be shown to you, and Judge Matthews decides what you see and what you don't see. The portions you'll see is that the defendant's son wrote about how he was begging his parents for help, how he's begging for a more powerful 9mm handgun to commit the school shooting, and how he's able to obtain access to the murder weapon. Again, this evidence is important for you as background to what happened on November the 30th, but it also gives you a glimpse into the level of knowledge possessed by James Crumbley when he made the decision to buy that Sig Sauer 9mm handgun for his son on November the 26th. And then, just as importantly, what he decided not to do the morning of the shooting. You see, James Crumbley was afforded what might have been the easiest, the most glaring opportunity to prevent the shooting. A full 3.5 hours on November 30th before the first shot was ever fired. Because he was shown this. This is a math worksheet. These are drawings and writings from the defendant's son, November 30th, 2021. One of his teachers saw him doing this, took a picture of that, and sent it to the shooter's counselor. The counselor came down and took the shooter out of class, brought him to his office to find out what was going on. You will learn it took that counselor all of 20 minutes to decide that immediate parental intervention was required. He made that decision even though he had about a fraction of the knowledge possessed by James Crumbley. You see, this drawing, as well as an altered version created by the shooter, were both sent from that counselor to Jennifer Crumbley, who shared it immediately with James Crumbley before they arrived at the school. The severity of the situation wasn't lost on James or Jennifer Crumbley either. They expressed their concern about what they see here, the words "help me," blood everywhere, a picture drawing of a gun of a person with 2 bullet holes in blood. They expressed their concern about that drawing to themselves in Facebook messages. This is Jennifer Crumbley, she's in blue. Call now, all caps, emergency. This is November the 30th, 2021 at 9:33 in the morning. Followed simply with emergency. Then she sends her husband, James, the defendant, both the original drawing as well as the altered version of it that the shooter created. That's at 9:38 in the morning. James Crumbley's response, "My God, WTF." And then he says what he was actually doing that morning. "Vet not here. It's McElmurray's for Kira's horse. Still waiting on the vet." You see, James and Jennifer Crumbley spent quite a bit of time away from the home, tending to their horses. That's what he was doing the morning of the shooting. Jennifer Crumbley, he said he was distraught about last night. James, you talked about it this morning. You talked to him? Jennifer, can you call? Then heading to his school, I'm very concerned. That was at 10:04 in the morning. Unfortunately for everyone, they kept that private concern to themselves. They didn't share it with the school counselor. Despite what they knew, despite what they thought, James Crumbley and his wife, neither one of them, mentioned anything about the gun being purchased for him 4 days before the shooting. James Crumbley didn't say a word about how that picture of the gun that his son drew looked identical, that you will see, of the Sig Sauer 9mm.
Oh,
He didn't say anything about the prior request for help. James Crumbley didn't mention anything about the severity, the real circumstances of the shooter's friend being taken from him? They didn't just fail to inform in that meeting, no. They also failed to act. It was recommended at that meeting that James and Jennifer Crumbley get help for their son then, immediately, that day. And they were provided with a list of resources with mental health providers that would fit any budget, any insurance plan, or even no insurance at all. But they didn't. James Crumbley didn't do anything. Jennifer Crumbley didn't do anything. Neither one of them called. They didn't take him home. The reason given to the counselors that they had to work. But James didn't mention that
Thanks,
as a
Risa.
DoorDash driver, he set his own schedule. He didn't mention that he hadn't even signed in for the day for DoorDash yet. He was at the vet. Or that as a DoorDash driver, he was able to just put his son next to him in the car. It was one of the most glaringly missed opportunities. Instead of seizing that incredible opportunity that was before him, James Crumbley spent the next 2 hours driving around town making deliveries, never once bothering to stop by his house, which was just a mile away, to check on the whereabouts of the gun that his son drew. Even when he drove by the house to do so, never once. The gun that he knew was kept unsecured. That is until after the Oxford School District sent out an email blast to all district parents of an active shooter situation. You'll learn that that email reached James Crumbley about 1:10 p.m. And by pure happenstance, James Crumbley was at the exact location that parents of Oxford high school students were told to go in case of emergencies. The reunification point is the mire on Ray Road next to the high school, directly
Not
adjacent to it.
because I'm the
By
one that
pure
used to make
coincidence,
cookies.
he happened to be at the exact location where hundreds of people were scrambling to get to. But he didn't stay.
Thank you.
That's when he went home. That's when he went home to look for the gun. And that's because he knew. You will hear that there was one and only one person who called the police that day to identify their kid as a suspected shooter. It was James Crumbley. This nightmare, these murders, were preventable by him, foreseeable by him. During this trial, you're going to hear from between 15 and 20 witnesses. I do need to tell you that you won't hear from the shooter. Neither side is entitled to call him to the stand. You won't hear from Jennifer Crumbley. Again, neither side is entitled to call her to the stand. But you will hear a lot about what happened in the days, the weeks, the months before the shooting, specifically November the 26th to November the 30th. Again, those are the critical days. What happened from the 30th, from the time of the meeting to the time that first shot was fired. You're going to learn that throughout the investigation, investigators obtained information from social media accounts, from cell phone forensic analysis. They obtained banking records. They obtained GPS pings. So you're going to be able to put together a bit of a digital footprint of the Crumbley life. You're also going to learn what James and Jennifer Crumbley did after the shooting. Evidence will be presented to you to show that the defendant and his wife withdrew as much cash as they could.
Yep,
and tried to
again.
liquidate their assets. They were found hiding from the police in the city of Detroit in an art studio on December the 4th, 2021. That's after they were charged with these crimes. What you will never hear, and I want to make sure this is clear, you will never hear any allegation that James Crumbley knew what his son was going to do on November the 5th, that he bought the gun knowing what his son was going to do. If he bought a gun knowing his son was going to commit mass murder, then he'd be charged with murder. There is no claim that James Crumbley gave his son that firearm hoping he would murder 4 students. So then the question becomes, how is it that a father can be held responsible for the intentional acts of a teenage son? And the answer to that question is twofold. There's 2 reasons. First, it's important to remember that James Crumbley is not charged with murder. He's charged with involuntary manslaughter. Murder, or aiding and abetting murder, is an intentional crime. Involuntary manslaughter is rooted in negligence. It is by definition causation than an unintentional killing. Second, it's because it takes a rare and specific set of circumstances to rise the level of involuntary manslaughter when there are multiple causes of death. A rare set of circumstances. Those rare circumstances you will find present in this case. It takes gross negligence. It takes causation of death. And it takes that other person's acts to be reasonably foreseeable. Those are the three elements that must be proved. And that's what Judge Matthews is going to tell you. You will learn that the law says that in this situation, there are actually two different ways to find this defendant guilty of involuntary manslaughter. You are able to pick either because the law allows you to do so. Involuntary manslaughter is committed when someone's actions or inactions are grossly negligent, or their failure to perform their legal duty as a parent was grossly negligent. That gross negligence caused death.
Yeah, they had
And
other
not
stuff.
the cause.
Mostly
It
the
was a
purchase.
cause of death. And that's important because the judge is going to tell you that there may be more than one cause of death, such as this situation, as long as that other cause was reasonably foreseeable to him, to the defendant. Not to everyone else in the world, but to him. The father who bought the gun, the father who raised the shooter, the father who knew what was going on in his life, the father who suspected him as a school shooter, well before his name was made public, well before anyone from the police department told him it was his son.
Same everything except for
law
the jury
allows
and the
multiple
defense
people to be
attorney.
held responsible in this case. And that's going to come to you from Judge Matthews. Gross negligence is a failure to use ordinary care to avoid a known danger, even though it was apparent to a reasonable person that serious injury would result. It's the willful disregard of danger. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is why we were here. James Crumbley's willful disregard of danger and his failure to use just ordinary care, when he was the one who knew the background, he was the one that knew the origins of this drawing. Him sitting in that counselor's office, looking at this drawing, and then not only staying silent, but then his failure to act. Right there is his willful disregard of danger. Right there. You're going to hear a lot of evidence and arguments in this case. It's important that we all understand that you're not here to decide on parenting. This case isn't about parenting. It's not illegal to be a bad parent. It's not kids doing kids things. We're here to talk about a preventable mass murder. No one will ever suggest to you that every parent can or should be held responsible for everything their teenager does. That's not the law. No one will ever suggest that to you.
I want to know that too, Brandon.
But in a situation where the father was in a position to
That might have been one of the
foresee
most
what son
annoying
was
things
going
to me
do,
in
because
her
the father
trial.
armed him 4 days before and was shown a clear statement of intent of what the son was going to do. That is when that rare set of circumstances is present in the specific set of facts. James Crumbley is in charge with what his son did on November the 30th. James Crumbley is charged with what he did and what he didn't do on November the 30th. That is a very important distinction. That is what the law allows. That is what we were asking you to do. This case is not about guns. It's not about even how all guns should be stored in the home. It's not about gun laws. This case is about this gun for this kid with these issues, not secured, when shown this picture. That's what this case is about. When this kid was begging for a more deadly weapon, that's why we're here. I ask that you listen to the testimony, you review the evidence, and you follow the law. If you do that, you will undoubtedly reach a fair and just verdict. If you do that, you will find that James Crumbley was one of the 3 people in this world criminally responsible for what happened on November the 30th, 2021. And you will find him guilty as charged. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Case. Ms. Lindman, would you like to make an opening statement at this time?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Go ahead.
The events of November 30th of 2021 undeniably changed people's lives in ways that most people could never imagine. 4 children lost their lives. Families were destroyed, and a community was terrorized. But this case is not about what happened inside of Oxford High School. This case is about what happened outside of Oxford High School. The prosecution alleges that James Crumbley was aware that his son was a danger to others, and that he failed to protect other people from his son. The prosecution alleges that James Crumbley had knowledge that his son could and would hurt other people, and that he failed to protect those people, that he failed to take steps to protect others. And ladies and gentlemen, that simply is not true. You will hear evidence in this case of what occurred inside of Oxford High School. You will hear the prosecution's version of what they claim James Crumbley may have known. You will hear that a gun was purchased on November 26th of 2021 by James Crumbley. You will hear what kind of a gun it was. It was a handgun. You will hear how it was stored. You may hear where it was stored. You will hear whether or not Mr. Crumbley's son knew where that firearm was. Pay attention also to what you don't hear. Pay attention to that you won't hear that James Crumbley knew that his son knew where that firearm was. Ladies and gentlemen, James Crumbley was not aware that his son had access to that firearm. You will hear testimony that access was not allowed in James Crumbley's mind. Ladies and gentlemen, you will not hear that James Crumbley knew what his son was going to do. You will not hear that James Crumbley even suspected that his son was a danger. That math homework that the prosecution is putting up on the screen, you're going to hear about that. You're going to hear about what other people thought about that. People at the school, including James Crumbley. There's going to be probably quite a bit of discussion about that piece of math homework, ladies and gentlemen, and you're going to hear all about it. Ladies and gentlemen, James Crumbley did not know what his son was going to do. He did not know that his son could potentially harm other people. He did not know what his son was planning. He did not purchase that gun with the knowledge that his son may use it against other people. You will not hear that he did that. The prosecution told you that. The prosecution just told you you're not going to hear that. You're not going to hear that James Crumbley purchased that gun with the knowledge that his son was going to go harm other people. But what the prosecution wants you to believe, the part that's not true,
ma'am,
is that James Crumbley knew.
Lefty, does Jamie have an accent?
And knew that he had a duty to protect other people from his son. Ladies and gentlemen, that's not true. He didn't know. You're going to hear about James Crumbley's relationship with his son. There may be other witnesses who testify about that, about how James interacted with his son, including on the day when that math homework was shown. You're going to hear from other people. They're going to tell you, in their own words, what they observed about James Crumbley and his son, about what they observed about his son, about any concerns they may have had. Other people, not just James Crumbley, but other people with additional education, additional training to evaluate situations like this and evaluate individuals. You're going to hear from those people probably. And they're going to tell you in their own words what they thought about the math homework, about Mr. Crumbley's son, about Mr. Crumbley's interactions with his son. Yes, James Crumbley was a DoorDash driver. We all know that. It's been said multiple times. Ladies and gentlemen, being a DoorDash driver doesn't mean that your job is any less important to you or other people than any other job. It doesn't mean that you don't feel that you have a duty to go to work. And ladies and gentlemen, when you're not aware of an immediate, imminent danger, why would you do anything different than what you normally do? You wouldn't, because you don't have any reason to think you need to. So ladies and gentlemen, you're going to hear the evidence. You've heard a lot of questions in the last couple of days from both the prosecution and myself. You probably have an idea where each side lands on these issues. But you're going to hear the evidence. You're going to hear from people other than us. And you're going to be able to hear in their words what they thought about those days from November 26th to November 30th of 2021.
Why did they do
and
this?
Their feelings.
There's nobody on the witness stand.
Any concerns that they may or may not have had. The prosecution has asked you repeatedly to follow the law. I'm going to ask you to do the same thing. Please do follow the law. And I'm confident, we are confident, that if you do that, if you follow the law, that you will find James Crumbley not guilty. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lehman.
I like that. Short
Give
and
them a
sweet.
little break.
We had a little
And
break.
she did really
I'm
good.
going to give you a little break, so you might have to do a little bit of setup in the courtroom, and then you're going to hear the first witness, okay? So for about 10 minutes.
Listen,
All right, for the jury.
I like Swiftie as much as Valhalla, but we don't need to be doing her song lyrics in every opening statement.
My counsel, I approach briefing when the jury's out.
Oh, they're gonna go private. That's what I was wondering, because it seemed like when she was flipping papers during stuff, that's when it started showing the witness stand. So the mic must have been, yeah. That's when it started showing the witness stand during her jury instructions and whatnot when they were talking. What are they doing? He's something. Wicked sharp and very not guilty. Man, oh man. What a kick for her if he, oh, like, I would love to see him acquitted, but
We're breaking down, right, Judge?
Yeah,
that would be
I'm just
something.
trying to get rid of some paper.
Yes, make sure you're subbed up to Valhalla. He did a really good stream last night with Flux. I enjoyed it. I can't wait to clip it. You could add it yourself, sir.
Yeah, but I didn't want to jump because you didn't send me a link, so I just busted my way.
I did. I posted it on X.
Before you sent those 25 texts about a walking pad.
No, I put it in a group thing, so maybe you didn't look that up.
Probably not.
Well, I'm speaking about a specific one about molecules and things that we're made up of. That might end up being my new favorite clip.
But could we agree that Jennifer, she must be sitting in prison and thinking, you can have that kind of a lawyer too? Because
Right. We planned it, John.
yeah, it's all black Farrell. It's our boss said, if I'm not on stream, you can only wear black.
Yeah. We're in mourning because Jamie's not with us.
Yeah, I have a work meeting. Who's in chat all the time?
She has been in here the whole time while she's in her meeting. It's kind of like David is working. But it's nice of him to pop up what's going on in the courtroom for me.
Yeah. But what do you think about the opening statements? Did the state have you
Oh, it was
persuaded that?
riveting. Well, I know, and the whole time I was like, that's a load of crap. Oh, look at that. Hold
Oh,
on.
boss lady's here.
Hey, Baker.
I did have a
Baker, you can't do that.
Oh, sorry.
Hold on. That laugh is so perfect.
so ridiculous.
I worked hard on that for 10 minutes. I want to play it.
It's adorable, I will say.
Hey, Sniper, pew pew is in here.
Sniper, thank you.
Aww.
I don't have a board or anything to put you on. I can't nail you to the wall. Sorry.
Giggity.
Eventually.
Maybe I'll have to come up with a thing.
Yeah, crochet them something.
Ugh, I don't know about that. Maybe I will laser your name into something. That would be fun.
Maybe set the bar a little higher than $2 then.
Well, I just mean like do a board and laser your names onto it, because that would be fun. And I really need to get back to using my laser. I haven't touched it in months, it feels like.
You haven't touched your laser in months.
Whoops. Oh my.
I mean,
My chat called. You mean like Baker's Muffin Tops? Is that what you're
well,
talking about?
Baker's on her like intro video, so I feel like that's
Yeah, I'm on her
video,
intro
which-
video saying that she's giving me gray hair because she kept pestering me about the Faroe Islands. I think you should have.
That is my favorite one of all of the clips, Baker.
I just love that Jamie's microphone doesn't pick up her sound, but the dog's walking across the floor every time.
And the ear flap.
You're drinking water right now, so
I
that's all
already
you can
do,
hear.
Young. My humans.
No, the starfish.
No. Do you have a link, David?
Yeah, you have a link.
Well, hey, I was actually in a meeting. I was trying to half listen. So how'd it go?
I thought she did way better than the other lady did. Well, I didn't see the opening, but I did see the closing for the other lady, and I thought she did better on her opening than the other lady did on closing.
For like the little bit that I caught, the way like her presence was just a lot better than Shannon, to be honest. Did you think so?
Yes. Shannon is kind of a hold on, I'm trying to type. She's kind of ditzy.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like Shannon, had that little. I liked her, but she did. And this woman seemed more like professional.
Well, it would be funny. I thought you should have, when you were on yours, David, you should have come on mine with your phone. Then you could have been on both streams at the same time.
Yeah, he could give you a shout out over on his and say, "Oh, go watch it on Farrell's."
He did actually. He pinned
Oh.
my link. So thank you.
He's such a nice guy.
He is.
Real nice, not like
I'm
Jamie.
trying to be nice
Jamie's
to him.
But he don't like you being nice. He likes you being a little bit nasty.
Mm.
Yeah, not in that way. Keep your mind out the gutter.
Well, you said
Why
it.
are they on break though already?
Because they took
Because
a
they're
break.
done with opening statements.
Oh, usually you get right
She
into
was
it.
short and sweet, so that was pretty great, actually. Oh, Lefty, I got something for you. I'm gonna have to up the volume on that. and turn off loop.
You need to
How
get
do you
like
turn off
all
the
the liar sound clips, man.
Oh, there it is.
All right. While we have a few moments of downtime, I just wanted to pop on and talk a little bit about the defense opening. I'm going to be more focused on my notes and my reviews with the defense's case because that's really going to be the big difference. They're arguing knowledge, which is the exact same thing that Jennifer Crumbley argued. However, I feel like it was a little more consistent, a little more to the point. There was no Taylor Swift arguments. There was no stumbling through the opening statement. I don't know. We'll see if it works with this particular jury. I mean, because that's fundamentally, I think, the big issue. Did they know? Did he know? Did he have any reason to suspect? I do like that she pointed out it's not about what happened in the school. It's about what happened outside of the school. I think that's going to be important. That was a great way to say, yeah, you're going to see a bunch of videos about what actually happened. But don't focus on that. Focus on what happened outside of the school. And so hopefully the defense can
Charity
can get that through to the jury. We'll see. All right, those are my thoughts.
Now come over here. Tell us the same thing, Dave.
And hi, Farrell, Baker, and Jamie.
I know, I like that he just pops in. That's my thoughts. See you later.
Right. That's awesome. I'm not gonna lie. I was a little concerned this morning that he would just decide not to stream it because I set up the stream. Jamie, do you know how many witnesses they plan on having in this?
No.
I don't either. I would
From
imagine
what
it's
me and
gonna be
David talked
similar,
about,
like-
it's pretty cookie cutter what it was on Jennifer's, except I had heard they were going to bring in a couple victims. And I know they had one victim in Jennifer's, which was that teacher. But I had heard they were going to allow in some of the kid victims, which I didn't like. But I don't know if that's true.
Right. Well, and
But
I
it's
feel
pretty
like
much going to be the
they're
same
probably
people.
going to have more about the weapon purchase and less about the horse stuff.
I thought I heard that they weren't going to. Yeah, okay.
Oh.
Yeah, I think it's about the same thing, same people.
I don't know if I can right now because I just changed it to this from Lesco. I don't know. I haven't seen the. Maybe I'll ask Eris if she could find me the witness list.
Oh, she's going to be so busy today. So she's going to be cranky at me all day because you're her new kid in class. So she's going to be nice to you. And
Well, you know.
And everybody that's here now, don't forget it's Irish's birthday today.
Is it really?
yeah.
Yes, it really is.
Or is
It's
it
true.
like
Yes,
happy birthday,
No, no, no.
Valhalla?
No, it's actually her birthday.
Okay. Why
I'm
did
being
you tell
for
me
real.
no? Or is she saying no to singing? Because
She wasn't saying no to singing.
agreed. Okay. 100%.
Whiskey is telling you they are, plus the original owner of the Pew Pew has been added.
Okay. Yeah. But and then they probably won't have like
what I
the
thought.
horse stuff like they
Well,
had
what
during
is-
hers.
What does the original owner of the Pew Pew have anything to do with anything?
Right.
Am I
He
missing something?
stole that gun from him. They had it put away. Listen, Baker can sing for you, but Farrell will not be singing for you.
Yep. That might be a little, we have a new tradition on my channel.
Oh boy.
So it might be a little something to show up for Irish. Of course, when you're done watching Farrell, you'll get it on the replay.
No, the thing you're watching.
No, stay over here. You need the hours.
I don't know. Oh, Oh, look at that. I almost removed him, Baker. Hi,
That's all I have to-
David.
Hello, hello. How goes the stream? Is this an interesting case?
Well,
There's a
I
weird
think
guy
we already
popping
saw
up
the case.
on the stream all the time talking.
Yeah, I know. He's really annoying.
Yeah, Farrell's brother or something.
David, do you know how
I'm
long this is supposed to last?
a couple of weeks. The Jennifer's was 9 days, but the defense only had one witness, so I imagine it's going to go probably a little bit longer. We'll see, but they say 2 weeks, and that seems about consistent. Again, I imagine the state's going to be calling, the same number of witnesses, the exact same witnesses. We'll see who the first witness was, or that the state's going to call this go around. I'm going to try to see who was the first witness that they called.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see.
See if they're gonna like totally cookie cutter it.
Yeah, because I mean, they got to win. Why not, right?
Right.
And I feel like that would be a way that, that's what the state would do. Be like, yeah, well, it worked the first time. Let's just do it again. Let's see here. The first witness last time was Molly Darnell, teacher at Oxford High School. Now, they're bringing in a student this time, as opposed to, well, I mean, I don't know if they're still going to bring in the teacher. I believe this is the teacher that was shot in the arm. Let's see.
Yeah.
Why didn't they bring in any students for her trial?
Well,
I don't know.
I am irritated they bring in anybody because that has nothing to do with Jennifer or James is the victims.
Well, we gotta get
Well,
them.
that's why I like the way.
You have to get the jury in the feelings.
It's annoying.
Make
Yeah,
them
I
all
like the way the
emotional.
defense addressed that, though. It's not about what happened in the high school. It's about what happened outside the high school. I like that. So basically telling the jury to just sort of forget about and minimize any testimony you hear about that went on in the high school. Because that's really, in my opinion, that's not what is relevant. It's not at all relevant. I mean, it's relevant to the point that they have to prove a death, but everyone stipulates that there's 4 deaths.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So that's interesting. That was a good way to put it. But yeah, so the first witness was Molly Darnell, a teacher. We'll see who they call this time. But here, I made my appearance.
Thank you.
I'm going back to
I like
work
it better
now.
when he pops up on the other screen, though.
Yeah.
When you popped up this morning, I said hi to you. Like as soon as he popped up, I'm like, oh hi.
I did too because I thought he was on the stream, and I was like, oh, it's David. I was like, oh no, he's not on here. It's on his.
All right. I'll see you guys. Bye.
Bye, David. Yeah, careful at those stairs.
Did you know that one day I said something about that and he actually sent me a video of him walking down the stairs safely? They were pretty steep too. And I was like,
I want the video. I know that there's video footage of him falling out of the treehouse, and I want it.
he swears that the camera didn't get a good angle. Well,
You're not
so
wrong.
what?
Right.
Yeah, Sean. Jokey. You're right there with us. You know what to do.
So when is your trial going today, Baker?
Yeah, it's like 10:30 today.
The judge is just instructing someone if they violate something. So, hasta la vista. Thank you for having me on, even though I had to invite myself.
Why did you put it at? Oh, never mind. I'll be over there in a little bit.
I
No,
don't
you,
even
you stay here with
invite
your
you.
bestie.
You can just come on when you want to.
Giggity.
Sorry, I have it.
It's my party. I can come if I want to. Come if I. No, that's not the song.
You really should.
Well, someone has to fill out
Sorry.
a little bit.
I
You don't have
had
to cry.
toddler-
I know you're gonna miss
toddler
me, but
story.
not that much. You have Lefty here, and he's
Oh,
like a cheap
Lord.
knockoff of me.
A cheap knockoff of a baker.
Yeah, well, he lives kind of in the Midwest. That's kind of like Scandinavia, but he drinks light beer, just like Valhalla, because both of them are really big into Bud Light, and yeah, so he wants to be a Viking, but Green Bay Packers can't be Vikings. Have fun, y'all, and
Look, he's
dollars
finally
for
going back to golfing.
yeah, he should go back to streaming so we can laugh at him.
Golfing's open
You
now?
should also do that.
Hold on.
Golfing first, then streaming.
Okay, Lefty, I'll speak in a language most Americans can understand. Calmate, canal.
What?
That's relax, buddy, in Spanish. That's what they talk with where Lefty lives.
You know, I'm really starting to think you don't actually know Spanish. You're just making words up.
Hey, Mo.
That's quite possible.
I mean,
Like I did when I was
Oh.
5 and I just added an O to everything to make it sound Spanish in my 5-year-old mind.
yeah, I feel like that's
Right.
Baker all the way.
No, you ask Irish. She says it's called Hirorino and Krakow.
Yeah. Okay.
Krakow?
Ah.
You came at the right time, Mo. I was starting to derail this, and we can't have that.
Oh,
This is a
so
grown-up
I'm the
stream.
voice of reason? This is a
You're
terrible
the
idea.
grown up.
Oh,
Because
I have
I'm
my youngest, most feral, that wants to be a pain right now.
Can't we make it like a daycare where all those little feral ones you can have it like a streamer house, like all the fancy Mr. Beast types, and then
That would be fantastic. Let's look into it, Mo.
yes.
We'll send them all to Jamie's house.
Jamie loves kids.
I will put up a barbed wire fence.
Around your house to keep them in?
Keep them out. Keep all of you out. Electric fence. Shocks for everybody.
Oh.
Don't make me pull out the get off my property.
That's what I say to all the ladies, even though I do it all the time. Don't make me pull out.
Oh,
no.
nothing is
Yeah,
sacred
there you go.
anymore.
The house that electric's more efficient. Yeah, I can put a fence up, Jamie.
You don't have to put gas in an electric fence. You
I
just plug
mean,
it
I
in.
got a fence around the backyard.
Did
I
you
think
put
I
it
can
up?
manage. No, I paid for that.
You guys missed
Oh, phrasing. How long is this?
Fry FO and FA, or because he continues to want to be best friends with Loki, and I caught their fighting on camera. So it was cat dog fight this morning.
Oh, awesome. I'm gonna have to go back and watch that.
I'm like, Fry, he has the high ground. It's not gonna work.
Lefty, you were the worst. Well, if they work for the Michigan Fence Company, then sure. 'Cause I wasn't here when it happened. I just came home one day and there was a fence put up and a bill. Thank you.
What? Wait a minute. You just came home when there was a fence put up?
Yeah, they came over during the day and they put up my fence.
Oh, you
and
knew the fence
both
was
looked.
going up, though, right?
Yeah. I knew it was going up. It was planned. I just didn't have to be here.
Okay, I'm like, what? Just random.
So I don't know who the people were.
Oh, okay. She didn't want to have to see them, so she left.
Yeah. I used to have to work in the office. So I did actually have to leave my house for many years of my life. It was terrible.
That's why she doesn't leave now.
Yeah, now it's like a
She did it
sanctuary.
before.
Like, what are we talking about? I like it here. My stuff's here. I like it here.
Yeah. Why
I know.
move?
Listen,
All
I
my
have to
look,
pay
I don't
all
have
these
to wear a
bills
bra
to
in my
have this
house.
place. I want to be here.
Exactly. How much I pay every month? Keep this place running?
Right. That is interesting sales technique. That's what I thought she was saying when she said she just came home and there was a fence there.
Like, no, you already have the fence. You have to pay for it. But I thought you were gonna build the wall somewhere else, not in my house. Trump's like, it was the greatest wall. I built a wall. It was in Jamie's house. It's the greatest wall. I can't do a Trump, but I can do his hands because I love the
Oh my God, that
accordion.
hurts. That was
Oh.
good. Yeah.
Let me be clear. Everyone loves Jamie's wall.
Oh my goodness gracious.
I'm not pulling that up, Squab Bob.
Yeah, the art
Yeah,
of reading
yeah,
things
that's what
before I put them up. Because that's something I've had to
Jamie
learn.
probably.
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome, Whiskey. Everybody should have a dose of Jamie laugh in their life.
Interesting sales technique. Build a random fence and build a house.
At this point,
Oh
I'd just be happy if there was one of those machines that did all the laundry and folded it and hung it up for you. Like,
yeah.
Right?
Actually, I just want a rosy robot. You know? I do.
Oh my God.
Well, come on and take yours off then. I don't know what to tell you.
Oh, no, that is my exclusive OnlyFans bit. See, I charge every $25 so they don't have to see what 6 children in Gravity and Retained Ike and Ike's and Comfort Eating has done to boobs. So for $25, you don't have to get scarred, and you can watch all those e-thought girls over there.
Right?
Just pay me my
It's going to be
$25 and you'll never
$25 to
get
keep my shirt on.
Yeah.
Right.
It's a
Sounds like a good plan.
it is a novel idea, but I'm willing to exploit it.
Mine just full Baker, so I just put Baker on my OnlyFans. The ladies love it.
Baker's feet.
Yeah,
Hey, you have his
Baker's
feet,
foot.
so.
Yeah, because he always shows us that he's walking around barefooted.
Yeah.
Oh,
And then
well.
when we go to Dollywood, I'm gonna put some gym content on there, Baker.
We'll find out he doesn't really lift heavy weights.
Oh,
His little baby dumbbells. Don't film me, Farrell. No one's supposed to know.
Oh, look at
Your
that.
Honor, calling People versus James Crumbley, case number 22279-989 FH.
Thank you. Good morning, Marquise, on behalf of People.
Are they using
McDonald.
my internet setup?
Good morning, Your Honor. Marielle Lehman on behalf of James Crumbley, who is standing to my left.
Ready for the jury?
We are, Your Honor.
This is gonna be a tough day. I gotta watch both. Okay, I'm gonna go pop over with Baker.
Okay. Thanks,
I'll
Jamie.
be around. You got Mo
Okay.
now, so I feel better.
Yeah.
Yes. We
Right.
will just snipe from MLS, Mexican Washoe. I mean,
All right. I will see you.
are they
I'll probably
using
be back.
dial-up from AOL, like the little
They
AOL
are. They got the
CD,
CD.
and they're like, do 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 do, and then the.
He has to go see Baker. He will be sad.
Yeah. We share custody of Jamie. It's in all of our contracts. We share custody.
Yeah. David gave
I'm
up custody, so I took it.
I approve this ad.
I got something in my freaking eye.
All right, to the jury.
You may be seated. Prosecutor, who's the first witness?
That was a long break.
Molly Darnell, Your Honor. May I get her in the hall? Sure.
I just, well, they have like 15 jurors, so it probably takes a minute to go potty and stuff.
Could you
place your bet.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, so help you God? Could you step up and have a seat?
I can't remember what Baker said not Baker, David said the last person witness was.
And would you state your name for the record and spell your first and last name?
know.
Molly Darnell, MOLLY DARNELL.
May I proceed? Good morning. May I call you Molly? Okay. And Molly, I know you testified a couple times. So, keep your voice up. And if you
Is this
want me to
is
slow
the
down,
same one,
you
isn't
don't
it?
understand the
That
question,
David
just let
said
me
was
know.
the first one in the last.
Can you tell the jury
trial?
what you do for a living?
I'm an educator.
Okay. And where are you employed?
I'm employed at Oxford Community Schools. I've been there since the fall of '98.
So that would be your whole teaching career?
That's correct.
Okay. What is your role now?
My role now is I am a virtual teacher with Oxford Virtual Academy. I'm a mentor teacher for middle schoolers.
All right. So do you go to the high school now?
I do not.
All right. Can you tell the jury what your role was and which building you worked at on November 30th of 2021?
On November of 2021, I was the International Baccalaureate Coordinator for the Middle Years Program, which was a 610 program, as well as the English Language Arts coach, which was a 612 position.
Okay, so you didn't have, did you have instructional contact with students, or was it more teachers?
No, I worked with teachers, predominantly the English Language Arts department, but I worked with many other teachers throughout the 612 curriculum. It was like it's a coaching job. So instructional curriculum, that type of what's happening in the classroom. At that point in time.
When was the last time you had a traditional teaching schedule?
A traditional teaching schedule, might have been 2015. I'd have to really go back and look at my resume to know that.
Okay.
But in the fall of 2020, I did have a classroom. We went back face to face, and so we pulled all of our instructional coaches out to teach a few hours of the day so that we could spread students throughout the building and get students back instructionally.
Okay, so after COVID, the coaching faculty
We moved back into
started to take more teaching assignments so that you could spread kids out. Do I have it right?
Correct.
Okay. On November of 2021, were there kids in the school that you knew? And if so, how did you have contact with them?
There were kids that I knew from the class that I had the previous year. There might have been, having been in the district for a long time, there were a lot of teachers who had children that were in that building. So I knew a lot of them too.
Okay. I'm glad you brought that up. Does Oxford have a lot of faculty who send their children to the district?
Yeah, I would say many of our faculty send their students through Oxford schools, yes.
Okay. And the kids that you knew in that building that day, did you also know them from middle school or you just knew them?
Yeah, just knew them from knowing their parents, and or if I had them in class the year before. But there might have been a kid in passing that I met here or there, but for the most part on that year, I had no contact with students other than, if like a kid wanted to stop in and see me, or if we met in the hallway, or.
Okay, but did you have a traditional classroom on?
I did not. I shared an office. It was like a half classroom.
So was the classroom turned into two offices or an office?
Correct. It was a classroom turned into two offices. It was in one of the instructional halls, the math science instructional hall. And I shared it with two other coaches in the district.
Okay. You're the first witness. So the jury's not seen a map of the school.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to put that up in a minute. Okay. It's already been admitted. There's no objection to that.
Carol.
But before I do, can you just generally describe how the school is laid out?
Video
it's a fairly new building,
again
correct?
this trial.
Fairly new. The building, the main part of the building was opened, I think, in the fall of '98. The year
We
that I
haven't done
started,
anything but opening
with
schools.
Oxford schools, and then I think it was the fall of '04 that we started. That it became the high school.
It does.
So it's a fairly new building. There is like one main hallway that kind of runs up the center, and it hugs into the courtyard. It almost reminds me, like if you opened it in a map, you would see it almost mirrors itself in many ways, especially the area that I was in.
Okay, and your hallway were the hallways organized by subject matter?
Yes, we had like our foreign language hallway, our English language arts hallway, we had our math section, social studies, and then science wrapped around the side. Our electives were on the outskirts of the high school.
And how did the students and the faculty refer to bathrooms and exits? How did they describe them from one to the other?
It might have been like the exit by the staff parking lot. That's how I knew them.
Okay.
I know that there are numbers on all the doors. Numbers are not my thing.
It's your English. Where is this? Is there a senior
there is
ledger area at Oxford?
Yes. So right up that main corridor, which is like I said, if you folded it, there's like this one main hallway. Right in the center of the building is considered the senior window, and that is right in front of our courtyard, one of our courtyards.
And the hallways, the subject matter, did you typically find upperclassmen, lowerclassmen, or it was all mixed in all throughout the building?
Well, many of the seniors did hang out in that area, or kids throughout the building. There was no area specific for like freshmen, sophomores.
Okay. All right, I'm going to show you now and the jury what's been admitted and marked as People's Exhibit 9.
Can I have this?
Yes, it should. It usually takes 6 minutes.
That goes on last. It'll take a second.
You see it?
Yeah.
Can you tell the jury what we're looking at?
This is a map of the high school. And so you see where it says media center in the middle and then court right below it. Well, we were talking about that senior window.
Right there?
Correct. So that senior window is just south of court. Like that's the senior window, that window that is on the south end of court. No, go back. Yeah, right on like the south end of court. Sorry, south.
Okay.
Maybe I'm directionally challenged.
I think
I'm sorry. I'm going to want to go north.
Okay, so what
this would be east.
What was the number for your classroom?
My number is 222.
Okay, and we'll, right there?
Correct.
Okay. And then what's in the middle area right there to,
Actually, sorry, I'm not 222, I'm 224.
okay,
I was right next door to 222.
do you see 224?
You can't see the number, but you can see between 226 and 222.
222.
Yeah,
Okay.
there's a bunch of names written in that. That was all the coaches,
All right.
myself, and the other
And
coaches.
to the left of that, what is that area?
The other room on the other side.
That, yeah, done. What is this area? What's in there?
That area on the lower end is the science labs.
This will
on
give me
upper
the
end,
entire
there's you see a
testimony.
bathroom to the right, a student bathroom.
Doing the same.
I'm like, look, if you go by the
And,
broken bathroom and then
the
into
senior
the
area is up.
classroom
It's up
in the middle.
next to
Yeah,
the
it's right
smelly
there.
teacher.
Okay. Yep. All right. So I want to draw your attention to around 12:50 on November 30th,
I had to do that last
2021.
night, and I got asked what
Do you remember
time
that day?
needed to
I
be
do.
on.
Okay. Did you have any kind of teaching assignment on that day?
I did not have a teaching assignment on that day. It was a Tuesday after Thanksgiving.
Okay. Can you tell the jury about the Oxford lunchtime schedule? Because it's a little confusing.
We run a 7-period rotating schedule, which means that kids meet for 6 class periods a day. The lunches have a split hour, so they have an A, B, and a C lunch. If they're A lunch, they go to their class the second half. If they're a B lunch, they go to class, have lunch, go back to class. And if there's a C lunch, they go to class, then they go to lunch.
Okay, and about how many minutes is passing time generally?
I want to say it was 8 minutes.
And what did you typically do during passing time?
During passing time, I might have gone out in the hall and chatted with a colleague or two, checked in on something. That is also a time it's like the time that teachers need to get things done. So there might be a quick interaction. I might, see a kid in the hallway passing by.
One of the teachers.
Pretty often, like it was just standing guard outside my room or standing outside my room.
Okay. At around 12:50
There you go.
that day, do you remember what you were doing?
Yeah, a student that I had in the fall of 2020 wanted to chat, and so she came in and we chatted for a few minutes, and then she left.
Do your as a general rule, do you keep your door open or closed?
Open.
All right. And your classroom, as we see in the map, was smaller. What was the layout of the classroom? Were there traditional student desks in there, or can you explain to the jury what the classroom was?
If you walked in straight ahead, you would have seen my desk. To the left of that, you would have seen one of my colleagues' desks, and then just on the wall, like closest to the hallway, there was another coach's desk.
What is at the back of the classroom when you go in the front? The wall you're facing, what is that?
There's a large window that leads out to the courtyard.
Okay. Once the student left, what did you do?
There was a few minutes left during passing, and so I walked around to my desk and opened up my laptop.
All right, and we're going to see
check some emails.
Okay, and are you facing the door, or
I'm facing the door? Correct.
All right, and what happened next, Molly?
I'm sitting on my laptop, reading through an email. The door's open, and I notice a group of kids running by. It was a movement that I had never really seen before. They were moving, like there was a hyperness to the voices. And it was almost like they were pushing forward, like trying to move as fast as possible.
And that seemed unusual to you?
It was very unusual to me, yes.
Okay, why was it unusual?
I have never seen a group of students move like that before.
Because of their speed or the way that they're...
I think it was all of it. There was a speed to it, the tone of voice. There wasn't any like, you know, my first instinct was that it was a fight, but a fight, because it was the only thing that, you know, was the closest to what students would be moving quickly or swiftly to, especially in that large group of kids.
Did you stay seated or did you get up?
I got up. I exited the classroom or the office and moved about
in the hallway?
Into the hallway. I moved into the hallway to see like, well, what's going on?
Okay, if you look at the map, which direction did you turn? Did you turn towards door
turned
4?
Towards door 4.
Okay.
So I turned towards door 4.
What did you see in the hallway?
I see, so the hallway kind of bends. So I come out of my office and I'm closer to that 221, but not fully there, right? I'm closer to 221 and I'm looking and I can see all these kids rushing out of door 4, which didn't make sense to me because again, I'd never seen this happen.
That's what you saw. Did you,
I think the defense
did you hear anything at that point?
It was silent. There was no noise.
Was that unusual?
Absolutely unusual.
Okay.
At that time, yes, absolutely.
And what did you do next?
I moved back into my classroom, trying to understand what's happening. And I walk back into the classroom and I'm thinking, okay, could there be a prank? I doubt there would be, you know, and so it's probably 10 seconds, if 10 seconds. And I hear 3 things really close together.
Okay. What did those 3 things sound like?
One was an announcement, the bells chiming in an announcement of our principal coming over the PA and saying, we're headed into moving into lockdown. This is not a drill.
Okay, when you, as a faculty member for this many years, what is lockdown? What have you been trained to know about that? What does that mean?
So we're trained in the Alice protocol, which means we have to use our senses to figure out what's happening. But with all of those students and with what I was hearing, the 2 additional things that I was hearing was like a loud pop, 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 and then multiple doors slamming. I moved to shut my door and lock myself in.
I want to stop for a minute. What is your experience with firearms up until this point?
Up until this point, my experience with firearms is limited. I have, however, shot a weapon, and I have in my life shot a weapon.
Okay. Have you been to a range before? Is this a hobby that you have?
It is not a hobby. I have been to a range.
Okay. When you heard the pop, 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 what did you think?
I thought in my head I could have mistaken them for lockers slamming easily. They did not sound like gunshots to me, but I'm not really, I've been to a range once. I've not, I don't really know what a gun sounds like.
Okay, so what you said, the 3 things: the announcement,
the pop, pop, pop of a weapon that I now know, and doors slamming.
Okay, and what did you do?
I moved to shut my classroom door because when I had come back in, I had not shut it. So I shut that classroom door, and we have a night lock next to all the doors.
Can you tell the jury what a night lock is?
A night lock is a device that slides into the door.
Where do you slide it?
You slide it in the bottom of the door, and it keeps the door. So on my office and all of the rooms in the building have glass partitions on the side. So if someone were to shoot out that and try to get in, it would keep that door from being opened.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been admitted as Exhibit 10. Molly, what is that?
That's the office that I had.
Okay, so that's your door open.
Yep.
All right. And where is your? This is not a pic. Is this a picture that adequately reflects the normal?
No.
Like, okay.
This was.
We're going to get to why that's like that, but where is the desk that you were sitting at?
Straight ahead, there's that tall lamp. My desk was the other way.
The other way. Yeah, right there. Okay. So you said you approached the door, you shut it?
I did. I shut it.
And then where was the night lock?
It is in this photograph. You can see that bag that's mounted to the wall. It was, yep, that's a blood bag that we keep in all the classrooms. And then, or like a medical bag or whatever. And then just in front of that, you can't even see it. It's so close to the door.
Okay.
Was the night lock.
Okay. And I think I might have interrupted you. What is significant about the night lock and why is it used in a lockdown?
It's a measure, it's an additional measure of barricading yourself into a room if need be.
Can you open the door if the night lock is installed?
You cannot.
What about if you had a key to the door?
It wouldn't matter. You cannot open it. It's like, it keeps that door from being opened. You would have to remove that metal frame in order to get that door up.
Okay, and how do you, so the person from the inside has to disengage the night lock? Is that,
Yes.
is I have it right?
Yes.
Okay, so, you close the door and you get the night lock, and then what happens? Did you see anything in the hallway as you approached your door?
No, I didn't. I shut the door. I can hear that door shutting. It's completely silent. And I grab the night lock. And I look down at it because depending on which way your door opens, depends on how it goes into the door. And I see in my peripheral vision some movement. And so I look up, and in that moment, I see someone wearing dark, baggy clothes.
And are you seeing him through that window right there?
Yes.
Okay.
Through.
You describe the person.
The individual is wearing a hoodie, baggy clothes, a mask, and there was a skull cap on, or like a.
So were any parts of this individual's face visible?
I did not see any. I mean, only his eyes, and he was wearing glasses.
Okay. Had you ever seen this person before?
No.
All right. And when you looked through the door, where was this person? How was he facing? Was he facing you? Was he to the side?
At the moment that I locked eyes with him, we were standing square to one another.
Okay. Tell the jury about locking eyes with him and what you saw.
So I lock eyes with this person, and I see some movement coming from the side of him, and I realize that he's raising a gun to me. I remember thinking in my head, there's no orange tip on that gun.
What does that mean?
I had heard somewhere in my past that BB guns have an orange tip. And my body reacted, and I jumped
You're
to the
motioning,
side.
you're
Yes.
motioning that you jump to the
I
right.
jumped to the right, so I'm jumping this way in the room.
And at this point, the door is closed.
The door is closed, yes.
Is there a window on the other side of this door or just what we
No,
see?
Just
Okay.
what you see.
All right, you jump to the right and then what
I
happens?
jump, I'm turning and I'm jumping to the right, and then I feel my shoulder move back. It feels like I've been stung by hot water.
Okay, you're pointing to something. What-
Yeah,
can
on
you
my arm.
On your left arm.
Yes.
Okay.
At
this point, did you manage to get the night lock in already?
No, the night lock's in my hand.
So he could have just opened the door.
The door was locked.
Okay.
Like the lock was
Okay.
on it, right? I look behind me and I see, you can see the bullet hole in the glass leading out to the courtyard. And in my head, I remember thinking a BB gun can't do that. The instinct in my body was that I had to barricade this door. But I'm afraid to go back to the door to put the night lock in.
Okay, I'm sorry, Ma, I have to stop you for a second. After you locked eyes and you see a gun, do you hear anything?
Nothing.
Okay.
Oh, well, sorry.
That's okay.
It's totally silent in the hallway, but I do hear 3 loud pops. You could feel the force like coming, like the way the door hit. It was very forceful, but the sound did not match the force.
What do you mean by that?
It was like higher pitched than the power of what was happening through that door.
When you jumped to the side, you said then you looked and saw the bullet hole, and then what did you do next?
There was a filing cabinet over on this side of the door against the wall, and so it's like a longer one. And so I grab it and I'm trying to move it, and I'm realizing I can't move it. But I know I have to get back and barricade that door.
Okay. You were shot that day.
I was.
Okay. And can you tell the jury and show the jury where you were shot?
Yeah. I'm gonna remove this.
That's
okay.
You can step down if you want to. It's up to you.
So you can see it's kind of like on the back side of the arm. It's not straightforward. Like you can't see the scar when I'm standing straight forward. So he caught me when I'm jumping on this side. He catches me.
And there's an
entrance and an exit wound, and the line in the middle is where the bullet cauterized my flesh.
Okay. When you were trying to
Carol, can we pause it for a
move the
minute?
filing cabinet, at this point,
Why? Why, for God's sake, make this woman and a student have to go through this again when you are charging him for basically buying the weapon? I mean, this is not only is she up there
emotional.
narrating because
Yeah.
she's not even asking questions, but and I'm not trying to dog on the teacher because this teacher is having to relive something over and over again.
Right.
What is this, the 3rd trial that she's had to come up and show these, battle
'Cause did
scars
she
off
talk?
to?
Yeah, I don't know. Was she Ethan's? I didn't watch any of Ethan's hearing
I didn't
stuff
watch
or
any of
his sentencing.
Ethan's. I was so disgusted with the way that the Nicholas Cruz thing went and how their defense behaved and just his general demeanor that I could not deal with. Ethan seemed like he might be another Nicholas, and I was just not in the mood for that. But we've gotten the
Right.
person. We've gotten the person who did that. I don't get this continued
Right.
prosecution.
None of this is relevant. They could bring in the ME to prove that people are not alive anymore.
Well,
And that's
yeah,
all
and I mean, parenting doesn't come with an instruction book. I understand that these parents made some missteps. It sounds like they had a
Right.
lot of turmoil going on.
But nobody saw this coming, including every one of the
Nobody,
educators
including
in
the
that building.
counselor. And I'm
Yeah.
hoping that this defense attorney pounds on
Figures
that.
that out.
Pounds on that.
Yep.
You know, it's she's this is this is what I hate about politician
Right.
uh
'Cause that's all it is.
DAs.
Replace the pew pew with any other thing that can unalive a human, and you don't have it. There's no case.
Yeah, and that's the problem. I know the state wants this. I know this is how they won the Crumbley case also with her horrific answers, like, they maybe could have practiced those ones.
Yeah.
But regardless of if you liked or didn't like the closing statement that Jennifer Crumbley's lawyer did,
Right.
it is easy to not see signs of things in kids and not
Right.
know whether this is normal
Everybody's
teenage
stuff.
behavior or, an emo phase or what it is.
It's all hindsight. Every bit of is hindsight. Nobody saw it coming, so down there. All right, I'm gonna play it so we don't get too far
Oh, yeah,
behind.
sorry. I was
You're
just
all right. There's gonna be
I
more
really
breaks, so
don't
we can
it's
fast forward
so
and then
gross.
it is gross. And that's it. They like her because she's a pretty lady who had a traumatic thing happen to her, so she's emotional over it. And she gets to be emotional over it. It's the state that
Yeah,
shouldn't be dragging her in
absolutely.
front of people.
Did you, I'm okay. Did you know you were shot?
I did not know.
Okay. Were you feeling anything physically?
No. There was nothing physical. I was so focused on, I have to barricade this door. And when I realized I couldn't move that filing cabinet, I still had the nightlock in my hand. And so I got down on my hands and knees and I crawled the length of the door and I dropped the nightlock in. And it made that like ting sound when it hit the ground.
I thought when they stipulated it was supposed to be.
And then I went.
Whose trial was that? When they read the stipulation agreement, it says in it that both parties agree that this is fact, and you're supposed to accept it as fact, and there won't be any more proof of that.
I don't think the state would have gone with it. I think that, like Lesko is saying, that the defense
Right, they
offered
want
to
to braid it,
stipulate.
but if there's a, yeah, maybe they didn't agree to it or something then.
Probably. I mean, that's what they
'Cause they want
have.
to braid it. Gross.
Tell me about why do you say that it made a sound? Was that significant to you?
Oh, you're right. It was.
The only thing that I have to go on right now is what's happening in my space and what are my senses telling me. It just sticks.
Was there anything, could you see, smell, or hear anything else outside of your door?
There was a smell of a cat, like a cat gun might have smelled like. But I'm not going back towards the window, right? I'm just dropping that in. And then I grab the rolling cart, which is also against that back wall, and I push it, and that's what you see in front of the door.
So that piece of furniture is a rolling cart?
Yes.
Okay, and you could move that?
Yeah, it was really easy to move. It was just a push.
Okay. At this point, did you know you were shot?
No.
Okay, what happens next?
I'm concerned that he's gonna come back around to those windows. So I know that I need to hide in that room.
When you say those windows, the front ones or the back ones?
The back ones.
Okay.
In the back. So I've barricaded the door. I'm trying to make myself invisible in that space. So I go back to that large filing cabinet. I move it just enough so that I can crawl behind it.
We can't see that here because it's to the left. So would you be able to see, would somebody looking in the window next to the door be able to see you?
No, the cabinet was quite large and it was wide. They would not have been able to see me behind that cabinet.
Okay. At this point, did you realize you had been shot?
I knew I could start to feel blood rolling down my arm. And I
Try this one back.
I don't think I was admitting that I was shot, right? It's not some, it was so far out of what I knew to be what happened. And so I just knew that if I was bleeding, I had to put a tourniquet on. But I can't get back to that bag that has medical supplies in it. So I removed my cardigan that I was wearing that day. And I used one of the sleeves to tie around my arm, put part of it in my mouth and the other part in my hand, and I just tightened it around my upper arm.
Are you feeling any pain at this point?
No.
Okay. The person that you saw raise the gun and shoot at you, did you, looking back then now, what was your impression of his use of the firearm, if anything?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to that question. She's already testified she's not very familiar with firearms. I think that she would be speculating about his use at this point.
Your Honor, I do want to acknowledge she's testified twice before, so I do know, I'm trying to, this is difficult. Even though it's her third time, it's very hard for her. And so I'm trying to get her to answer my questions.
We'll describe what you noticed about him.
His feet were about hip distance apart. His shoulders were square. And he raised that gun right up. It was probably a second from the moment that I locked eyes with him.
Okay, just for the record, you're raising your arm at shoulder level. Was it two arms or one?
I don't know. I just remember seeing the one arm and my body instinctually moved.
Okay. So after you tied the tourniquet, what did you do? Were you hearing any announcements? Did you have a phone with you? Did you have a way of communicating with anyone?
I had my cell phone. The thing that I know to do is to barricade and listen. So I'm trying to figure out what to do next. I know that if we're in lockdown, 911's been called. There's a phone on that desk, but if I reach for him, he's there, he'll see me. And then I'm worried about what's happening in the front office. So I don't want to call up there. And I text my husband, I love you, active shooter. Within a few...
Did you let anyone know that you had been shot?
No, not at that point. Within a few minutes, I received a text message from my daughter, who went to school in a neighboring district. Through social media, she had heard that there was an active shooter at Oxford High School. She said, "Mom, are you okay?" And I said,
relevant.
"I'm sheltered in place.
Yeah, this is
I'm
all
safe.
emotional. Please
And I love you."
object. But you look like a schmuck if you.
Yeah, you do.
And I'm just listening to what's happening outside, trying to distinguish what's my next move.
What are you hearing?
Absolute silence. I'm hearing nothing.
Were there any announcements?
There was another announcement that came on at one point, and it was to remain in lockdown. There's a hallway text thread that we have. That there's no one texting on that. But
you mean the teachers in
yes,
that hallway have a group text?
Yes.
Okay.
No one's texting on that. But in the other part of the building, my language arts team says, I'm hearing there's an active shooter. And I said, I saw one.
Do you say, and I've been shot?
I did not say that I was shot.
Okay, is there a reason you're not telling anybody that you've been shot? Is that because you didn't want to really understand it, or?
I think that there's definitely a part of me that was in denial about what was happening in that moment. I also think that what I know is that building has to be secured to save the most amount of lives. And telling anyone that I'm shot when I'm not, when I do not need help, is not beneficial.
So you didn't want anyone to help you?
I did not need emergency medical attention at that moment.
You triaged yourself. Come on.
Or at least that's what I felt.
Okay.
It's not relevant. None of this is relevant.
How long do you think you were in that classroom behind that cabinet?
I'm in there for about, I would say, 20 minutes. And I'm sitting on my bum. And at one point I hear footsteps in the hallway because my back's facing that hallway. And I think they're starting to evacuate those rooms. That was the decision. That was the moment I decided to text the teacher next door to me. She's in room 222. And I just said, no one knows right now, but I've been, I think I used the word hit. I've been hit in the arm. And then I did say, I hope there's no one else. She then alerted. I believe she called 911, and there was another teacher in the room with her, and he alerted the front office.
So at some point, did somebody come to try to help you?
It was pretty quickly after I sent a text message to them that Kurt News, who was our assistant principal at the time, that he shows up at my door knocking, like, Molly, are you in there? And from behind that filing cabinet, I said, yes. Kurt was, I've known Kurt since I started in Oxford, but I didn't trust that was Kurt in that moment.
So you didn't want to open the door?
I did not want to open the door. It felt safer to stay in there. And then a few seconds after, there's police officers at the door, and they're like, are you injured? And I said yes. And so they asked me to, I think I said, do you want me to, I kind of like crawled out from behind, and I was like, do you want me to take the night lock out? And they said yes. Do you want me to open the door? And they said yes. And I'm still on my hands and knees at this point. And they reach up for the handle. And that door swings open, and they grab me from under my arms. And they pull me up and out of the classroom. And I can see Kurt standing on the lockers, like against the lockers.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been admitted as Exhibit 11. What is that, Molly?
That's them at my door. And that's them walking me out. You can see that there were multiple police that were around that door when they pulled me out. And then the two escort me out door 4. We get outside of door 4, and the one says, I'm going to put a real tourniquet on you now. It might hurt a bit. And then
is that what's happening right through the window? You can see in the
yes.
video. Okay.
And then they said, we're going to call and see if there's an ambulance available for you. We need to know if someone needs it more than you.
Okay. When you came out, we see somebody there, an officer with a a weapon. Were there anybody else? Was there anybody else in the hallway? Were there any students?
There was no one in the hallway. It was completely silent with the exception of a walkie or two that was going on.
And what information did you have at that point about the shooter? Or did you know if somebody, if they're still in the building? Did you know if there were victims? What did you know?
I have no idea about anything, but when he says, we're going to see if there was someone else, I think it was the moment that I knew that there was someone else.
When you got outside, what did you see or hear?
There's a helicopter flying above the building. There's a couple snowbanks.
Did you see any students?
There were a smattering of people throughout the parking lot. I honestly couldn't tell you if they were students or parents.
Okay. Eventually, did you get into an ambulance?
I did.
And where were you?
Good night,
taken?
I
Maddie.
was taken to Lapeer hospital, the hospital here.
Okay. And what happened when you got there?
We get to Lapeer and I asked to walk in. I felt like if I could walk, I wanted to walk. And so they supported me to walk me into the hospital. And as I'm walking in, the hallways are lined with doctors and nurses. Like they were prepared for a disaster.
Okay. What did you learn about your injury that day?
It was through and through. It was clean. They ended up doing a chest x-ray on me in the hospital to make sure that no debris from the bullet came in. And that was probably the first moment that I cried because I felt like I had made a mistake in the classroom and that I had actually put my life in danger. I didn't know if I was hit somewhere else.
What do you mean you thought you made a mistake?
I didn't know if I was hit somewhere else. I couldn't understand why they were doing a chest x-ray on me.
Okay. Were you released that day?
I was. My husband came up to the hospital to come get me.
Yeah,
we went home
there's
that night.
a screech sound.
At some point, were you informed or shown where those shots landed?
Yeah. He was aiming to kill me. Those shots were intended.
Okay. I want to back up. When did you learn where those shots landed, other than you knew it hit your arm?
My husband was my nurse at home, taking care, cleaning my wound. And at some point when, I'm holding it out, I realized that's a heart level. And he was aiming.
Okay. How many inches is it from your heart, Molly?
I would say about 6.
Okay. At some point, were you shown the picture of your door that depicted? Okay.
Yeah.
Do you remember when that was?
Yeah. I saw that photo in your office.
Okay. When you came in months ago to talk about the testimony. All right, Molly. I'm showing you what's been in as Exhibit 12. Is that the classroom? Your classroom door?
It is.
Okay. And the pink rods, do you know what those indicate?
The bullets that came to the door.
Okay, and when you saw that in my office, what did you say?
He was aiming to kill me. That's a shot to the head and to the chest.
Nothing further.
Molly, can I ask you to tell the jury what Alice is?
Oh, thank you. Alice is a protocol that we follow. If I could remember the entire acronym, I would tell you, but it's like we have to listen and make alert. We have to make a decision. Are we going to lock down in place? Are we going to flee the scene? Or are we going to have to go on the attack? That like someone would come in the room. So it's just kind of dependent upon the situation and what decision we choose to make in a situation like that.
Thank you. Cross, Ms. Lehman?
Nothing wrong. You should be excused, Your Honor.
Yes, you can step down when you're excused.
Probably the only thing you could do with this witness. I
All
mean,
of the exhibits that we spoke about earlier today.
Right.
Okay.
Like, what are you going to ask her? Why do you have so many more details
we have
today
a little,
than Jen's
setup
trial?
here. We
well,
are
did
a
she at the
Advent
last
Central
trial
movie.
do the one in
There are
the,
certain things
or
that need
two
to
in
be
the
set up
chest,
for
one
your
in the
view.
head?
So we're going to take another break. Okay.
I
All rise
didn't
for the
watch
jury.
hardly any testimony. There's a lot of people in chat that did, though.
And I have my phone going too, so you should be getting all the hours.
Awesome. Thank you. I have mine going as well. Oh my. Eris, the cookie cutter case for the state. They're just gonna redo everything they did for Jennifer's trial. It worked first time. Might as well do it again.
Now what's happening? Is the judge in charge of her own tech? Is this what's happening?
Yeah, I think she controls the cameras and stuff. I mean, we'll have you.
Oh, absolutely.
I kind of want. I'm gonna have to go back and watch David's stream on his stream
Yeah.
so I can see what happened in chat. You better
I
not
know.
turn off the live chat replay. Yeah, he fired me too. Oh my.
Ooh.
Somebody's gonna
Now
have
I
to
want
give
to
me a
just snipe
recap
his
later.
chat.
Oh yeah, I can actually. Let's see.
Oh, I
Probably kind of
believe
hard to see on.
the U name that I cannot pronounce, I believe he was all in the bag for Jennifer being totally guilty, all the
Okay.
guilties. And if you said anything about the reasonableness of parenting and possibly he was like, "Oh, so you want," he did the thing where it's like, "Oh, so then you obviously are okay with children being unalived." And he, at least to my recollection, that person was the one that just would you could not have a reasonable
Oh, I can
conversation.
pop it out, huh? Um, Here we go. Oh, that won't work because never mind. That won't work because I'm sharing that tab. Red.
Y'all, they had to take a break and she had to unplug the modem, restart it, wait for 10 seconds, that thing.
I tried to pull up chat over there. That won't work. You get it, Erin. Go be a mean girl. Well, you're always right, so.
True.
I need to I wish you could zoom it easier.
I know, that's the thing.
I'm afraid I'm gonna
we're
zoom it and then
sniping.
they're gonna come back.
Of course they will.
There. Now is it readable?
Yes, or at least for me.
Nice, Lefty. And it wasn't even Valhalla that time.
Oh, MLS is like, "Just make personal attacks against me."
Oh, dang.
Also, could you have a name I could pronounce so I can make fun of you? Because right now I'm just calling you not home, yeah, it's not the home keys, but it's like doodle-loop.
Man.
There's always one person that has the bad grammar thing that just rubs them the wrong way, and I'm always the person that
Does it on purpose?
ignites. No, well, no, I am. Does, Ramsey Youssef not understand that there's no mods? I mean
Yeah, there are mods over there. Well, maybe there's
Oh.
none in chat, I guess.
Oh, well, now
Except
Aaron's a
Aaron.
mod. Dear God. He just has a hate boner for these guys, and look, if it was, say, one of my kids, I don't know that I could stop myself from wanting to see retribution brought on by for the
Just
parents
time
too.
everybody out, Aaron.
That sounds like when
Oh.
Nicholas gave me power over his stream, and I'm like, "This is a terrible idea. This is probably the worst thing you have ever done." "Oh, no, come over, Ramsey Youssef, we'll talk."
No, come on over. I have mods that aren't afraid to
UNICEF.
time people
Look,
out.
I'm just gonna call you UNICEF from now
There
on.
we go. Perfect.
I'm gonna give you a
UNICEF
penny
is
for
more than
your
welcome over
thoughts.
here.
Loose change.
Sorry, I had a toddler who had a commercial, so end of the world.
Glad I have
Right.
my cat pillow because he is about 25 pounds. I think he's part Maine Coon, so
I
he's
think that
heavy.
Lefty has yeeted more people from mine than Brandon has. Brandon only ever does it on accident because he puts his phone in his pocket.
I blocked someone and I didn't realize it, and I was like, "I'm so sorry, you're a member. I have fat fingers, and I didn't mean to." Lefty yeeted Sal earlier.
Nice. Well, to be fair, he came in my chat talking about John's stuff. Like, I'm like, what's going on? Why, if you're gonna ask another man about his genitals, maybe do that in a DM.
Yeah, maybe private chat about penis.
Right?
Just but Sal should
Oh,
have watched my
it
show
was before
earlier. I had a story just for him. I think in Pennsylvania, if he pays $25, he can go balls out
Oh,
bowling.
oh, look at that. Would you look at that? What's his thing at? There we go.
Make. I know
It has the
it
stinking thing in the
changed.
front of it. I didn't even notice it up there. Oh boy.
Oh, this is a terrible
Oh,
idea, but
oh, honey. Have we met?
Lefty. Oh no.
Dun, dun. Pause.
Lefty angling for a wrench.
My stuff's all zoomed in. It's hard to do anything. 400 more hours, yes. Nice. I don't know what they went on break for. Because they only had one witness who only gave direct testimony. She didn't even get crossed. So
Yeah.
maybe they weren't. I don't know. I don't think they said.
Now, is the dad hard of hearing? Is that why he has the earphones on, or did he just not
I
want
don't know.
it?
Maybe it's just the. Listen, you accepted it, ma'am. Now you stuck with it. I don't know. And maybe it's just hard to hear in that room and he wants to be able to catch everything. Who knows?
I think Mass is saying that he does have hearing problems.
Oh, okay. I keep trying to pull up chats from over here. Look at Lefty angling for a wrench. Oh, look what I can do. Copy.
Actually, shall not be infringed is about as absolute as the forefathers could make it in common parlance of the day. The militia was not like the regulators. So the militia was not an organized group of people fighting. These were considered to be your farmers, your everyday man, that if something were needed to happen, they could all form a militia. But the militia is not like the National Guard that we have in common day parlance today. So they wrote it in as near crayon as they could for it to be an absolute right. We have a troll in the dungeon in Dave's chat. Oh my gosh, this is too much fun.
Right? It was a great idea to snipe him. The facts. Oh. Sal, you could just jump on and then he can't time you out. We all know he ain't gonna jump on, so
Yeah. Well, Sal, I need your help with that FOIA on the Letitia Stalk, Dr. Beverly Lewis, FOIA request. I wanna see those interviews because I kinda wanted to
Oh,
do,
her
the
interviews with
first.
Letitia?
Yeah, I kind of wanted to do something about the first case that I did when it's close to my 1 year anniversary, which is coming up soon. But I didn't want to go back through that whole case. Oh, dang it.
Oh, that would be
Thank you,
good.
Sal. Those jerk faces. Maybe I can just text Beverly Lewis herself and be like, "Do you happen to have all of the Letitia Stalk stuff? I want to do
Right.
a comprehensive thought exercise and play with my wigs. So if you could possibly send those over, that would be great."
Oh, that would be so much. Oh, who was I talking to the other day? And we decided we need to do another Stitch and Bitch stream and dress
Oh,
up for
yes.
it.
Ooh.
I need to remember. I need to figure out what footage I'm gonna use for my stream on Sunday, and I'm gonna copycat whatever Jody or not Jody, whatever Casey is wearing in the thing. So I was talking about that with
So,
somebody, and they were like, "Oh, you and Mo
oh
need to do
yeah.
a dress up stream together."
Well, someone put up on one of the many Richard Allen kind of things on Twitter. I'm not going to call it X because I don't. It look whatever. But they kind of, put up a little meme of Louise from Bob's Burgers, like, "The power is mine," and Judge Goldust, you know, bitch slapping every motion that they have down, and now I'm like, "Oh my god, you guys, if I would go every day in a slightly Louise-esque outfit, like, to take notes and all too, it's still a serious case, but just to troll Judge Gull a little bit."
Yeah. I did Jody with Nick this week. That's what it was
Oh,
on
the
because
manifesto.
I inadvertently dressed up as Jody with my bangs and so
Did you dress like a 4-year-old? Because that's what she's been dressing like in the trial, like a 4-year-old. It's the weirdest thing.
uh well
I'm like,
did you see the one Casey had on? I think the 2 Sundays ago she had this all ruffly. Oh, it was bad. It
no,
was my favorite outfit though of hers.
McKinley and I got stuck on the Jody, part for the ladies only stream where the little prosecutor was angrily talking to the therapist about back entrance love for the entire time, and the amount of times that he would bring it up. I was like, "McKinley, this was a trap. It was a tarp."
Yeah, well, so nobody told me when I had messaged David earlier in the day about something, and he's like, when he replied, he's like, "Hey, I can't. Can you go on with Nick? I'm busy at work." And I'm like, "Yeah, I can do that," because he asked me a couple weeks ago, but I was sleeping when he asked, and like, I can do that. And I get on there and find out we're reading. I'm like,
And you're like,
"Sir, I don't read on
"No,
stream."
read.
That's why I don't
Do
go
it."
on AI story time with Shizzy.
I'm like,
But it went really well, actually.
yeah, I
Nick and I had a lot of
definitely.
fun doing that. All the phrasing.
Oh, yes.
Of
Well,
course, normal people could read it and not have all the phrasing, but we can't. We're all ruined.
believe me, I had a hard enough time giggling my way through the bowling thing because I was like,
Oh my, Becca. What are they doing? Did they go to lunch already and just not tell us? I'm
look,
so
their dial-up is
confused.
taking longer. They have to answer all their, IMs from 1996.
I should have when I got home this morning clipped that thing from Bahala's stream. Lefty, why don't you learn how to clip so you can go clip stuff for me?
Yeah, how about someone teach me how to take a screenshot? Do you know how of all the things, I am still struggling with screenshots, so I have to have Mr. Mo come do it when he comes home because I'm like, I was like, "What are all these control, command, alt, delete?
Right.
What? No. No, I just want a button."
I like the screen snipping tool, and I finally figured that out, and that's handy. Well, I don't know if she can either. Listen, I clip all the things for all you people. All I want is one clip.
Oh, Lefty, you're gonna get unwrenched.
Lefty. Yeah. Sir. No. Bad. I think they went to lunch.
I think they did.
I was gonna say, did you just call David a woman? But you know. You're probably not wrong, Eris.
Their Starbucks order came in, and everyone's like, "Did you get the latte with soy milk, or did I get the latte with soy milk?"
Why don't you go clip that thing from your stream last night for me, Valhalla? Oh. Valhalla, you know what I wish I also had a clip of? When you almost unalived both of us the other night in back room. That was so funny.
Yes, but Becca Lynn, you're not surrounded by UNICEF, so
There you go. The snark apocalypse. You sure, Val?
What in the world are they doing? Like,
I don't know.
Did someone
What
put
just
fart
happened?
spray in the room?
Oh, somebody got timed out for 300 seconds. Madison Cruz. Let's see what the message was. I hope my Google searches. What? Oh, maybe it was. I can't. I swear he's not. I think that was an accident.
Oh,
I better be
happened.
careful. I'm touching things and it's like popping up to time people out and stuff. I think so. There was nothing being said that wasn't. No, it was Josie. Oh, that was such a fun stream. I won't be Googling any of those things, but that was a fun stream. Well, the person that got timed out didn't say anything timeout worthy that I saw.
Who knows? People are weird.
Oh, Valhalla. Lefty, I'm gonna take your wrenches away and time you both out.
It seems like it might be a good idea.
They know better. I had to make somebody asked me the other day why I gave Valhalla a wrench. And I said, because like it's Valhalla, but because he asked, and then I had to give him and Lefty both managing mods so they couldn't time each other out.
Sounds like something that might be appropriate.
There you go. Go sub to Valhalla and Valkyrie. There's lots of goats over there.
Yes. They have all the fun goat kid stuff.
Sorry, Airs. I love how all my managing mods are just so they can't time each other out. Eris,
Well,
Lefty,
you know.
Valhalla.
I mean, you kind of have to deal with that.
We're gonna find a abandoned town and repopulate it.
I like that idea. I think that would be a great idea.
Right?
I mean,
No.
I'm just saying. That would be an awesome idea. Then you never. I still think a commune of introverts would be great.
What? That's not funny. Uh, there you go, Eris. I'll pull up yours too.
Yes.
I'm okay with that. Yeah, this is in Michigan. I wonder if they didn't actually go to lunch.
Yeah, I'm wondering if they just were like, well, we're done for the day.
I think they would shut the feed down if they were. They wouldn't just leave it
Mm.
running. Too much.
You'd think.
Epic troll. Because they already are subbed to you, Lefty. They're just waiting for you to stream again. Listen, I sat and watched Queso last night. Look at $1 Million Homes on the other side of the world. I didn't even watch it. I listened to him do this. You can stream again. He is. I enjoy him. Somewhere I have his hat, but I think that the small one took off with it.
That's probably.
What? Okay. I think I know what that sentence says. Is that so David can read it? Valhalla, the other night when Queso came on stream with you, I tried to get him to tell you I said hello, but he was too chicken to do it. I was not happy with him. It must be just a YouTube thing, Aaron. because
I'm gonna see if I can.
I wasn't there. So we were stream sniping you over on his channel when he hopped on.
But this cat is like laying over my keyboard, and I cats are, I swear to God, they can be in all states at once. Gas, liquid,
Yeah.
apparently.
I don't know I don't understand what they're doing. What are they saying over here now? I wish I could. Can I? Oh, if I do that, does it go back up to the top? Oh, there. Yeah. Get out of here. I don't want the pop out. There we go. Maybe she just forgot to turn it back on. Wouldn't that be a bummer?
I would not be shocked, but that is my level of technicalese. So
Right. Whoopsie.
learn my directions. There.
Hey, chat. Give me something to troll David's chat with. Lefty, Valhalla, Eris.
We can pitch
I
that we're
already
all going
posted
to
the link
watch
to my stream.
the State of the Union with Shizzy tonight. That'll be
Oh, John Gary's over there, huh?
Ooh.
Free my ninja James. Well, I wasn't intending on being. I don't
Dad.
know. Let's find out. He probably won't respond to me. He doesn't like me.
Well, you know. Not everyone understands our sense of humor.
Well, he doesn't. Because of the Anderson stuff, he got his panties in a twist. And I was actually very nice to him because I said he was a good barometer for what the other side was saying.
Sounds nice to me, but
Right? No, he doesn't. He didn't seem to like that very much. I don't know.
I'm generally a butt,
I
so
was
who
never
knows?
mean to him. Costco parking lot romance. Okay.
Wasn't Fanny just signing her, new
There's nothing else to watch.
campaign stuff?
I haven't watched anything of that.
Oh, well, I
don't know
told the
what's
news,
going
and I think
on.
she was doing a photo shoot as she was signing paperwork to get ready for her next campaign.
I watched I watched a little bit of her testimony. Ma'am, I thought you were watching something on there. I thought that's why it was turned on there. Can somebody come time out a 4-year-old?
Look, the 4-nagers are the part that nearly broke me. 2-year-olds, I
Oh,
can deal with. Terrible
I
2s,
know.
terrible 3s. It is, I do it my own self, and they're gonna tell you
She
exactly how they're gonna do it them
Yep.
own
She's
selves.
4 next month, and we're full swing into terrible 4s. Linda.
Aw, both Fry and Loki have managed to fall asleep on the bed.
Oh, he answered me. Wow. As with Jennifer, I'm kind of on the fence. Both parents were irresponsible, lazy idiots, but I'm not sure if it rises to the level of criminal.
I think the problem is that they made mistakes and missteps, but in hindsight, you know all the things.
Right. I can't believe he answered me. Oh, are they back? Oh, you son of a gun and thing. I don't hear anything.
I thought I heard something, but it was
Oh, I'm
just
behind. Oh, we're behind, that's why. Hold on. Remember we paused?
Oh, yeah. Well, since I
I'll
didn't
play
see the
back.
openings in this one I didn't wanna I wanted to know if they also played the footage of the crime
Good morning,
itself.
I'm not capturing. Somebody was saying my
Sorry.
A little bit much, so.
They couldn't have even gotten her her own table. They had to put her on the corner. No one puts baby in the corner.
What was it? Shut up. I don't know. We'll have to talk, young.
Yeah, we'll have to chat because I promised
It's
I'd
kind
do
of
a
hard
better,
to.
like,
There are a
YouTube
lot
life
of children
balance.
things that have to be dealt with before we do those.
All rise for the jury.
Oh, I suppose I can ambigonate that.
Is that what we did? That's what we
I love that Farrell has her own Farrell coming in, so it's not just me with hot mess.
Oscar, who's the next witness?
Edward Rogowski, Judge.
Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you may be seated, and then would you state your name for the record and spell your first and last name?
Name is Edward Wagorowski, Edward. Last name is Wagrowski.
Go ahead, Oscar.
Oh, he is a fed.
Sir, how are you employed?
I currently work with the U.S. Secret Service.
And what do you do there?
The title is a network intrusion forensic analyst. I do computer forensics, cell phone forensics, network intrusion stuff as well.
And how long have you been working with the United States Secret Service?
2 months now.
And prior to that, where did you work?
I worked with the Oakland County Sheriff's Office.
And what did you do there?
I was in the computer crimes unit.
Okay. So before, I take it you retired from the Sheriff's Office?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Before retiring, how long did you spend there?
My entire time there was 28 years. I was in the computer crimes unit for 10 years.
Now, if you could tell us, please, what a detective with the Oakland County Sheriff's Office Computer Crimes Unit would do on a day-to-day basis.
On a day-to-day basis, our job was electronic evidence, whether it's a cell phone, computer, DVRs from a business, whatever it may be. We were the ones that handled that. We're the ones that had the training how to get the data from that, or get the video from it, or interpret call detail records.
Okay. So Exhibit 43, it's been admitted, it's your CV. I'm not going to go through the whole thing, but is it fair to say that you've had specific training for your role there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, tell us about some of that.
The main training that we go to with the Sheriff's Office was, there's an organization called IASIS to become a certified forensic computer examiner. That has a 6-month testing process after 2 weeks of training at their training event once a year. On top of that, for cell phones, there's other agencies. Celebrite has training they do for the tools that we use from them, and other agencies as far as
Let me interrupt you there. When you say Celebrite, what's that?
Oh, I'm sorry. Celebrite's a company, and they develop software and have tools to extract data from phones and then interpret that data.
How often in your employment with the Sheriff's Office and with Secret Service would you say that you actually analyze cell phones?
Almost every day. That's what we do.
So you went through a lot of, just now a very quick rendition of detectives' work with the Computer Crimes Unit. I didn't catch most of that. Can you simplify a little bit of that for me?
I mean, so we get the data from the phones, and then we have to take that data and put it in a format that an officer in charge of a case, an OIC, is able to look at easily. Instead of sitting there scrolling through the phone, potentially changing data, we put it in a format, we take it off of there.
When you say data, what do you mean by data?
Everything on the phone, anything. Text messages, call logs, pictures, videos, anything that's on the phone.
So the goal as a detective, when you take somebody's phone, I take it that's via search warrant?
Via search warrant or consent, yes.
Okay, so if there's a judicial authority for you to look inside the phone, then what do you do with it?
Depending on whether the phone is locked or not, we use methods to obtain the passcodes and then extract the data or the call logs and the messages and all that stuff. And then that's, like I said before, we put in a format that is easier to look at.
And what's the overarching goal of a detective in a computer crimes unit? What's the goal to obtain that information for? What you want to obtain is all the evidence, if there is any, for prosecution. You want to make sure you get everything that is possibly on that phone to turn over to either the officer in charge of the case, who will turn over to the prosecutor's office. Okay. So you're with the Secret Service now.
Yes.
In this field, the specific field, do you work with other agencies as well?
Yes, sir.
Tell us about that, please.
Same as with the sheriff's office. Any agency that reaches out that doesn't have the means to have the tools to get data off of phones, we just help them with it.
So we started to talk a little bit about your training in computer forensics. Have you been qualified as an expert in the past in this field?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
14 times.
In what areas?
Cell phone forensics, computer forensics, and then call detail record analysis.
Okay. What's called detail record analysis?
Call detail records are what you get from your carrier. If you have AT&T or T-Mobile, via search warrant, you send a search warrant off to that carrier to get information on a specific phone number, what towers they used, where the device might have been, stuff like that.
Okay. You mentioned cell sites?
And yeah, cell tower locations.
What's that mean?
The cell site, the cell tower location is, it's an antenna for your phone, sort of like it is for your car. They're all over the place, wherever, probably within a mile of each other, half mile of each other, depending on the population of the area. But it gives us the exact location where that cell tower is.
Okay. So in your over 10 years of experience working with the digital extraction of data from cell phones, would you say this field has changed?
Yes.
Okay. Is your training continuing?
Yes, sir, it does.
Why is that?
Well, just because the information changes. Where an app might store information within the program itself, the little program might change on every update. So we have to know where we can go to find it if the tool can't find it for us.
Okay, when you say the tool, what's that mean?
The Celebrate software, either the physical analyzer software or other methods to get the information off the phone.
So then would it be fair to say that as technology has changed and evolved over time, so is the training of computer crimes detective?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is that training continuing?
Always.
So this time I'm going to move to qualify as witness as an expert in the field of cell phone forensics and historical cell site analysis.
Okay, he said computer forensics, cell phone forensics, car detail analysis. Are those the areas?
That's what he's been qualified in the past, called detail records. But in this particular case, he's going to be qualified as an expert in the field of cell phone forensics and historical cell site analysis.
Historical cell phone. Ms. Lehman?
No objection, Your Honor.
You may consider this witness as an expert in your historical cell phone analysis and cell phone forensic analysis.
Thank you, Judge. Cell site analysis.
Cell site.
Thank you, Judge. Sir, you mentioned that the overall goal is to extract as much information as possible. Would that be right?
That's correct.
Okay. So in a digital investigation, would you confine yourself to just the cell phone?
No.
Okay, so what other areas would you look for information?
I mean, outside the cell phone, the call detail record isn't stored in the phone. We have to reach out to the cell carrier. A particular app, whether it's Facebook Messenger or Instagram or whatever, we can search warrant them to get information for somebody's account.
Now, if you could tell the jury a little bit, please, about what a cell phone does that might not be commonly known.
I mean, when you're not using it, when you're not interacting with it and swiping up and down and stuff like that, it could be updating your email, you know, because you don't always tell the phone to update, it just does it by itself. Or it's talking to a cell tower to know exactly where you might be in case it needs to send you a message, or it knows whether you're not in range or not, so it knows the carrier knows to hold on to that message. There's a lot going on in the background that people just, you know, don't know the function's happening, but yet it's continually happening.
Is that why while a phone's powered on?
Oh, yes.
Okay, so what happens if the phone's powered off?
Nothing. It can't do anything. It can't receive information, can't send information.
Okay. And what about Android phones specifically? Have you had the opportunity to be trained in data extraction from Android phones?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is that the same as Apple phones? iPhones?
Not entirely. How the operating system is written, it's a little different in the process of getting the data off of the phones.
What do you mean?
On Android phones, it's a little bit easier to get the data off of a phone than it is an Apple phone.
You said operating system. What does that mean?
The main function. When you look at the phone, the main screen, that's the like Windows for your computer, right? Or iOS for your Mac or whatever. The operating system is the base of that phone, whether it's Android or an Apple, which uses iOS, an Apple phone. That's the main thing that makes the phone function.
Okay, and I think you said that Android operates differently than Apple?
Yes, it does.
Okay, can you explain that to me again, please?
It operates a little different on how it stores data, how it retains that data, whether it's a file-based encryption, whether it's even encrypted at all, depending on the phone that you have, the manufacturer of that phone, and where it stores that data.
Now, are you able to obtain someone's locations based on the device?
You can, yes.
Tell me how that works.
The phone's always looking where you are. Obviously, it's talking with towers. The tower tells the phone where it's at. For advertising purposes, let's say Google, for example, they put those little cookies on your phone so it knows where you're at all the time, right? And it knows that you like going to Burger King. So every time your phone knows that it's near Burger King because the map app is being used, it's going to tell you, oh, there's Burger King nearby, or it'll pop up in your Facebook message feed or whatever. So that's, yeah.
Cookies, what's that?
Those are little trackers, I guess, to make it simple. It's a little tracker that's embedded in whatever, however the phone interacts with either the internet or an application. It's a little nugget that just sits on your phone, waiting to be activated to tell either Google where you're at, Apple where you're at, and to give the user a better experience with their phone.
So if I'm on my phone and looking at a website, for example, and I get that little bar at the bottom that says this website uses cookies, accept or yes or no.
Yep.
So if I either hit yes or I close out of that box, then it's tracking my phone.
If you hit yes, correct.
Okay. What if I hit no? What happens?
Then the cookies, they're not installed because you're not giving permission for them to be, loaded up to your phone, not installed, loaded to your phone.
So in order for me to look at the website, for example, though, I'd have to hit yes.
Not necessarily, no.
Okay.
No.
So this is something that, as an investigator in this field, you're able to use to help understand the location of the device?
Correct, yes.
Okay, and tell me how that works, though.
Well, like I said, one of the main things that we use is what's called location services. I'm sorry, location services are what tracks where your phone is within either an Apple or an Android phone. Google stores that data, again, because it sells that data to Burger King or McDonald's, wherever the heck you might want to, whatever you're interested in. And it keeps track of where you have been, where you like to go to use that information in the future.
Okay. So I want to talk about, specific to this case, I want to talk about some of the evidence that you reviewed in this case. First of all, were cell phones seized in the course of this investigation?
Yes, there was.
Okay. And you were the individual, you and members of your team had the opportunity to review those cell phones?
That's correct.
Okay. What about information from social media outlets?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Now, regarding the cell phones, I'm going to summarize this. And I want you to tell me if this is accurate, okay? So source of electronic information from the shooter, a Android phone, T-Mobile phone, last four digits, 1551.
Correct, yep.
That's right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. A Facebook account,
correct.
And an Instagram account.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, regarding Jennifer Crumbley, there were 3 cell phone seized, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So we have 2 from T-Mobile, with the same identical phone number. Is that right? Okay. The TCL A509DL, we refer to as a burner phone. What does that mean?
A burner phone is what we refer to. It's a phone that you can go to Walmart in the electronics section where they sell their TVs or any CVS or Rite Aid, and just buy it in the packaging and activate the SIM cards in there. And there's really no account that's needed to get it up and going. You
It's
just
a
activate the phone by
prepaid
putting money
phone.
towards the account within it.
A Facebook account, jehn.crumbley.7. And we have includes the messenger functions. What do you mean by that?
So Facebook Messenger and Facebook, separate. It's two separate platforms. But you can search warrant Facebook for Messenger information, or you just search warrant for Messenger information.
And then we have certain emails account from Gmail and Yahoo.
David, do you have
Correct.
the list
Right,
of
and then
witnesses, like the
Instagram
order?
account, JEHNC78.
Correct.
Okay. So regarding James Crumbley, again, 3 phones were seized, 2 of which were T-Mobile phones with the same phone number, and the third being the TCL A509DL burner phone.
Correct.
Okay. 1 Instagram account, James R.Crumbley. 1 Facebook account, which included the messenger function, James R. Crumbley, and the Yahoo, Gmail, Charter Communications email accounts.
Correct.
Okay. And then DoorDash search warrant for James Crumbley. So was the search warrant issued to DoorDash?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Was information received?
Yes, it was.
Okay. So we spoke about that very briefly early. A search warrant is when a judge or magistrate authorizes a document to a social media provider or a company, for example, and information is returned.
Correct.
Okay. And so what happens when you get that return?
Sometimes it's in an easy format. It's just a simple Excel spreadsheet. Other times it's multiple Excel spreadsheets that you have to compare different parts of that 2 spreadsheets to come up with the information.
Okay. Thank you very much. Now, your role normally would be to talk about cell phones, computers, cell towers, things like that.
Correct.
So, with your permission, I'd like to talk to you about November the 30th, 2021.
Then he would probably copyright strike me.
Do you remember that day? You were working for the sheriff's office?
Yes, I was.
And you were computer science?
Yes, I was.
Were you working that day?
Yes.
12:50, 12:51 in the afternoon on November the 30th. Do you
Well,
remember where
he's
you were?
part of the Borg. Of course, he's always working.
And tell me why.
We got news from our captain that there was a shooting at the Oxford High School. Prior to that, we our sergeant, who was off that day, reached out, texted one of the guys in the office and said there was a shooting at the high school, and nobody believed it. Like, we believed it, but we're like, that's just somebody nearby at a house, fired off a rifle or something, and the police are gonna go do their job. And then a couple minutes go by. And the captain comes in and he said there's been a shooting at the high school.
Is he gonna
He said
cry?
all hands on deck.
Okay. What did you take that to mean?
There's a shooting, like it was.
All hands on deck. You're not normally somebody who responds to active shooter situations, right?
No, it's for the nerds. When for the captain to come to the computer crimes office, that was all due respect to the guys in there and the gals in there. That's not their job to deal with that. The fact that he came in there it was a really big deal.
Okay. And you mentioned you were driving pretty fast. Tell me about that.
I remember getting out to my car. At the time, I had a white minivan that had lights and siren in it. No one ever took it seriously when we turned the lights and siren on. But
He had a
I remember
super minivan.
pulling out of the parking lot, and I looked to my left, and there's
He's laughing when he's crying, man tears.
again. It didn't seem real. It didn't seem like this. Like I'm thinking in my head like this is just blown out of proportion because I didn't have my radio on in the car. I couldn't hear the radio traffic at the time, and I looked to my left, and there's 2 patrol cars, not even from our agency, not even from the sheriff's office, coming around the far corner on this complex by the medical examiner's office and animal control. And they turned that corner on 2 wheels on each side on the back, coming around that corner. Their lights were shining. They were going fast. And I'm like, holy cow, this is
They
real.
were real fast.
He was like, I wish I had a car that could go
So
on
then
the wheels.
I turned my lights on because I just
Yeah,
thought
my
we'd get
mom
there and do what
can.
computer crunch does, you know? We would do our thing. And I turned my lights on, the siren, and I started
How did
going
you pass
north
the
towards
academy?
Walt. Telegraph runs up the wall and it cuts over to M20, US 24. Telegraph cuts up the Walton and it goes over to M24. And I had no idea where the heck I was going. I've been to Oxford for a half a second driving through. And I thought, well, I remember thinking when I get there, I'll just follow the crowd because it's going to be big. And going north on 24, and I see one of our SWAT vehicles going across the bridge from 75 down to 24, and the light was red for me. And I thought, well, I'm gonna have to slow down. Like there's cars coming down the ramp. And I remember getting closer and closer, thinking, how come nobody's going? Like my light's red. This cross traffic should be going. Like because as a police officer, obviously, when you run a red light, it's extremely dangerous. You don't do it haphazardly. And I'm approaching this light, thinking I'm gonna have to slow down. And as I get to the light, I look over and there's a patrol car just sitting. I don't know what agency they work for. And so I go through that intersection, and then I see them join up behind me, and then I see two other patrol cars from another agency coming up behind me. I remember, I don't know if it was Brown Road or what the next major crossroad up the hill there. I remember the light was red, there were cars stopped in both lanes, and I thought to myself, I'm gonna have to go onto the shoulder. And so I'm looking at the shoulder thinking, I mean, it's part dirt. It's a small shoulder of asphalt and dirt, and my small tires on that minivan, it's not going to handle well, but we're not going to stop going, right? So I remember feeling the steering wheel shaking from the gravel, and I get around and keep driving north. Crowd still following me. I look up in the mirror every once in a while, and there had to been, I couldn't count them. They were so far deep behind me, and the ambulances and the SWAT vehicle. And we get up into town, up into Oxford, I think we were.
So,
and as I'm approaching
the
light, it just changes red. So obviously, cross traffic doesn't know what's going on there. You might just have somebody that just goes straight. And again, it's dangerous. It really is. And so with the lead car, I've always been told the lead car in a situation like that, you always hold that intersection for everybody else behind you because they're coming. And so as I inched into the intersection, I stopped dead in the intersection with the lights and siren going. And I counted at least 16 vehicles just go screaming past me.
None of this is relevant. It's
and we start getting into town, and northbound traffic's blocked.
In this wonderful
it's dead
narrative.
Stopped. I remember going against oncoming traffic.
But
now you see cars coming at you, you know, and you're
well, you probably don't.
The whole way there, all I could hear on the radio was staging area on Ray Road in Meyer. That's what I kept on hearing. There was so much radio traffic. I heard bits and pieces of other things, but that like really stuck in my head.
I might object the narrative though. They've only.
And so we're just driving north, and finally,
so it's not like
I just see a Meyer, and I'm like, okay, well, we got to be far enough north. This is where I got to go. And so I pull up onto Ray Road, and I meet up with other deputies in the area.
If you could describe to us what you saw when you arrived at that Meyer.
Okay. Thanks, Chris.
That was tough. That was really tough. I got a daughter who, she's 17, 18 years old, and, 17-year-olds, they wear those tight leggings and all that stuff and small shirts or whatever. I remember standing there on Ray Road, and I see these kids. One kid didn't even have a shoe on. He only had one shoe on. Walking through the snowbank, going down to the Meyer. And I see these girls dressed like my daughter. And it was cold that day. I had two coats on, and I was shaking. I was shivering. It was so cold. I remember offering one of our
You are the
tenants at the time, he
pinnacle.
didn't have a coat.
You are the
I
pinnacle
offered
of
one of my coats because it
testosterone,
was so
sir.
cold, and he didn't take it. But you just saw these kids just coming down from where the school was. Like, it's hard to describe. They look like they looked like zombies. Like they had no facial expression, nothing.
So there were kids there. Were their parents at the mire too?
Down by the garden center. But the crowd was heading that way, and it was chaos. It really was. I really didn't know what to do once I got there. I didn't know where the school was, even though it was just up the street. So everybody was walking to the garden center, so I started going that way. And at first, we were told to start getting people to sign their name into notebooks. We were just grabbing them off the shelves in the mire and boxes of pens and stuff, and just write their names in the notebooks for whatever. I don't know why they needed that. So I'm trying to walk around and get this information from people.
Sir,
And,
so people can be identified.
then they started yelling.
You knew?
Someone started yelling, get everybody inside, get everybody inside. So I go back outside to try to usher people in. And I remember just seeing like kids just standing there, and you put your arm on them. You don't want to, they just been through this, whatever happened up there. And I don't want to force them. I'm not going to grab them. I'm not going to make them do anything they don't want to do. So I sort of, like, if they didn't move, I just left them.
Like
They were okay. They weren't harm's way. I
I
remember seeing parents.
It's
just
like
standing
listening to
there
my
like-
little sister.
These
She's one
school
of these
buses started riding.
storytellers.
I remember thinking in my head, like, God, that is just crazy. Why in the heck are there school buses? I didn't know anything about the plan if something like this happened at the school.
I think
And
they
so
had, like,
Arnie
two questions.
Fife
I
do
just see
any.
the parents like,
This, sir, is why you had the minivan. Jesus, Mary and Joseph.
you see them just almost praying in their head like, if their kid came off the bus.
I mean, I do.
After you helped with the names and the notebooks, did you go to the school?
Yes, I did.
And were you directed to go to school, or did you just know that's where you were needed?
No, one of the other detectives, Jeff Enger, he responded to the school, and he called me on my phone and said they were trying to get the video from the surveillance cameras in the school. And at the time, I was a little more versed in that side of the job, and so he just wanted me to help with it.
Okay. So tell me about, you arrived at the school. Where did you initially go?
I went to what would be the north side of the school. There's a big circle drive there, and it's the side that like the main office is on of the school. Again, there were patrol cars everywhere. There were everybody everywhere. We were driving up over the sidewalk, thinking, the side I remember, like the stuff I remember.
Your minivan
like the
even
sidewalk
go
being
over
so
the
high, I thought I was
sidewalk?
gonna rip the muffler off my car. I don't know why I thought about that. And I go up over the sidewalk, and I just stopped my car because that's what it seemed like everybody was doing. And I walk in the door, and one of our sergeants is standing there, providing security just for that door so people aren't coming in. They shouldn't be coming in or whatever. And I asked him where the security office was, because that's where Detective Ender told me he was, and pointed me to the office, and people eventually pointed me back to the security office.
Okay. And who did you encounter when you went there?
As I walked in, I remember seeing the security officer, Jim Rourke, was in there. Deputy Jason Lewert was there. I didn't know him at the time. ATF agent Brett Brandon was in the room.
Right here behind.
Yep. And Lieutenant Marsban was in the room.
And you said at
Glad you
that
joined
point you
us.
were
This
called over to
riveting
help with the
testimony that
security
has
footage.
everything to do with
So tell me
thing
what your
you had.
role was at that.
First, I ate some toast,
I
and then I got some coffee, and I thought,
obviously
I might just go to that.
the buses are going to want to
emergency
know
school.
what happened, where it started, all that information, and I wasn't given any direction. We weren't given direction, but we just had to figure out when it started, where it started,
He's
how it
all-
started, as
all
much as we
blurred
can,
over
because they're going to
here.
want to know that information. And so we just started reviewing video footage.
Up in my minivan.
At that point in time, was the high school still being cleared?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And when I say being cleared, we haven't had another officer testify yet. What does that mean?
To clear something, you're going to
He
look for
doesn't know.
more bad guys. You're going to look for maybe bombs that might have been placed. Someone hiding in a room because they know the police are there. So they're checking every room, every closet, everything in a high school, going door by door, checking it all.
So tell me how it is that you went about your job that you were called there to do that day.
Jim Rourke, like I said, he was the head of security, and they had a system where you didn't actually interact with the DVR system itself. You interacted through a portal, a web page, to access the server where the video was stored at. And thank goodness he was very well versed in that. So I immediately, I told him, I said, well, you got to help me figure this out because I don't know what's going on here. So Jim and I sat there, went to the hallway that it started, and try to determine at what time the shooter went in there.
So how many cameras approximately does Oxford High School have equipped for surveillance footage?
Oh, they have at least 100 cameras.
Okay. And it was your responsibility to review that footage?
Yes, it was.
Judge, this might be time for a natural break.
Oh, all right. Well,
A natural break?
He needs to get some Kleenexes.
That would probably work.
No,
not
just
sure
have a
if I call you
freaking
Sergeant,
40-minute break.
Detective, Lieutenant, Mr. Hey, you, none of those?
That's fine.
Okay, all right. You should not discuss your testimony because you're still on the stand right now, so please don't discuss your testimony with anyone. All right?
Right.
So you can step down.
Oh.
If I give you till 1:15, is that enough? Yeah?
Yes,
Okay,
that's enough time.
for those who ordered lunches, your lunches are here, all right? Do not discuss the case with anyone, don't text anyone, all right?
I know.
All
right. What is David gonna do now? I love that. I love that he's can't just be willy-nilly clicking those things. I actually tried to click off and it moved. Okay, that would have been the right one.
The court prepared for ruling on exhibits
They did, but not
133, 153. They would be through this officer's.
Okay, all right. I will take care of that. All right.
I did not. I watched the verdict yesterday. And that's all I watched from the entire thing. But wait, there's more. More breaks.
I guess, everyone has suggested you watch some of the crazy hail stuff if you would like to grow. What's the word that our new current potato in chief doesn't say right? Exponentially instead of exponentially. I mispronounce all the words, so no shame over here.
All right. You should not discuss your testimony because you're still on the stand right now, so please don't discuss your testimony with anyone. All right? So you can step down. If I give you till 1:15, is that okay? Okay. Those who ordered lunches, your lunches are here.
You just listen to this.
Do not discuss the case with anyone. Don't text anyone. Right? Okay.
All right, for the jury.
I'm so confused. I don't know what he's doing.
The court prepared for ruling on exhibits 133, 153. They would be through this officer's.
Okay. All right. I'm going to take care of that. Right? I'm trying to get, I don't want to use the jury to help these.
Yes, Judge.
Sorry. Why did you just play the last 2 minutes of nothing? Yes. We won't let him wear his tie. Ooh, that sounds good. I think, but I think, oh, maybe they, okay, maybe it was. I thought David was doing it. Well, that was fun. Are they going to go back and play it again?
I have no idea.
Now we get to see the seal of Michigan. I guess I can go back to the.
Yes, two very dangerous animals together. Deadly animals.
I gotta unzoom this. I can't. Now I can zoom it in again. Oh, close you. Now we can spy on David's chat again.
Ooh. I and Loki are snoring like grumpier old men curled up together. I'm just like, what? I was like, what is that sound? And I realized
That's adorable.
it is. I'll have to take a picture if they don't wake up.
We were talking about that earlier, John. They at least have the benefit of knowing what the state's case is because it's a cookie cutter of Jennifer's. So they had time to prep some different things. Aaron Hack. Don't ask. The things we do for the fluff ones.
Oh, yes.
You need what? Lefty. For the fluffy ones, not the fluffers. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, allegedly. You know.
I have a soundbite of Baker saying that. I don't know where it's at. I need to upload all my stuff. I have so many sound bites, but I haven't put them on my channel yet. They're on everybody else's channels. Oh, actually, I could go find one. Let's see. Who did I send that to? Probably MG. Oops, if I could spell. Oh. File.
Oh, Stanley Cups. Stanley Cups are stupid because they don't even have curse words on them. Like, why buy a cup without snarkiness on it? Also,
I
why send
could I could put a fun thing on a Stanley Cup. I'm not buying a Stanley Cup to experiment with, though.
Yeah, that's the thing. And who buys them for their 11-year-old? That's a negative Knight Rider.
Oh,
That is
not
not
me.
even no.
Oh, look at that. Look what I found. Yay, me. Eris, you're going to have to wait, man. I have to upload a thing. Get up here.
That shouldn't be so funny, but it really is.
That's luckily most of my sound clips are in. I send them to MG because that's where I was streaming all the time before I went back to work, so they're preserved forever in my Discord DMs.
Oh, good idea.
Lefty. They're small and round. Are they frozen? What are you guys talking about? Oh, are you talking about
Oh, pretzel bite. Are pretzels? I hope.
pretzel bites? Small frozen round balls.
And thank
I
you,
just want to
Crime
know what you're
Spies.
talking about, Young. I missed the beginning of this conversation. They're small and round
We're
and maybe
nosy and
frozen.
there's nothing to do.
Are you talking about those pretzel bite things that come in a bag and they have like a little salt packet in them? Okay.
Okay, so Crime Spies, to make basically you're either gonna make a bechamel sauce or you know what? Screw all that. They sell cans of nacho cheese sauce right about where I think like all the
It's with the
taco-y
Velveeta
stuff.
cheese, usually.
Yes.
That's where it is at my store anyway. I don't know about Target. I don't go to Target, but
You know, if I win the lottery, y'all will know because I will do all my grocery shopping at the Target.
Mhm.
That's how you will know I'm a
Bougie.
zillionaire.
I don't think we even have a Target. I think the closest Target is like an hour away.
And that's why I tell my HOA they're out of their damn minds trying to ask for more money because we don't even have a Target, so we're a little uppity for being hill chucks, okay?
Right? Yeah, why didn't you just buy the cheese, Crime Spies? I'm confused. Crime Spies, you should jump on. We could talk about casseroles and such. That would be fun. That was my favorite thing ever in one of your streams, is when I derailed you for like 30 minutes talking about casseroles. All because I asked you what your favorite one was. Well, that's no fun. That works. I'm
So, my middle daughter, who has been going through some stuff, was calling me, and I thought, "Oh, I better get this. I don't wanna deal with I don't wanna leave her hanging." No, I forgot the check for my track stuff, so I'm gonna need that check today. And I'm like I'm like,
nice.
you know, and she was on track last year. I don't understand why she can't use the same crap that I mean, very nice
Mhm.
sweat attire that she used last year for $100.
Oof. Dang. That's crazy. Every little thing. Every little thing. Here's another check for this. Here's another check for that. Every time you turn around, they are expensive. You're right. I think that you should retire after this season because we miss you.
Yes. Well, and so then I feel guilty because early in the season, it's really cold, so I can't sit outside, and then towards the end of the season, it's really hot, and I learned last summer that my leg doesn't like the sun in the summer for some reason. So if I get any
Uh-huh.
sort of sun ta tan or something like that on there, it'll just so I'm like, "Cora, are people filming your thing?" Oh, crap. I usually don't say her name. Anywho, that kid I just said, I'm like,
Yeah.
look, I did it for dive, swim, and everything else.
Right. Well, it's different. It's, if you have a medical thing that makes it, that's hard.
Yeah, well, and I've been trying to be more like, hey, this is the reality of things. This is what I can do and can't.
Listen, I'm with Young on this one. Crime Spies and Lefty Stream, just for the accents.
Oh my God, that would be
Because
beautiful.
if he got on stream with her, he would pick it up like that. He wouldn't be able to hide it.
Yes. That would be great to fall asleep to. I'm just saying.
Mhm. Oh, I love her accent. It's my favorite. And listen,
Oh,
I'm not
I
wrong.
know.
It would be fantastic. You guys could talk about casseroles and I don't know, ice fishing. You could discuss the movie Fargo.
Oh my goodness. That is the one thing. I think Indiana has Rudy, and we apologize profusely for that movie.
Well, we apparently have Fargo, even though there was only one scene in the entire movie that was in North Dakota.
Well, remember what we're teaching children now. I mean, I'm surprised I know where America is on a map. It's like that. It's like what? And oh gosh, as if when
Baker
she's
will
like,
show
"Look,
you. It's
Spain
over
could be
here.
Spain could be anywhere, depending on where you are."
I love Baker's air map. Montana's over here. What? Really? That's cool. I've never seen that movie.
Oh, cool.
Shocker, I know, but because I watch so many movies.
Farrell knows if you have a foreignager or a child, you'll know when the next Despicable Me's is coming out.
I don't even watch those.
Oh.
I'm not forced into watching those kinds of things. I watch on yeah. It's easier when you work nights. You don't have to sit and watch kid shows all day. You could just sleep through most of them. Oh yeah, there you go. See, there's some perks to having a wrench.
Woohoo.
That's why I like them actually, is because there's a lot of times I'm trying to link something for someone because a streamer mentioned something or a chatter was interested in knowing where something was, and so it's easier. I don't even use them to time people out unless you're being really bad, I'm probably not gonna. Or if you're lefty, then I will time you out. But for super chats, apparently.
Oh gosh. That was such a sad movie. My mom made me watch it with her. Whatever
For
happened to
Untamed
Christian
Heart?
Slater?
I've never heard of it.
So, basic premise, if I can remember straight, Marissa Tomei is a native Minnesotan. She does an accent. And she's at this hockey game for some reason, and a puck is coming straight towards her face, and Christian Slater, out of nowhere, catches it. They fall in love, and then they find out he has, some monkey heart or something, and he dies at the end. It's like a flicking Nicholas Sparks movie. It's like,
I'm
God
so glad
dang it.
that I was gonna watch that and you just ruined it.
I'm sorry. I spoiled the movie from
I'm putting it on the list but there is no list, so
Although we did get Bed of Roses out of the so if you remember that song, Catastrophe from the early 90s.
Oh, is that what that is that from that movie?
Yes.
Oh, interesting. Very interesting. Maybe I will actually watch that just because now I want to see if I can find Crime Spies. It would be
Well,
like, where's
that and
Waldo of Minnesota?
Marissa Tomei doing a Minnesotan accent is just
I'm gonna have to watch it.
And she does the hair bat wings, so do you remember when the hairstyle was to do this? No, like with your upper bang things, so there was like a wing on the side of your hair, but the rest of your hair was completely flat. I would say early
No.
90s. Not
I've
as
had to
bad
look at a
as
picture of
Risky
it or something.
Business. Although, oh my god, if I could dress up like some of the women from Risky Business in the
I take it this is
secretary
from the
pool.
movie. I'm assuming that's a quote from the movie.
Oh, I think so, yeah. Like I said, I haven't seen it since I was, I think, 12 and started laughing at, parts that my mom thought were really emotional, and I deal with things through dark humor even then, so I was like, "Well, that's a love story for you," and I walked away, and my mom was like, "I don't wanna watch movies with you anymore."
Awesome. That's the part you're I'm gonna have to watch it. I'm intrigued now. I'm gonna Where's Waldo that movie and find Crime Spies.
Yeah, whatever happened to Christian Slater? What is he
Is
doing
he
now?
alive?
That's a good question.
He is 54 years old. It doesn't look like he's done much of anything.
Oh, the original title was Baboon Heart? I thought I was making that shit up, but I actually remembered it. He had, like, a monkey heart. I don't know
Why?
why.
Because of what happened? Or I'm so confused.
I guess he had, like, some sort of sickness as a child, and he kind
Oh,
of
okay.
he didn't yeah, so apparently Marissa just overexcited him too much. Just wore that monkey heart out. I'm a terrible person.
That's kinda cool, Crime Spies. How have you never found yourself in it? If you were I mean, we're not gonna know what you look like in the summer of '92 as much as you would. I don't know. Wikipedia. Career, early success, box office, television roles, personal life. He's got a couple kids. His wife was assaulted or arrested for assaulting him during an argument at the Hard Rock Cafe while on vacation in Vegas in 2003.
Well.
Ooh, she threw a glass bottle at him, cut his neck, and it took 20 stitches.
Jesus. Amber flippin' Heard. What the hell,
Right?
ma'am?
Dang. Wow. Then he married that was Ryan Haddon. And then he married Brittany Lopez and had a daughter with her. Oh, legal issues. He had substance abuse issues. He was arrested for DUI in '89. 10 days in jail. 94, he was arrested for having a pew-pew in his bag and trying to get on an airplane. 3 days of community service. 97, he was convicted of punching a girlfriend. He went to
Well, hey,
rehab.
Danny Bonaducci, for the love of God.
And then in 05, he was arrested in Manhattan for apparently groping a woman on the street. He got charged with third-degree SA. Charges later dropped due to lack of evidence on the condition that he stayed out of trouble for 6 months. So now we know Christian Slater's arrest record. The more you know. I need the more you know thing now.
Yeah, I know. I need to get that. I need to figure out how to clip those things.
I know. I
need
I
to
can
figure
make
out a
them
lot
look
of things.
easy. I probably can't use like the more you know thing, but we could make
Oh,
something
yeah.
similar to it and use the audio. I guess I can't think of anything I know that he's in. I'm sure there's stuff that he's done that I do know, but
I will say that I've had my opinion shaped very much about Betty Broderick by the Lifetime movie with Meredith Baxter Birney. I think she was nuts. But
I'm looking at his filmography. I haven't hit anything that I've seen yet. Not one. I know some of the names in some of these movies, but I've never seen them.
Farrell is the Matt in our Matt and Blonde dynamic, where he's never seen a movie. So they started doing film reviews because he was like, I haven't seen that. No, I haven't seen that movie.
I think I've seen like 5 movies and I've just seen them many times. Oh my. Oh, this is so bad. I'm almost to the end of his thing. Have I never seen a Christian Slater movie in my entire life? Not one. Not one single movie on his entire list have I seen. Wow. Okay. No. I just went down the whole list, his entire filmography. I have not seen a single Christian Slater movie. I haven't even looked at his television appearances and things like that yet. Not looking good there either. Oh, I have seen some episodes of 2.5 Men, but I don't know. He was in one episode of that. So I'd have to look at that. I could have seen him in that. Huh. Interesting. You would be. I'll have to watch something he's in and see if I'm a fan of him. I have no idea. I'm gonna watch that one you were talking about. I saw it on the list. That's kind of sad, huh? Well, rude. That would have been an even better story for us than you were on the elevator. Or elevator or escalator. I can't remember what you said now. Hi, Whiskey. Hmm. Okay. Hmm. Sounds like you might have too, Lefty. Yeah, I haven't seen a single one. Welcome back, Cool Gamer. We're discussing Christian Slater's filmography. And watching David's chat, because they're apparently kind of feisty over there today. I'm not pulling that one up. We could word nerd it, but I hate word nerds. I've also never seen that one, Crime Spies. He probably does. Jamie probably does, for sure. I told you. People don't believe me when I tell them that I just don't watch movies. I don't find it that entertaining. I have probably gone to the movies less than 10 times in my entire life. Because I just don't like it. Yes, it's this weekend. Spring forward. Which is great. I get to not work as many hours. So I'm kind of excited for that. I know. I gotta get off early, basically. I'm excited. They tried to get us to stay for the I'm like, nope. So do you guys think that James will testify? And do you think he should or should not testify?
I think that if he has not thought of better answers than Jennifer, don't. Do not let your lawyer speak for you. I mean, the sad thing is I think unless he got a very analytical sort of jury, he's going to prison.
Yeah, I regard he's going. We heard the makeup of the jury. I don't think that super matters either. They didn't stand a chance.
So I wouldn't testify to give the prosecution anything. They're going to use anything you've said against
I don't
you.
think
I
there's
just
a chance in hell he gets a not guilty. I could see if somebody was on that jury that has high convictions, I could see a hung jury, but I don't think there's any chance he gets a not guilty. I mean, I wouldn't. There's other people here that are broads that wouldn't.
I wouldn't, just because I can separate that sad versus,
Right.
what are you asking me to charge with?
Right. She kind of
Oh,
had
I
to.
got my first woman bot person that wants me to WhatsApp her and send her money. I've never had that in my little spam stuff.
I can't remember what it was that we were talking about, Young, that we decided she kind of needed to kill her side of that. I don't remember. She shouldn't have done it though. She did better than I thought that she would, but it still wasn't. It didn't serve her at all. She hasn't been sentenced yet.
Yeah, and I
nice.
don't get a read on this judge that she's going to deviate from anything that the state says.
Oh,
She's
no. She's a total. She's like that one from the judge from the Whitmer kidnapping stuff. That this is what we're gonna do. We. Who's we, Your Honor? Because you're supposed to be impartial. They should, for his appeal, they should just play that with a little dinging thing of how many times he says we. I think that could have maybe. Hell, I don't know that it would have saved her, but that wasn't worded correctly. I think I know what she was trying to say, but she was trying to be, if I say that I would have done it different, then I'm saying I did something wrong. But you can still feel horrible that it happened and still feel guilt without being guilty. You feel guilt for the things that you maybe think you should have done in hindsight, but it was just not a good question to answer.
Well, and she's not a personable person, so you take that gamble.
I think so. David talked about that, how long, because with time served and stuff like that, what her sentence should be. I can't remember. Oh, welcome back. It was kind of a trick question, like, and then you're kind of forced to interpret what she meant by it, and that was, I don't know, I don't like it.
Well,
they're on lunch, so we're just BSing.
That and the fact that she said, "Do you feel like a victim?" She should not have said what she said. That is what lost her the case right there. If she had any sort of person that was going to fight back for her, she said it so inelegantly, and her own lawyer asked the question that shot her in the foot, no pun
Right.
intended. But what she should have said was something to the effect that cheapens and disrespects the people that lost their lives, the families, and everything else. I do
Right.
not consider myself a victim in this case. No.
Right.
Because all this other stuff can be brought up on appeal, how this is, legally irrelevant and everything else. How this is an overreach, and I'm sure that there are already people.
Is that the Rust girl?
Yeah. Is that what their lawyers is that what her lawyers are arguing or what you're arguing? I just need clarification.
She is very cute. Probably. I don't know. Where is it at? I don't remember where it. They took her into custody last night. Stop ignoring you. Is it bad that I saw her in that chat and not in this one? Oh, New Mexico. Okay. Well, look for it, Young. Sorry. Blame David. He's the one streaming it. Well, that's what happens when you just let your chat go wild. I know, her poor mama was crushed. Young, do you know who that guy was that was sitting next to her mother? I don't understand how she wasn't even there, was she? Hi, expert. Just us two redheads, I guess.
Yes.
Okay. All right, maybe I didn't watch literally any of it except for the verdict, so I see her, Chris. Ah. I'm not ignoring you. I just wasn't paying attention to you.
Don't ignore me, Dave.
Ooh. Hannah gave. Yeah. Interesting. I am not a redhead. I have never been a redhead.
I'm
But expert
naturally
tells everyone
blonde,
I'm redhead.
expert. I just figured to give people a warning.
I think I'm gonna dye my hair red for Dollywood.
Ooh.
Just for expert.
That's mean, Lefty.
Well, is it mean if it's true? Lefty, jeez.
Lefty. I'm left Bert. No, my hair is naturally blonde. You can see it at the roots right now. It's
Yeah, that's not what he was talking about. Oh, here. Okay, I thought I needed Jamie laugh.
Come on, cat and dog. Don't make me home base.
Too late.
Or climb right on top of me, because why not?
I
Loki's like,
scouted her away.
but this is not going to end well, Fry. This is not the cat you're looking for.
Right? It is the best. Jamie's laugh is the best. Jamie should come on here and then I can play her intro again. Have you seen her intro yet?
No.
Oh, it's fantastic. I love it.
Fry, the tail is not a chew toy. You're good. All right, I'm unleashing him.
I agree. They need to do a Midwest Mom stream together. This one right
You
now,
guys start to-
you're gonna stream snipe us while we stream snipe. That would be fantastic.
No.
Then Lefty can stream snipe you. And Baker can
It'll
stream
be streamception. We could just all, and then someone will circle back and
close enough,
Do
Jamie.
not-
Close enough.
do not bite his tail. You're gonna get smacked.
I'm excited. If we could just hurry this season up, that'd be great.
Yeah. Everyone just stop paying your taxes. So Crime Spies is done. Okay, no. If you want to have Feral Fight Club, it's not on my lap.
Giggity. They don't want Fight Club on your lap. Do it.
No, I don't want Fight Club on my lap because inevitably nails and I get Loki was protesting that Fry has decided that his tail, big and fluffy as it is now his new favorite chew toy. Loki took offense for some reason.
I caught part of that when they were stream sniping. I can't watch MG very often when I'm at work, or listen to him very often when I'm at work. I catch myself slowing down so I can pay attention to what they're saying. I have to listen to stuff that I can be like mindless listening to, so I can continue to work at the right pace.
I understand that. Prez, you let my friend out of the room. Bring friend back. And Loki's like, I will bring a switchblade up in this joint next.
You need some AI art of your animal interactions.
No.
I think they've had a long enough lunch.
Yeah, good lord.
He is pretty good. You guys should go check him out. It's I kind of like hiding over there from everybody though all at the same time. But he's in my intro now, so I guess secret's out.
I have never heard of King Queso, so I'll have to check him out.
He does video games.
Oh.
So that's right. Turn to when Lefty abandoned me on YouTube.
Just Oh yeah, you were going to show me Jimmy's intro.
What was that?
I have no idea.
Was that the trial? Hold on, I gotta. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna do that. Snipe Sean for a bit. He's starting a trial. Something about the bathtub. Oh, Baker asked me why I wasn't streaming that. it was. Hold on, I'm gonna play Jamie's intro for oh.
That's great.
I'm working on something else, but I wanted something for last Sunday, and I like had 10 minutes to put it together. I'm like, this feels like a Jamie thing. Like it feels very 80s to me.
Yes.
And that the 80s makes me think of Jamie.
True.
I'm gonna see what my dog is barking at. Probably chicken. Now I need to make Baker one. Somebody called me out for not having one for Baker, but I don't actually have to. Yeah, see? I don't actually have to. He can just let himself on the stream, so.
No, dingus. He said, but you took away friend. Now I want to choose stuff off of your desk. Learn you not to take away friend.
Thank you, Eris. There he is. He's good people. He's funny.
No.
And he designed merch for me last night in his merch store, so that's just gonna be all I wear to the gym now is different creators merch.
No.
Who are you talking about? I don't know who this person is. That's what they say. I don't really believe them. Oh, okay. Sean's fiance. Gotcha. Okay, I remember him talking about her little business during something I watched. Some trial coverage wrap up thing. I think it was like right around the time they got engaged or had their engagement stream, whatever. Oh, David has a raid. Good logic, folks.
Cool.
Oh, that okay. There you go. Simply Strung Together if you're interested in checking out Sean's fiance's line. It comes well recommended by Young, apparently. Probably. Do you have the bugs? Yeah.
Whoa, I should get the mic in front of me. Welcome all you Joe Raiders. Thanks, Joe, for the raid. Just to update everybody, we are hanging out waiting for the court to come back. I got 2 feeds up. We're primarily streaming the Zoom feed because I'm not actually offering a whole lot of commentary during today's stream. I actually have a stack of work to do, but I still wanted to be able to stream this trial, and I will have a update, sort of a review stream later on this evening at 6 p.m. So 5 hours from now, the day's testimony would have been done. Opening statements were pretty much the same from the state. There wasn't much difference given at all. The defense, obviously, this is a different defense attorney, so the defense's opening statement was a little different than Shannon Smith's. It was short and sweet, but she did try to emphasize the fact that this case is about what happened outside of the school, not what happened in the school. So that was good. First witness was the same first witness with Jennifer Crumbley's trial. That was the teacher that was shot in the arm. The state's second witness, who is currently still on the stand, is one of the Oakland County Sheriff detectives that did all the forensic cell phone data dumps and email dumps and things like that. He was actually witness number 5 for Jennifer's trial, but he's witness number 2 for this one. And I believe he got to the point where he's just arriving at the school, trying to coordinate kids and locate security videos, and that's about it. Last time he admitted several Facebook messages and text messages, as well as not cell phone videos, but videos and pictures that were taken that were shared via cell phone, as well as security video. So that's probably what he's going to be used for this time as well. But yeah, so that's where we are. They should be back fairly soon, and I'll just leave you guys with the Great Seal of the state of Michigan.
Thank you, David. Our visiting correspondent. Oh. I really hope they come back at 1:15.
I hope they ever come back. That would be nice.
Right. I know, and he misses it. I know he does. But he's got a lot going on. I get it. It's hard to balance doing YouTube things and doing real life things, and do you have newsy news today, Mo?
Yes, tonight I will have newsy news, and then I will probably hop on, depending on how froggy I feel, to Shizzy's stream to watch the State of the Union. And
Oh,
probably
okay.
get way off topic. You know Shizzy and I.
I didn't realize that was this evening. That'll be interesting.
Yes.
Maybe. I know. Sounds like a good time, huh?
Look, there might be adult beverages involved on my end. I'm just saying.
You're making trouble, huh? I've come to expect it from you, ma'am.
Yes. Fry, no.
You're so mean.
I know I'm mean. I'm a terrible, mean mom, but I'm trying to be more authoritative and not give in to puppy eyes. He was like, "Who are you and what have you done with the woman I used to love?"
It's going, Sniper. We're just waiting for them to come back from lunch. They're supposed to be back in 1 minute, so we'll see.
May take
But this has been they've taken a break after every witness, and and in the middle of a witness, and
just
we've done more breaks than we have testimony today.
yeah.
Jamie, this feels like watching the Wagner trials with all the just sitting and staring at the seal or the ceiling. I really, really hope that Billy's trial isn't like that. Except I found out that I'm gonna be in Tennessee for a good portion of it because it starts the Monday before, well, 2 Mondays before we go. And I'm thinking that that Monday that it starts is probably going to be finding the jury, which could take some time because it's such a hot case around here. I know, that's like, I might, I don't know, I'll see. I want to do something with it. I saw something posted, or I don't know if it was today, because I saw something posted, yes, I think last night when I was at work, that May 6th, or whatever that Monday is, that the 6th or the 7th, whatever day that is, that the trial is supposed to start. Yeah, that's pretty much what we're doing apparently today anyway. Go ahead, eat that olive, cat. I don't think you're gonna like it. The toddler wanted one of my green olives and didn't like it, but the cat thinks that she's gonna like it. She just reached up on my desk and grabbed it off.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, I plan on doing it. I just don't know what I just don't know who I'm gonna record yet for it. Not George or Tony, for sure. I'm sick of those two. Yeah, we're talking about the Pike County Massacre. Billy Wagner's trial is coming up in May. And we're
Oh, that's
hoping
the
that
dad, right?
It's the Roden family.
No, but Billy, is he the dad or is he the
Yes.
son?
Oh, yeah. He's the father. George.
Oh.
They're both George Wagner, but the father goes by Billy, and then the son goes by George. So Jamie and I both tried to watch did watch the son's trial, but like 80% of the trial you couldn't watch because you can opt out of audio video or just video, and a lot of people opted out.
Oh.
So a lot of like there were some days where it was just staring at the ceiling almost all day long.
Oh my god.
If I didn't have a toddler, I would have probably gone to it. But it's kind of hard to find a sitter, so you can just go sit in court all day.
They're like, now what are you
I'm
doing?
not ready to leave
exactly?"
her with the older kids by herself, so. Oh, look at that. I see movement in the courtroom.
Head. He's crowning. I'm a terrible person. Sorry for that image. I don't know why it just came out.
That was great. I just answered your question. What are you talking about, woman? I just answered you. I didn't watch that. I watched it with a local thing, so because it's literally right here. So I know people that are friends with both sides of that situation. So you are trouble. That's your natural state. Trouble mode. I don't know what trial that is, Crime Spies. Oh, oh my. Well, we're just hanging out, chatting with the chat,
Yep, we're working on it.
right? My chat is jumping too much for me. I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't. There's so many names and so many trials. Hi, Dave. We are stream sniping David's stream. And
Yes.
waiting for them to come back for lunch.
To probably take another break.
From the courtroom? Was it the Guardian? And if it was, you're using the term reporter loosely.
Well,
if anyone would like him, I would our whole community will gladly donate him.
I don't know. I have to see a picture. Does he know how to do laundry?
Listen, just say no.
Oh, okay. Well, dang.
Clearly.
This seems to be the case. The
Well,
judge is
yeah,
like, "No, I'm just having my bailage done. No, it'll just be 3 hours. No, I'm just on a
Right?
break. Don't worry." And I've decided I will take that hour-long massage, Gretel.
I feel like maybe that's what she's doing. I need a judge that keeps a timeline.
Yes.
Oh yeah, he's barking at chickens out there. My rooster is a ladies' man, and he goes over to my neighbor's house every day and brings 3 of their girls over here every single day.
Oh, no. He's like, "They're mine now.
Yep.
Come fight me for them."
I think they actually just live here now because they were like my chicken's free range all the time. So, and they don't even go in their coop at night anymore. They just have a tree that they use. And they were in the tree the other night. So I think they just live here permanently now.
They're just.
Yep, he took a lot of them. He gave me mine back today, though.
Oh, we're back. Oh, are we gonna get the jury this time again, Court TV?
I don't think it's behind.
Aren't we
Might be a
sniping directly
little
from
bit.
Dave?
Yeah. I think it's like a little bit behind, maybe. I'm zoomed in again. Yeah, I'm a teeny tiny bit behind. I sped it up to 1.25 to catch it up. I can't believe that the man has to take his court tie off every single time he gets put back in the holding cell. Yep. Hi, Ashley.
So y'all, apparently there's another high school that was doing armpit licking and toe licking for years. And apparently it included some staff members. Just
What?
no, no negative, Knight Rider. Look, I had the story pulled
Nope.
up, but I honestly could not look at the pictures. They were
Nope.
so look, feet are gross to me. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
Eris. I didn't know you were
No.
eating lunch. We had an entire hour break for
Yeah. Why didn't you eat lunch when we were on lunch break, Eris?
I'll have to pull this story for
You know, that was so random.
that's what kind of
Apparently.
well, it was dead air. It's like it's gonna
Like,
vamp a
where
little
did that come
bit.
from? That was funny. You could have pulled that up during lunch.
I was trying to be kind.
There you go. Listen.
Your Honor, calling people
who
versus
does-
James Crumbley, case number
Sometimes it's not much
2279989
better.
FH.
Thank you, Marquise, on behalf of the people.
Karen McDonald on behalf of the people. Good afternoon, Your Honor. Mario Lehman on behalf of James Crumbley, who is standing to my left.
You may be seated. We previously had hard argument yesterday evening about numerous exhibits. A number of exhibits were allowed in, some were excluded this morning. There was a question remaining about People's Proposed Exhibit 133 and People's Proposed Exhibit 153. People's Proposed Exhibit 153, we heard argument about, it's the court's ruling that this exhibit does not qualify under any hearsay exception. It's the same ruling and for the same reason that Exhibit 118 was excluded. And then as it pertains to Exhibit 133, I broke this exhibit down into two parts. The first one is the Tuesday 10 a.m. I have to go to my kid's school. Counselor just called. And this is what I'm dealing with. I'll be back by 11:30 to 12, the latest, with a picture of the math homework. And that was a text between
I know.
co-defendant
I figured this
Miss
was a good
Jennifer
spot for you to
Crumbley
catch up.
and her friend. And I don't find that this text relevant to the case of James Crumbley. So I'm going to exclude it, except the prosecutor may raise it if it's necessary for some reason, an impeachment such as chronology or a knowledge issue. So
Surprised to see
if
her
it's
doing so much
necessary
of this stuff this time.
to impeach some other evidence that's admitted, I'd
Pleasantly
reconsider
surprised.
that
Right.
issue. With regard to the bottom part of this exhibit, again, plaintiff's exhibit 133, on Tuesday at 1:23 p.m. As an offer of proof, the prosecutors indicated they'd be able to demonstrate that there was an active shooter alert, and that subsequent to that, the defendant is calling his wife, Mrs. Crumbley, from their home, and that while Mrs. Crumbley is on the phone with her husband, she is texting her friend, presumably under the influence of the startling event, that there's an active shooter in the school, that Mr. Crumbley is at the home. She's on the phone with Mr. Crumbley, and contemporaneous with her conversation with Mr. Crumbley, she texts, "The gun is gone and so are the bullets. And OMG, Andy, he's going to kill himself and he must be the shooter." So I'll be allowing those text messages in pursuant to 803.2. Right?
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Your Honor.
All right. So are you ready for the jury?
Yes, Judge.
I need a whiteboard. We could have drawn Officer Blurt over here with his minivan. What did she do? Oh, I suppose for the jury to come in, so there's not a oopsie.
Oh, finally, someone's thinking of jury safety.
How many? We've seen quite a few jury.
Currently on court TV, the entire jury. In theory, allegedly. I'm joking.
Yeah.
Court TV's like, we would like you to cease and desist talking about us filming juries.
Mr. Woborowski, you are still under oath, okay? All right, go ahead, prosecutor.
Thank you.
Yeah, they did.
So we were talking about when you arrived at Oxford High School on November the 30th and you went to the security office.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Damn.
And tell us again, what was your primary responsibility at that point in time?
Was to try to secure the video of what had happened in the hallway where the shooting started.
And you said that there were a number of cameras operational in Oxford High School?
Yes, yes, there was.
So, in securing the video, what specifically were you asked to do?
We weren't really asked to do anything. I assumed what the bosses, the sheriff and the undersheriff, all of them would want to know is where it started. We knew it started in the 200 hallway, and we saw as the shooter came out, but we were trying to figure out when he went into the bathroom.
So what did you do to accomplish this goal?
The shooter came out of the bathroom with a black coat on. We kept on, rewinding 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, and watched all the way through looking for him to go into the bathroom. And we didn't know the shooter's name at the time. Then we could never find somebody going into the bathroom wearing what the shooter had when he came out. Somebody told us what his name was. And so we knew that he was in the counselor's office earlier in the day. So we went all the way back to the time he was coming out of the counselor's office to determine what he was wearing before he went to the bathroom. That's how we were able to figure out when he did go in.
Okay, so you were able to eventually identify the shooter?
Yes.
Now, are you the person who actually synced together the camera footage for other investigators?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And tell me, how was it that you were able to do that?
With over 100, at least 100 cameras in the school, you just take clips of each one. And as they move from one camera, you go to the next camera and save that section. And then there's software that I use to just thread them all together.
And then you testified earlier that you were aware that the shooter was in his counselor's office. Were you also aware that James and Jennifer Crumbley went to Oxford High School that day?
At that time, yes, I was. Yes, I'm sorry.
And eventually, were you requested to obtain as much surveillance video footage from that point in time as you could?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to leading.
It's just foundational time.
All right, sustain.
Finally.
Now, in the immediate days after the shooting, what was your primary responsibility with regard to the video?
Different things came up. There was a rumor going around that the shooter had actually tried opening doors, and identifying himself as the police. Well, that was actually the police, but I had to go up there and get more video footage just to determine how far he went completely down the hallway before he turned around, and then what had happened in the surrounding hallways and such like that.
And as the investigator had synced together the video, did you have to watch the video of the shooting itself?
Yes, sir.
All told, how many hours of video do you think you watched to put this together?
Too many.
How many different angles did you have to see this from?
Every angle, every camera. There's some cameras that pointed back in one direction from where it started to, I don't know, 7 different angles, maybe different times.
In part of putting that footage together, were you aiding in the identification of the victims?
Yes.
Tell us what you saw in that video. Started
at 12:51. The The shooter came out of the bathroom. I'll never forget it. He came out of that bathroom like what I've referred to before in my life, like a proud chest, like his shoulders were back. And he comes out of the bathroom, and there's Phoebe and her boyfriend just standing right there. And he takes the gun as he comes out of the bathroom, and he turns and levels the gun and fires at Phoebe and hits her in the shoulder and fires at her boyfriend, hitting him in his hand as he raises his hand from seeing the gun, I would imagine. Then to his right, immediately, right there, was Hannah St. Juliana and Kylie and Riley. And he started shooting at them, and they fell on top of each other. And in the distance in the camera, you can see the far end of the angle. You see what I found out to be was Madison Baldwin, and she crouched down, like I don't know why she did it, but it was in the fetal position, and the shooter ran right up to her, and he put the gun right on her head. She just fell over.
No, he created a movie of it.
He rounds the corner into the longer part of the 200 hallway. Prior to running towards Madison, he had just fired down the hallway, just trying to hit anybody that was running out of there. He rounds the corner and starts shooting. You see a whole bunch of kids. You see
because then they would go off on their own opinion instead of
standing
listening
at
to
doors, just grabbing kids as they ran by and just throwing them into a room. And then there's two girls. One you see, she runs up to a door and tries pulling it open, but the people inside had already put the safety latch at the bottom of the door, and she couldn't get it open. Meanwhile, the shooter's still walking towards, and another girl comes from the right side of the frame and grabs the other one by the arm and just tears off down the hallway. Meanwhile, the shooter is shooting at them. The shooter keeps walking down the hallway past 200. I think it was a 400 T intersection, I think is what that was. And he levels the gun. And he fires 2 rounds, and at first I didn't know what he was shooting at. And then when you go to the section of video of that time is when Tate Muir just comes in, and unknowing to him, he had no idea what was happening. And the shooter leveled the gun, and just as Tate turned the corner, the shooter fired a round. Tate fell instantly. The shooter took a couple steps, then leveled the gun again, and just to shoot Tate again, laying there, shot him. You see Tate's body flinch. He then walks over Tate. At the top of the frame, you see his feet stop, the shooter's feet, and he turns towards a room that, looking at the frame, would be on the left, or would have been his left. And come to find later on, he had fired into a classroom where a teacher was. He continues on down the hallway, almost hunting for more victims or whatever. And he gets past a certain point, and there's no one else to shoot at because everybody had ran out of the school. Every door, every possibility, every door locked, whatever. And you see him turn around, and he stops at a classroom that, based on where the door is, you can't see deep into the room. It's like the room goes that way, but he can only see straight in. Well, as he's walking back this way, he can see the kids, I'm imagining, hiding in that corner because he stops and fires off a few rounds through the glass. He then comes back, walking towards where Tate was lying. At this time, an assistant principal was laying there.
I'm imagining.
Or standing there next to Tate. And the shooter just walks past her with the gun in his hand, and she said something to him. I'm not sure what she said, but you could tell, like, he turned his head, like almost didn't even look at her, turned his head like in shame. I don't know. And then he keeps on walking down the hallway to the bathroom where the
This is madness.
Justin Schilling was. And he just, as he gets to the bathroom, he just stops and turns right and just goes right to the bathroom.
It is, Lois. All of that whole thing was prejudicial.
Yes, he did.
Before he did somebody else exit the bathroom?
Yes, another student.
Tell me what you saw there.
That student, he was, I don't know how else to say it, but I've never seen somebody actually run for their life. And that kid was running for his life.
That's prejudicial.
Eventually exit the bathroom himself.
Yeah, I don't understand why she's not. I would have.
Carol
comes out of the
at this
bathroom.
point,
And he
this would
looks
be
around
really
a little
shitty.
bit,
If I hadn't
see
caught
what's
her
going
who
on.
did these monstrous things.
Turns around and the bathroom, the doors sit back in like a cubby type area, so they're off the hallway. The main hallway you really can't see, but he turns back around. And eventually now, the two first responding deputies had gathered Jason Lewert and Jens were coming down the hallway. And Lewert,
Especially if they're going to play the video anyway, he should not be able to do any of this. Even if they're not playing the video, all the opining that he's doing on what was being said and felt and done is ridiculous. Ugh.
was a little bit faster than Jens was, just because he was trying to cover more ground. You can see Tate laying on the ground. And Jens is walking a little bit slower. As he's walking up to him, the shooter just puts his hands up in the air and then goes down to his knees. As he's doing that, Jens realizes he sees something, and he yelled gun, from what he told me. And the shooter then lays down on his stomach. Jason Lewert come back, and that's where they take him into custody right there.
Based upon your video review, and you said you've had to watch hours of this?
Yes, sir.
Is it fair to say that the entire incident was about 9 minutes long?
Yes, sir. Yeah. He's taken into custody at 1300.
That's
1 o'clock. I'm sorry. Started at 12:51. He was taken into custody at 1 p.m.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to go through some of the evidence that you recovered in your forensic investigation. We talked about different information that you were able to draw upon from James Crumbley's phone, Jennifer Crumbley's phone, and the shooter's phone, as well as their social media accounts and emails.
Yes, that's correct.
So you've seen all of the bits of every exhibit in this case you've seen, is that right?
That's correct.
And you've seen the demonstrative portions of those exhibits in this PowerPoint before too.
Correct.
Okay. So you're aware, and everyone's aware, we have a citation with the evidence number on that slide, as well as a citation to where from these sources of electronic information was pulled from.
Correct. Yes.
Now, from what you've reviewed of the exhibits, do they fairly and accurately depict the information that you extracted from the social media accounts and from devices themselves?
Yes, it does. They do.
So we'll start in late winter or early spring of 2021.
Mr. Keys, can I just ask you, this source of electronic information, which exhibit is this specifically?
This is not an exhibit, this is just a demonstrative aid for.
Okay, all right.
Thank you. So we'll start with March 8th of 2021. Before we get into that, a little bit of background. You were able to obtain the Facebook Messenger chat between James and Jennifer Crumbley?
That's correct.
And tell me how you were able to obtain that.
We were talking earlier, you can send search warrants off after authorization from a judge to obtain information on someone's social media accounts or phone numbers.
Okay. And did that happen in this case?
Yes, it did.
So I'm going to show you what's been admitted as this is people's 44. Sir, what are we looking at here?
That's a Facebook chat from between James and Jennifer, and the green would be James Crumbley and the blue would be Jennifer's.
Okay, so we won't do this with every slide, but just so we are on the same page here. It says from Facebook 691473442 JC Rumbley. What does that mean?
The numbers is the ID account that is signed by Facebook. And then the JC Rumbley is the screen name that was chosen by the user.
Okay. And then we have in the bottom of the text bubble, we have the date. So this is March 8th, 2021. The time, 3:09:50 p.m. And then it says UTC-5. What is that?
It's just to tell you that it's been adjusted. So the normal information is captured in UTC time, -0. The normal time starts in the point in Greenwich. It used to be called Greenwich Mean Time, GMT. Well, now it's UTC, Universal, like whatever it means. Anyways, all time starts there. Depending on which way you go from that point on the globe is whether
This is why you
plus
have
hours
the
or minus
minivan,
hours.
sir.
And we're 5 hours away from where all time starts.
Universal whatever time.
So let's go through this conversation. Blue from Jennifer, Ethan going to bowling. What's in green is James.
Correct.
What's the response there?
IDK, or I don't know.
Okay. Jennifer, what do you mean? I don't know. And what was James' response?
James says, I don't know, period. Exactly what I said, period. We'll know after he gets home.
Okay. And Jennifer's response, 3:12 p.m.
Oh,
He's
hell
on his
no.
phone. Again, 3:12 p.m.
Would you
Why
get
isn't he
that
home
sassy
yet?
with me?
3:12 p.m. He should be home by now.
Correct.
Okay. And Jennifer at 3:12 p.m. and 56 seconds says freaking out. What was James' response?
He does not get home till 3:16.
Okay, so March 8th, 2021, that was a weekday. From the combination of the digital evidence that you reviewed, patient history, were you able to tell where James was when he was sending this message?
Yes.
Where's that?
He was at home.
And Jennifer's response, I told you to pick him up because he's upset and I don't want him to do anything stupid, God damn it.
Correct.
That's March 8th at 3:13 p.m.
Correct.
Okay, and James's response?
Dude, period, chill, period. He is fine, period. And I'm trying to fucking work.
I'm gonna move on to, again, March 8th, 3:13 p.m. What does Jennifer say?
Jennifer replies with, does he have his phone? Question mark, question mark, question mark.
And James's response?
Yes, but he won't answer while he is walking. I will let you know the minute he walks in.
Right. And Jennifer at 3:14 p.m. says what?
I'm serious freaking out. Then she says, is he home yet? That was 3 minutes later.
That's March 8th, 2021. That was Monday. It was 3:17 p.m.
Yes, correct.
I'm going to move on to Exhibit 61. Again, James and Jennifer Facebook messages. Blue will always be Jennifer, is that right?
Correct, yes.
Okay. March 19th, 9:37 a.m. Tell us what Jennifer writes, please.
Jennifer writes, Ethan awake.
Okay, James' response?
Yeah.
Jennifer?
Replies with, how is he?
And what does James say?
James then says, he woke up looking like he had way, in all caps, too much to drink last night, complaining about a headache.
That's March 19th, 2021, 9:40 a.m. What does Jennifer write?
She replied with, well, he was really worked up and out of control, so I can see why. She continues on with, all I know is he needs to eat, go to work hard, and not complain. Then he can get his stuff back. And that was at 9:41 a.m.
Okay. And 10:15?
Jennifer says, you respond, I didn't get a call. I didn't get it.
Okay. And James's response?
He responded with one text says Jesus, another one says yes. He
Okay.
said, let me ask you a question. Why am I in your guys' room? LOL.
That was at March 1921, 10:17 a.m.
Correct.
And Jennifer's response?
OMG. Oh my God.
What did James write?
James responds, I totally thought you were giving him a Xanax last night.
Jennifer's response?
She responded with, does he seem better? Then the second response, no melatonin.
Okay, and what did James say?
He responds back with, I know.
Jennifer's response at 10:18 a.m., please.
Jennifer said, but he hasn't had one before, should have only given him half.
What did James say?
He is just doing his school, says his head hurts. He took so Tylenol.
Okay, and Jennifer wrote, is he okay to work?
Correct, she did. And then James responds back with, yeah.
Okay. And what did Jennifer write at March 19th, 21, 11:38 a.m.?
Does he remember what he did?
And what did James say?
James responds back with, dude, I am working on a demo right now. I have not talked to him, and he is doing school.
Okay, Jennifer's response?
She responds back with, okay, then, geesh.
Now, you've reviewed the entire phone seized from the shooter.
Correct.
Okay. Did one text message conversation stand out to you compared to the rest?
Yes.
Okay, and tell me, why did it stand out?
Just the volume of text messages back and forth, the amount that there was in just one chat.
Okay, now without telling us the person with whom the shooter was texting with that volume, can you tell us if you came to learn that the person who was texting was the same age?
Yes,
Okay.
he was.
And he went to school with him?
Correct.
All right.
Yes.
Tell us about the approximate number of text
I
messages
think that's
between the
actually
shooter
the
and his
Zoom
friend.
thing, or
There was
the
over
meet
20,000
that's
text
coming from.
messages between the two from January to the middle end of October.
So that sounds like a lot to me, but I'm not an expert in computer forensics. Give us an idea of what that scope is.
20,000. I mean, that printed is over 5,000 pages of text. I've examined phones that someone's entire chat conversation with everybody they have is less than 20,000. So it's just a large volume.
To put it in comparison between, let's say, James and Jennifer's Facebook conversations, right? What's the scope and the difference in size there?
I believe James and Jennifer was 10,000 text messages back and forth.
Okay.
For that same time frame.
So same time frame, we have double the amount of text message communication between the shooter and his friend as James and Jennifer.
Correct.
Okay.
You said January to October. Is that both 2021?
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Judge. Yes, 2021.
Yes.
No, there were also, without going into detail, video shared as well.
Yes, there was.
Okay. And were some of the content of the conversation of a highly personal nature?
Yes, it was.
Now, in comparison to any other conversation
I don't take
on
it.
the shooter's
It makes me
phone,
feel gross.
what's the difference in size between that particular text thread with everybody else's on the shooter's phone?
He had over 20,000 text messages with his one friend. And in comparison, there was between anybody else, there was a combined, I want to say less than 1,000 between anybody else that he had chatted with.
So combined, less than 1,000.
Yes.
And then that one friend was over 20,000.
Correct.
Sounds like a kid with
I'm
one
going to
phone.
show you just a very small portion of that.
Right.
Specifically April the 4th and April the 5th of 2021, which would be right about 2 weeks after the messages that we just saw between James and Jennifer Crumbley. This has been admitted as Exhibit 67. Names are redacted, obviously. Green is the shooter.
Correct.
Okay. Tell us what the shooter wrote April 4th, 2021, 11:56 at night.
Types like I hear people talking to me and see someone
Yeah.
in the distance, and then he appears to
I
try to
can't take
correct
it.
the spelling of
I
the
don't like
distance.
that feeling it gives.
And April 4th, 2021, 11:56 and 50 seconds. What does he write?
I actually asked my dad to take me to the doctor yesterday, but he just gave me some pills and told me to suck it up.
And 11:57 p.m. What did he write?
He continues on with, Like it's at the point that I'm asking to go to the doctor. And then he says, my mom laughed when I told her.
That was again 11:57 in the evening, April the 4th, 21.
Correct.
April 5th, 2021. This is just after midnight. What does he write?
He tells his friend, but I'm having bad insomnia right now, RN, and paranoia.
And then what does he write?
I need help.
That's at 12:11 a.m.
Correct.
And then at 12:12 a.m. what does he write?
I was thinking I calling 911 too, so I could go to the hospital.
And continuing on, April 5th, 12:12 a.m. what does he write?
But then my parents would be really pissed.
And finally, 12:38 a.m. what does he write?
He says, I'm going to ask my parents to go to the doctor's tomorrow or Tuesday again. Then he continues with, but this time I'm going to tell them about the voices.
And finally, he writes at 12:39, 20 seconds, what?
Like I am mentally and physically dying.
Now, you discovered, we just mentioned some videos on this text message thread between the shooter and that friend. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. So I'm going to now direct you to August the 19th of 2021. First of all, did some of those images that he shared depict firearms?
Yes, they did.
Okay. So this is exhibit 70 and 71. 70 is the text message itself. And what are we looking at here?
That's showing a video was sent to his friend.
Okay. So it's the same friend we're referring to at all times?
Correct, yes.
Okay. August 19th, 2021, 9:31
I don't
p.m.
understand how these are
And the video
allowed in.
is 71. I'm going to play that now.
I don't get this.
If the messages between her and the son aren't allowed in because they can't prove that James
That's August
knew.
19th, 2021. Do you know what he was handling in his hand?
That was a handgun.
This is exhibit 72 and 73. They've both been admitted. This is 8:20 a.m. at 12:30 in the morning. So we're carrying over past midnight from the last video. 72 is this text bubble. So what are we seeing here?
Again, it's a text to his friend that he's been communicating with of another video.
But he's not on trial.
And this
So
indicates that video was sent to his friend.
Correct.
I'm going to play 73 now. Now, sir, do we see a round in that chamber?
Yes, there is.
Okay. When I say round in the chamber, what does that mean?
The bullet and the shell.
And that was August the 20th. Now, were you able to tell if the defendant or Jennifer Crumbley were actually inside the home when the video was taken?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to go through. We talked earlier about how you're able to find certain location history.
Correct.
Okay. So, is it fair to say that you're able to do that for this specific date?
That's correct. Yes.
So this is exhibit 74. Green, and so we're aware, green will always be James Crumbley's location. Purple will be Jennifer Crumbley. Okay. What are we looking at here in exhibit 74?
That's a GPS location that was captured by Google. Is the Gmail account, jamescrumbly8@gmail.com in the upper right corner. And on August 19th at 9:21 p.m.
Okay, so that's on East Street. Did you come to learn that the Crumbley family lived at 112 East in Oxford?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So that indicates at least that his device is at the location approximately the time the first video on August 19th was taken.
Correct.
Okay. So this is exhibit 75. This is purple again. So this would be Jennifer Crumbley?
Correct.
Tell us, please, what you see here.
Again, it's using the same Gmail account that they had. Her GPS location from Google was at 9:29 p.m. on August 19th.
Okay. And again, that's the first video that we saw.
Correct.
This is exhibit 76, specifically August the 20th, 2021, 12:32 a.m. What do we see here?
Again, another green circle.
I think only his friend was the only one that ever heard that.
Okay. And this is approximately the same time the video of the loaded gun was sent.
Correct.
There's 77. What are we looking at here?
That's the purple, which is Jennifer's on August 20th, and that's at 12:21 a.m.
Now this is exhibit 72. This is part of that same conversation between the shooter and his friend?
Yes.
Okay, and this was August 20th, 21 at 12:32 a.m.?
Correct.
Okay, so would that be right after that video was sent?
That's correct.
All right, what does the shooter write?
My dad left it out, so I thought, why not? LOL.
Now, during the course of your investigation, did you come to learn that this friend the shooter was communicating with abruptly left the state of Michigan?
Yes.
Okay. And did you learn if that was done without notice to the shooter?
Correct, it was not.
Okay, what do you base that belief on?
James had reached out to the father of the shooter's friend, asking if everything was okay, and then the father of the friend told what was going on.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 79. This is a text message from, you recovered off of James Crumbley's phone?
Correct.
Okay, and again, names are redacted here. Did
Correct.
you come to learn that this is the father of the shooter's friend?
Yes.
Okay. And what's the date here?
This is on October 30th, 2021.
Okay, at 9:52 p.m., what did he write?
He wrote, "Hey Mark, sorry for the late text. Hope the family is well. Just wanted to check in and make sure everything is okay with the shooter's friend. Ethan's been trying to get a hold of him for a few days. Did not know if his phone was taken away, maybe, but just checking in. Ethan wanted to be with his friend for Halloween if he is okay."
Okay. Now, we have this in the same conversation for context. This is October 30th, 21, 11:01 p.m. This was in response to that text?
Correct.
Okay. And what does he say?
He says, "Hey James, thanks for checking in on him. Unfortunately, his friend is in a bad place with the OCD, unable to go to school most of this week. We're taking him out to Wisconsin tomorrow to put him in residential treatment. He'll be gone for 60 to 90 days. By far the hardest decision we've had to make. So he probably doesn't know how to approach it with Ethan or what to say. I think he is probably embarrassed about the situation and is the reason he is not answering. Let me talk to friend. I wasn't aware that he wasn't talking to anyone."
Okay. And then there was another text after?
Yes. He responds, "Sorry for the delayed response."
Okay. And 10:30:21 at 11:03 p.m.
The father of the friend says, "Let me talk to him and see how he wants to approach it with Ethan."
Okay. And then what is James' response?
James responds with, "Mark, please let me know if there's any way at all we can help. He is a great kid and always great over here and very welcome at all times. Please let me know if we can help."
So that's October 30th, 2021, 11:10 p.m.
Correct.
Now, I want to talk to move into November of 2021. Did you find any information
Now I
regarding
see it. I was
James
like, what are you
Crumbley's
talking
employment
about?
status?
Yes.
Okay.
They're
And tell us specifically
upside down in the
regarding
desk.
November of 21, what did you find?
That he had lost his job on the first of the month.
Okay. And did he subsequently find another job?
Yes, he did.
And do you recall when that was?
Shortly thereafter, he started door dashing.
Okay. This is exhibit, I'm sorry, we're still on page exhibit 79. The response to James Crumbley's text was what?
Always, the dad of the friend says, "Thank you. He loves you guys. Hopefully we can get him better and Ethan can spend some time over here too. He has to voluntarily go, so there's a chance he may not do it. If you don't mind for now," if Ethan asked, "tell him he had to go out of town unexpectedly. If he gets admitted, then we can give him full disclosure. Is that all right?"
So here's exhibit 81. This is you mentioned he was door dashing?
Correct.
Okay. And you executed, well, you were part of the investigators who obtained information from DoorDash via search warrant?
Yes.
Okay. And the DoorDash, if you are a driver of DoorDash, you install an application on your phone?
Correct.
And did James Crumbley have that on his phone?
Yes, he did.
And so what is this in 81?
That's just from one of the things that is pulled out when we extract data, pull data off the phone. It's installed applications, and it just tells us that that app was installed, the Dasher app was installed on his phone on November 9th.
Okay. So that's when he would have put the application on the phone to start receiving orders to be a DoorDash driver.
Correct.
So this is November 9th, 2021 at 8:35 p.m.
Correct.
All right. Now, did you come to learn that he also received messages when he logged in and began picking up orders?
Yes.
Did you find any evidence to suggest that he worked anywhere else but DoorDash in the month of November of 2021?
No, I did not.
And based upon his location history and other information you obtained from his phone, did you come to learn if when he did work beforehand, he was away from the house or in the home?
He was in the home.
Now, what about the shooter's digital footprint in the month of November 2021 after his friend left? When you reviewed the phone, the shooter's phone, for that month in particular, did you find any evidence of the shooter being in contact with anybody else, any other peer?
No, he did not communicate with hardly anybody at all.
Any evidence, either GPS pings, pictures, social media posts, text messages, anything to suggest that he met up with anybody outside of school?
No, if I remember correctly, there was, for the whole month of November, there was only 48 total text messages from the 1st to the 30th.
Okay. And what did those text messages include?
Combined 6 of them were to James and Jennifer. And then the rest were, I remember seeing, he was accessing some app, maybe doing homework or something, trying to find, you know, it appeared like you would text it, maybe a math problem or something, it would send you the answer. I'm not entirely certain, but that's what it looked like.
But no evidence of plans to meet with a friend outside of school or
no,
or anything
Objection,
like
Honor,
that?
ask the answer.
I don't think I asked that one.
Keep going.
Okay. No, sir. When I talk about cached data, what does that term mean?
Cache data is data that's stored in a temporary file for your device, whether it's a phone or a computer, to pull that information back up again quickly. Whether it's recently viewed or something you look at a lot, the computer can do it quicker because it knows it has to go to this one folder instead of re-downloading it.
Okay, so I understand it. Does that mean if it's, does every phone have a certain area of storage of cache data?
Yes, and every app, just depending on what the app is, it would have its own folder of cache data. Yes.
Okay. So if there's something, for example, an image in cache data, what does that indicate to you as a forensic examiner?
It would imply that someone had to. It would have to have been on their phone. They would have to have seen it.
Okay. Now, what does it mean if two people have the same cache data on their phone for an image?
One either would have sent it to the other one, or they randomly looked at the same picture.
When examining the phone of the shooter and examining the phone of James Crumbley, did you find any images in common in cache data?
Yes.
Now I want to specifically take you to exhibits 82 and 83. This is the extraction report and a screenshot. So first of all, 82 is the extraction report. This is a snippet of that, please. Tell me what that means.
On 82?
Yes.
Where the file info is and stuff?
Yes.
That shows the name of the image when either you take a screenshot of something, it's going to name it real quickly, or if you receive it, it'll name it real quickly so it can track it within your device. And then where it says path, that's the file path that often tells you what happened, how something got on a computer, on a phone, is by reading the file path.
So let's talk about file path for a second. Now, anytime you, as an expert in computer forensics and cell phone forensics, you're looking to find how a piece of data got on a phone. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And so how does a file path aid you in that?
It just tells, that right there tells us what they, like this one, for example, on the screen, it says Android messaging. I know this was done using the Android messaging app.
Okay, so this was from the shooter's phone, and the file path you said had Android messaging?
Correct. At the second line from the top, it says tar archive and then data / and then com Android messaging /.
Okay. Now, if something is found in cache data as opposed to just scrolling through the phone to find the image, what does that mean to you?
That they would have seen it on their phone before.
Okay. But why wouldn't you be able to find it just in messages?
Probably, if it was deleted.
Okay. So this is on the shooter's phone, and we have the, I guess, the forensic footprint of this image.
Correct.
And the image itself in exhibit 83.
Yeah, it probably is whether.
Correct.
Right.
Okay, so what is the exhibit itself in 83?
That tells you right there, that's a screenshot, because at the top of it, you can see the top part of your phone. Usually it has a time up there and the battery life and the antenna strength that you have. You can see that at the top of that image.
Okay. So the screenshot here is 12:39. And we have the extraction report on 82 to verify. It's Monday, the 8th of November, 2021, 12:39 p.m. So that matches the screenshot?
Correct, it does.
And because Exhibit 82 has the actual time and date stamp with the UTC -5 that matches the screenshot, what does that mean to you?
That image, that's the image that was sent with that.
Okay. And this was on the shooter's phone?
Correct.
All right, so this is, this also has the file path here at 12:40 p.m. Tell me what we're looking at here.
This one, so this file path is a little different. Again, starting where you see the word path on the screen there, and then going over, second line from under tar archive, it's the tct.cs.rcs. And the RCS tells me that that is rich content, and that's Android's way of being able to either share large files, to know, a lot of people have an Apple phone, you can tell when someone's texting you back.
Bring it out,
The
Mom.
RCS feature allows Android phones
You
to
are
use.
welcome.
Okay. So as a forensic examiner, you can tell us that that screenshot was sent by the defendant's phone based upon, by the shooter's phone based upon the file path?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. Here's exhibits 85 and 86. This is from James Crumbley's phone. What are we looking at here?
On the right side is, I'm sorry, the left side, I apologize, is the extraction information that was given, the name that was given in the file path, and then the screenshot again on the right side.
Okay, exhibit 85, the extraction report here. It has the date and time. It's November the 8th, 2021, but this is 12:40 p.m. So that's later in time than what was found on the shooter's phone.
Correct.
Is that right?
Correct, about 1 minute.
But it's the same screenshot?
Correct, it is.
Now, did you find either screenshot of the 9mm, so price $299.99, used Smith & Wesson SD9VE in very good condition, comes with 2 16-round magazines and cleaning kit with an image of a firearm, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, did you find that screenshot in either messaging from James Crumbley or the shooter?
From James Crumbley?
Yes.
No.
Okay. But did you find it anywhere else on the phone other than the cache data?
No, I did not.
Okay. Have you seen reference to SD9VE 9mm elsewhere in this case?
Yes.
Where?
In the shooter's journal.
And again, because it's found in cache data, nowhere else, what does that mean to you?
That it would have had one time been on the phone. As you're opening the text message, your phone's going to say, I got to save that image so I can look at it, if they want to open it up. So the fact that it's in the cache data tells me that they had opened it up.
Okay.
To see it.
Now, is it possible to recover deleted content from a phone?
Potentially.
Tell me why.
Each Android phones are different. So depending on the manufacturer of the phone, whether you have either a high-end phone or a simple throwaway phone that you buy at Walmart, the Android operating system can be changed to suit the manufacturer's or the reseller's specifications. So if you want to sell a cheaper end phone that doesn't have all the functionalities of a higher end phone, usually doesn't have the features to be able to store longer content or retrieve deleted content.
Okay. So it's nothing to do with your forensic tools per se, it's just on the manufacturer?
Correct.
Is it more likely to recover deleted messages after both users delete the message?
No, no. Is it more difficult?
Yeah.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. So the fact that this was found in cache data and nowhere else, that's significant to you?
Yes.
Why?
That it was on the phone at one time and now it's not there.
Did all the Crumbleys have Androids?
Yes, they did.
I'm going to direct your attention now to the days before the shooting. We'll start with November the 26th, 2021. Now, sir, given the tools available at your disposal and the information you're able to pull from, I'm going to ask you to build as best you can a digital footprint of the Crumbleys from the 26th to the 30th. Okay. Now, are you familiar with the firearm purchase of the 6-hour 9mm on November the 26th, 2021?
Yes.
Okay. But based upon data locations and other information that you were able to retrieve in your investigation, Are you able to tell us approximately when that purchase occurred?
Yes.
When?
It was between 1 and 2 p.m.
Well, I'm going to show you Exhibit 87 here. This is data location from 12:08 p.m. on 11/26/21. So what are we looking at right here?
That I apologize. It was between 12 and 1 p.m. They were at the gun range there, or the gun store there.
Okay. So this location here verifies that James Crumbley's device was at that firearm store where the 6 hour was purchased that day?
Correct, yes.
And this is Exhibit 88. This is 12:57 p.m. And we can see East Street as far as where we're oriented towards the map. What are we looking at here?
That shows James Crumbley's location relative to his house at 112 East Street.
Okay. So what can you surmise from these data points?
That this one in particular, the larger the circle is, the more, I don't want to say less accurate, the larger the range where the device would be. This one in particular is 62 meters from that point. So he could be anywhere within 62 meters of that point there near his house.
Okay. So because we have a more narrow point in Exhibit 87, we can be reasonably assured that the device was at the firearm store from 12:08, and then at 12:57, he was getting within 62 meters of his house?
Correct.
Okay. Now, to the extent possible, I'd like us to go through what the Crumbley family did after the purchase of that firearm on November the 26th. Tell us what you saw on their phones, what they did after the gun was purchased.
They went Christmas tree shopping. There are pictures of it.
Sir, when someone takes a picture of something, is there a way to tell where and when that picture was taken?
Usually, yes.
Tell me why.
So a picture that's taken with your phone or even a camera that you might have, a Canon camera, captures what's called metadata. You usually tell your phone to do it. And metadata is data within data. It's so that the main information here that you see on the screen is of a map. Well, embedded in that could be how that map was made by the camera that took the picture, maybe the computer that took the picture, how even the screenshot was made. That's information that you don't see. That's the metadata.
So we're looking at exhibits 89 and 90 here. So 89 is the metadata, 90 is the photograph itself. Tell us what we're looking at here.
That's was taken from the shooter's phone. He was holding a handgun that was purchased on the 26th.
And the handgun on the grip there says 6 hour?
Correct, it is.
Okay. And so when and where was this picture taken?
This was taken at the Crumbley home on November 26th.
And what time?
At 1:03 p.m.
Okay, so we saw from the location history that James Crumbley was almost at his house at 12:57 p.m. And this photograph was taken 6 minutes later?
Correct.
Now, did the shooter post anything on Instagram with regards to this firearm?
He posted pictures of him holding the gun, and then telling people, ask questions, he'll answer.
So here's Exhibit 95. What do we see here?
That's the Instagram post where the shooter wrote, "Just got my new beauty today. Heart eye emojis, 6 hour 9mm. Ask questions, I will answer."
And when was this post made?
In the bottom left corner, you can see it was November 26th, 2021. And it says 1806, which is 606 UTC. And that's what I was talking about. We're -5 or 4 hours. So in November, we're -5 hours. So it's taken at 306.
All right, here is also Exhibit 95. What do we see here?
106. I apologize. It was 106 that was taken.
106.
I
was going to correct your math, but
yes, I apologize. Another picture of him holding it in his hand, and that was taken shortly after at 1:06 p.m.
Okay, so same caption, the post, different photograph?
Correct.
All right, and here is, again, same time, same caption?
Yes, just looking down the sights of the gun.
Okay. We see 3 dots at the top of the firearm. What is that?
Those are the sights of the gun. The two on the outside, in the front post. If you don't know, you line those up. It's called your sight picture. You get those 3 dots in a line. If you have equal light on either side, it's where your round's going to go. And he's just practicing lining up the sights.
And that's lined up in a way where it would fire the way you would want it to. That'd be right?
It's put around right below, yeah.
And same caption, just get my new beauty today, 6 hour 9mm. Ask any questions I will answer.
Correct.
Now, were you able to tell if James and Jennifer Crumbley followed this particular Instagram account?
Yes, they did.
So let's verify that. This is Exhibit 91. This is regards to Jennifer Crumbley.
Correct.
Okay. And what are we looking at right here?
This is a caption, a screenshot from the data extraction from a Celebrate report.
Okay. And this tells you what?
It tells me that Jennifer did follow. It shows the username entry Ethan.Crumbley, and that the actual name to it is Ethan Crumbley, following on Instagram.
Okay. And here's Exhibit 92. This is for James Crumbley.
Correct.
And same information obtained.
Same thing in the contact column. You can see where interaction status. It says following and a source Instagram.
Okay. Were you able to determine if James Crumbley followed his wife Jennifer Crumbley's social media accounts as well?
Yes.
Okay. Here's Exhibit 93. What are we looking at?
Another screenshot of an extraction report.
Okay. What does this indicate to you?
It shows that JC Rum following on Instagram.
Okay. With username JEHNC78.
Correct.
And this is Exhibit 94. What does this show?
That shows in the contact column JC Rumbley, friend on Facebook.
So we saw from the location data, James arriving home approximately 12:57 p.m., or at least in the proximity of the home. And then these photographs taken at 1:03 p.m. And then these posts made shortly thereafter. Is that right? Okay, you said they went Christmas tree shopping after that?
Yes.
Okay, we're able to tell from location history when that occurred?
Yeah, on the, I'm sorry, the evening of the 26th.
Okay. Now, did you find any other pictures or videos of the murder weapon after they returned home from Christmas shopping?
There was one more.
And this is Exhibit 96. This is 6:39 p.m. on November the 26th, 2021. This was found on the defendant's phone, is that right?
Yes.
I'm sorry, the defendant's son phone, thank you.
This is on the
The shooter's phone. Based upon your investigation, that was the 6-hour 9mm?
Yes, it was.
Did you also find a picture on Jennifer's phone of the 9mm and another firearm owned by James Crumbley?
Yes.
This is Exhibit 97. What are we looking at here?
That's the 6-hour at the bottom part of the screen, and on top is a Caltech firearm, and then the magazines and a gun line.
So, are you aware of what was provided to James Crumbley when he purchased the weapon on November the 26th?
I was, a gun lock was provided in the magazines, the gun.
As well as that ATF pamphlet underneath it?
Correct.
Now, the video that we saw that was taken at 6:39 p.m., that's the video on the shooter's phone.
Correct.
Okay. Now, I'm going to show you Exhibit 98 here. This is at 6:27 p.m., November the 26th. James Crumbley location. Are you able to tell where he was at that time?
He was, the device shows near his house, at his house.
Move on to the next day of November the 27th, 2021. Could you get an idea of what the defendant, his wife, and their son were doing that day?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what of significance to you?
Jennifer and the shooter went to the gun range that day.
All right. And were there any social media posts made after the trip to the gun range?
Yes.
Is that both by the shooter as well as Jennifer Crumbley?
Yes, it was.
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Foundation on look. We'll go one by one. Here is, first of all, for a timeline, Exhibit 99, what are we looking at here?
That the purple is Jennifer and at the house at 1:58 p.m. on the 27th.
And here is Exhibit 100. What do we see here?
That's the target that was used at the shooting range, posted by the shooter. Took my new SIG out to the range, so they definitely need to get used to the new sights. LOL.
And date and time when this was posted?
That was at 19:02 or 2:02 p.m.
Okay. And that's November 27th, 21, correct?
Correct.
Now, this is exhibit 101. This is Jennifer Crumbley's Instagram post. What do we see here?
She posted the target that she had shot and posted with it, Mom and Sunday testing out his new Xmas present. My first time shooting a 9mm, I hit the bullseye.
So that is how close in time in relation to what her son posted?
Within 1 minute.
Now this is another photograph here, same post?
Yes.
Same time?
Yes, it is.
And finally, what do we see here?
That's the 6-hour handgun right there with the magazines and the pamphlet.
So because all three indicate Mom and Sunday testing out his new Xmas present, my first time shooting a 9mm, I hit the bullseye. Does that indicate those three pictures were posted together?
Yes, they were.
So here's exhibit 102 here. This is 2:03 p.m. What do we see here?
This is Jennifer at her house at 9:27 at 2:03 p.m.
Okay, and so that's approximately the same time those photographs, those posts were those images were posted?
Correct.
So the fact that they were posted on her device or her social media accounts through her device, and we have a device location here, what does that mean to you?
That she was at her house when she made that post.
And were you able to tell if James Crumbley saw these images?
Yes.
Here's exhibit 103. What are we looking at here?
This is data information from the cell phone extraction. And again, back to the file path that I talked about, you can see the third line down in the second column. You see tom.facebook.katana/hash showing, indicating that it's in the cache folder.
Okay. So like the screenshot of a Smith & Wesson 9mm sent by his son to him, these images were also found in the cache folder?
Correct.
Now, we were able to obtain data locations from James Crumbley's Gmail account for November the 27th, 2021.
Yes.
Okay, did that help you identify where he was that day?
Yes.
Okay. So I'll go through exhibits 104 through 107. Here's 104. What do we see here?
It shows James' location. It's near the gas station of the Meyer at Ray Road in 24.
Okay, we already talked about at this point in time he was working for DoorDash.
Correct.
And we already identified the fact that when there was an order ready, he would receive a text message from the DoorDash app.
Correct.
Okay, so were you able to tell what he was doing that day?
Yes.
What was he doing?
He was door dashing.
So 9:37 a.m. indicates one position where he's at, and looks like he's back home at 5:32 p.m.
Correct.
Here's exhibit 106. It's about 6:03 p.m. He's out of the house then?
Correct.
Okay. And 6:33 back home.
Correct.
Now, what about Jennifer's locations from that day? Were you able to obtain any idea where she was that day?
Yes.
Okay. This is exhibit 108. What do we see here?
It's the purple dots indicating Jennifer's locations.
Okay. So we have 2:29 p.m. to 3:32 p.m. in locations outside of the home that would indicate what to you?
She was at home. She was out and about.
Okay, just to make sure I'm clear, on the 27th, we see James Crumbley leaving home around 9:37 a.m., returning at 5:32 p.m., leaving again at 6:03 p.m., home again at 6:33 p.m.
Correct.
And the same day, Jennifer's gone from about 2:30 p.m. to 3:30 p.m.
Correct.
Now, Sunday, November the 28th.
There was a motion
exhibit
and nobody will
109.
use his name.
Tell us what we're looking at here.
That is GPS location for Jennifer on November 28th at 12 p.m.
It's too
So she's obviously away
traumatic.
from her home. Do you know what's at this location?
Yeah, that's where the horse farm is.
Okay. Now, you say horse farm. You went through all of the digital evidence in this case.
Correct.
Okay, including the Facebook messages between James and Jennifer.
Correct.
The messages from James to anyone else or Jennifer to anybody else.
Correct.
Okay. Are you aware of James and Jennifer spending time at that horse farm?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and tell me how you're aware of
Your Honor, I'm going to object to relevance.
We addressed this, Judge. You addressed it in your earlier opinion as well.
I think we did. Yeah, I'm gonna allow it. I think your objection goes to weight, not admissibility.
Thank you, Judge. How are you able to know that, Judge?
By how many times they talked about whether I'm going to the barn to do this or work on this horse or take care of that horse. Yes.
Okay. Give us an idea of how many times they talked about it.
They talked, it was mentioned within their chats 86 times of going to the barn.
Oh, I'm sorry, over what period of time?
That was from January to November.
From that conversation, we were able to tell if they would go together or if they had a plan to do it.
Both. They would go take care, one go take care of a horse, or they'd meet up there together.
Here is Exhibit 110. This is Sunday the 28th at 2:07 p.m. This is at the Crumbley family home?
Correct.
Okay. So these last two pieces of the exhibit indicate that Jennifer Crumbley was at the horse barn from approximately noon to whenever she left, arriving home at 2:07.
Correct.
And that's the Sunday after that firearm, the 9mm, was purchased.
Correct.
Let's talk about James' data location points. Here's Exhibit 111. What do we have here?
It shows his location at the Meyer gas station again.
Okay, and tell us what he was doing that day for your review of the digital evidence.
That day he was door dashing again.
So this is a data point at 8:56 a.m. Exhibit 112 is 12:45 p.m. Here's he's back at the house.
Correct.
Does he leave again?
Yes, he does.
Okay, here's 113, Exhibit 113 at 12:52 p.m. What do we see here?
It shows him going away from the house.
Okay. And Exhibit 114, what do we have here?
At 5:13 p.m. he's back at the house.
Okay. So all this tells you that James left at 8:56 a.m., returned at 12:45 p.m. He left again 7 minutes later and returned 5:33 p.m.
That's correct.
Okay. I want to move on to Monday, the next day, Monday, November the 29th. I want to talk about a Facebook conversation between James and Jennifer Crumbley. When you mentioned like those 86 times they talked about the barn, is this what you were referring to?
Yes, it was.
Was this a portion of what you were referring to?
Correct.
James's response was what at 9:05 a.m.?
Working on Billy.
Okay. And did you come? Who's Billy? Did you?
It was one of the horses.
This is also part of 115. What did James send to Jennifer?
He sent a photo. It's the horse's legs.
Okay. And Jennifer's response?
Do the fronts too.
So that's 9:21 a.m. on Monday, November the 29th. What did Jennifer write to James after that?
She asked him, did you call the vet yet? And then tell us to make sure you get back in between his heel bulbs.
And James's response was, I did at 9:34, then fronts too, right after?
Correct.
And James wrote what at 9:35?
He says, what exactly should I tell the vet? Type out for me, leaving the barn now.
Okay. And Jennifer's response was what?
Billy looks to have scratches / mud fever. He's starting to stock up on all fours and concerned about infection. He's not lame, sensitive to the touch, and they go down when he moves. Is there an antibiotic I can get him on? We just put Desitin, an antibacterial, on his legs today.
Okay, and then she wrote what?
She asked, was he stocked up this morning?
Okay, so that was 9:41 a.m.
Correct.
And James's response at 9:43?
He responds back with, he was stocked up more in the back than in the front. In fact, the front didn't really look stocked up at all. So I launched them for a few minutes before. I put the stuff on it and it took the swelling down a little bit, but I got that cream all over, in between the seal bulbs and stuff like that. I'll call the vet here in a minute.
Okay, then you wrote, talk to tax FYI, so I have no idea what I really just said.
Yes.
Jennifer, it made sense, LOL at 9:58, and then James's response at 9:59?
James responds with, I just talked to the vet, Carrie. Said she's going to talk to the vet once one of them get back in, and she will give me a call back. I explained everything exactly how you wrote it down. Good thing you wrote it down like that, LOL, for me.
Okay, your response was, okay, good, LOL?
Correct.
Okay, so this conversation regarding the barn and the vet started at 8:23 a.m. and it went until 10:15 a.m.
Correct.
Okay. Did you come to learn if a message was left for Jennifer Crumbley while this conversation was going on between James and Jennifer?
Yes, there was.
Okay. This is exhibit 116. Swing, can you have the volume?
Hi, Ms. Crumbley. My name is Pam Fine. I'm calling from Oxford High School, and I'm here with Mr. Hopkins, who's Ethan's counselor. I was just calling to let you know that we just spoke with Ethan, had a really nice conversation. One of the teachers had sent an email to the office that she was concerned because Ethan, when she was walking around the room checking assignments, that he was on his phone looking at bullets and that sort of thing. So she just wanted us to have a conversation. We did. We said he had been to the shooting range with you this weekend, and we were like, yep, guns are a hobby for a lot of people, and shooting ranges, and that's perfectly normal. And that we just wanted to make sure I had a conversation with him about the things he searches at school, and things versus searching at home. Like Mr. Hopkins gave a good example of like if the teacher makes beer at home, perfectly normal and healthy, but can't be using searches for making beer at school. So we had a conversation. He was great. He's like, yep, I get it. So I just wanted to let you know that we did have that conversation with him, and I don't know, about 5 minutes, and he went back to class. All right, if you have any questions, you can give me a call. Otherwise, it'll be a great holiday. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Okay, so that was November the 29th, 2021. Did you find evidence that Jennifer Crumbley accessed that voicemail?
Yes, she did.
Is that depicted here in People's Exhibit 117?
Yes.
Could you find from the messages between James and Jennifer who picked their son up from school that day?
Ethan did. I apologize. James did. Father.
Here's Exhibit 120. This is Jennifer Crumbley. You still working? 2:44 p.m. James says no, waiting for their son. 2:47. Okay. In 119, this is later on. What does Jennifer write to James?
Did Ethan tell you what happened today?
And that's the same afternoon that the voicemail was left?
Correct.
Okay. And James's response
was yeah.
Now we're going to move on to November the 30th. And we'll go step by step from what you were able to discern from all of the evidence that you had to review and discuss. So in the morning, November 30th, were you able to tell what time the shooter was dropped off at school?
After 7:30 p.m. or a.m.
So you were able to pull surveillance video for this? This is Exhibit 122. 7:46 a.m. on the 30th?
Correct.
Tell us when you recognize him, please.
He got out of the car a second ago. As the last one walking up.
Right there?
Yes.
He was dropped off by his father?
Correct.
Okay. Exhibit 123, tell us where James Crumbley went after that.
At 8:04 a.m. he was at home.
Okay. And then Exhibit 124, where was he?
At the horse farm again.
Okay, so 9:04 a.m. So 7:46 a.m. he dropped off his son. He was home at 8:04 a.m. He's at the horse barn by 9:04?
Correct.
Do we know what time that Jennifer Crumbley got to work?
About the same time, 9:04.
So this is what we're looking at here?
That's Jennifer walking into her place of employment.
This is Exhibit 125?
Yes.
Okay. And this is November 30, 2021 at 9:04 a.m.?
Correct.
Now, do you know if she received a phone call shortly after arriving?
Yes, she did.
So Exhibit 126, what do we have here?
That's from the call log obtained from her phone from the school.
Okay, so we have a missed call at 9:24 a.m. on November the 30th?
Correct.
And then we have a return call at what time?
9:27 a.m.
And how long is that phone call?
That's 5 minutes, almost 6 minutes.
So is that 5:43? That's 5 minutes and 43 seconds?
Yes, it is.
Now, next in the timeline, 9:31 a.m. What are we looking at here?
That's the screenshot or a picture of a math sheet homework that the shooter had.
Okay. So this was sent to whom?
To Jennifer.
To Jennifer Crumbley?
Yes.
Okay. Exhibit 128. What's this?
That's the full-size image of it, the math sheet.
So did you come to learn there were actually 2 different math worksheets?
Yes.
Okay. And this would be referred to as the altered one?
Correct, it is.
So this was sent to Jennifer Crumbley at 9:31?
Correct.
Right, it's exhibit 128. Exhibit 129 is what?
That appears to be an email of the math worksheet.
Here's exhibit 30. This is what contained in the email?
Yes, that's the original.
So this was emailed to Jennifer Crumbley at 9:32 a.m. Is that right?
Correct.
And the scratched out version was texted to her at 9:31 a.m.
Correct.
Now this is exhibit 131. This is at 9:33 a.m. So this is 1 minute after that original drawing was sent to Jennifer Crumbley. What are we looking at?
Jennifer telling James, call now, emergency.
Okay.
And then she says again, emergency, 2 minutes later.
And then at 9:38 a.m., what does she send?
She sends the picture of the math worksheet.
Okay. So the one that's scratched out in the original, the both that were sent to Jennifer?
Yes.
And James's response at 9:44 a.m.
James responded with, my God, WTF.
And then what?
Bet not here yet. It's McElmurray or Kira's horse, still waiting on bet.
Okay. So we saw earlier that his location indicated that he was at the barn by at least 9:04 a.m.
Correct.
And this was at 9:45 a.m.
Correct.
And what did Jennifer write?
Responded back with, he said he was distraught about last night.
James?
James says, we talked about it this morning. Then he asked, you talked to him, question mark.
And what did Jennifer respond?
Responds with, can you call?
That's 9:57 a.m.
Correct.
Okay. And what does Jennifer write at 10:04 a.m.?
She says, heading to a school, I'm very concerned.
And that's at 10:04 a.m. on November the 30th, 2021.
Correct.
Now, did you learn that they both arrived at Oxford High School?
Yes, they did.
And did you learn approximately the time they arrived there?
Yes.
What time was that?
About 10:30, 10:36.
This is exhibit 132. 9:36 a.m. You see James' location history that's still at the barn?
Correct.
Okay. And 134, this is the same surveillance footage that we saw Jennifer Crumbley arriving at work at 9:04 a.m. This is at 10:06 a.m.?
Correct.
Okay. And this is consistent with what we just saw in those Facebook messages when she wrote heading to school?
Correct.
Okay. This is exhibit 126. What do we see here?
It's a call to the school, to the counselor from Jennifer.
Okay, so she left at 10:04, then at 10:07, she called the same counselor who called her?
Correct.
And exhibit 131, headed to a school at 10:12. So that would be the timeline for that period of the day.
Correct.
So do we have an idea of, you said about after 10:30 a.m. that meeting occurred?
Correct.
Okay, and so is this what you based that opinion on?
Correct, yes.
All right, so what do we see here at exhibit 135?
We see at the top of it is the horse barn, and then he takes a path down Gardner Road and then heads to the high school.
Okay. So if I'm correct, what we just saw, Jennifer arrived at work. First of all, the shooter was dropped off at school at 7:46 a.m. by his father.
Correct.
He went to the horse barn at 9:04.
Correct.
Of arrived at her place of employment about the same time, 9:04.
Yes, sir.
Correct. And she received a phone call at 9:24.
Correct.
Then we saw the messages sent from her counselor and the phone call from her counselor and the messages thereafter with those two drawings.
Yes, sir.
And then the Facebook messages directly after to James with those two drawings.
Correct.
Okay. And this shows when he left the horse barn and about the time he arrived at Oxford High School.
Correct.
Did he stop by his house before he went to the meeting?
No.
Jennifer stopped by the house before she went to the meeting.
No, sir.
Did they go in one car or separate cars?
They were in separate cars.
Okay. Now, we had discussed this particular aspect of the case in a separate hearing some time ago, and there was an original belief that they arrived in one car.
Correct.
Okay, you came to learn that they arrived in two different cars.
That's correct.
Again, it's just foundation stuff. Tell me what happened.
When I originally was watching the video, the system that the school has, it's not continually recording. It only records when there's enough movement in the frame. So if they're too far of a distance away, it's not going to record, even though there might be somebody walking across the parking lot. The sensors don't pick it up. And it didn't. Once I saw the second car, what I thought was the first car, pull into a parking spot, the next thing I saw was just two people standing in front of it. So I assumed that they'd come out of that car together.
So, keeping with our timeline here, 10:29 a.m. We have a call log of what we see here.
James calling Jennifer.
And how long was that phone call?
7 minutes and 16 seconds.
And based upon what you found on the video and the messages and data locations, this is before they arrived at school?
Yes.
You were able to pull the surveillance footage of both vehicles arriving and their movements while inside the Oxford High School, at least that were contained on surveillance video, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, so this is exhibit 137. I'm going to play this. And just so we know, at the bottom of the screen here, we have a description of the camera, what it's looking at with the time.
Correct.
So this is 10:36 a.m. on November the 30th, 2021.
Correct.
And this, what are we looking at right here?
That's the parking lot of the school on the north side of the school.
So whenever you're able to, give us some context of what we're looking at.
I come to find out that that's Jennifer pulling up right there in that car.
Okay.
And then there's James and Jennifer walking up to the school.
Right here?
Yes.
Sure, this is James and Jennifer Crumbley in the Oxford High School that day?
Yes.
Okay.
That's in the office there. They're being directed around to counseling.
And the bottom of the screen there is 10:39 a.m.?
Correct.
So it just might actually be a good time for a short break if the court was inclined to take one.
You want to break, Ms. Lehman?
That's fine, right?
All right, so I'm going to let you step down, but you can't discuss your testimony with anybody. All right, so just about a 10-minute break, okay?
All rise for the jury.
All rise for the jury. I am ending the stream, y'all. I am fading fast, and I got to work tonight, so I need to get some sleep. I super appreciate everybody that came and hung out today and sent people over and modded.
Yeah, it's, we're gonna catch that because
Thanks for hanging out, guys. I really appreciate it.
So
I
by 3 o'clock, we're gonna go home.
Thank you.
I will probably end up with the hours that I need after this stream, so you guys are awesome. I guess I'll find out in a few days. It'll definitely be close, that's for sure. But that Michigan guy, he's covering this if you want to finish watching it, and Baker is also running a trial. I haven't been watching it, so I have no idea what it's about. But I'm sure he will give you a rundown if you want to go over there and watch it. I was waiting to see if they said anything, but it doesn't look like they're going to. Thanks for coming over, Ashley. It was some good conversation that was going on in the last little while here. There's lots of opinions for sure on all of this. They made a lot of mistakes, but a lot of it was also hindsight too, what we're seeing now, so. I'm gonna play my outro. I think Eris got hung up over at Baker's, but all right. Yeah, they're not charged with neglect. He's charged with manslaughter. Is it manslaughter? No. Something like that. All right, I'm gonna play my outro.